Are you ready for an adventure where you're the star? Throughout this adventure, you'll be asked to use your own intuition. You'll make choices about which direction you'd like your adventure to go in. If at any point you'd like to back up and choose something else, you can do that too. You can use this choose your adventure, pick a reflection as many times as you'd like, and I recommend you share it with anyone who you think would enjoy it as well. There'll be a series of choices to make, and at some points you will need to pause the video in order to read the selection you've made. In order to navigate this adventure, you will need to use your timestamps. You can fast forward or rewind to the appropriate timestamp shown, or there will be clickable links in the description if that works better for you. Remember, this is just information to reflect on, and it's meant to be fun. Although we will dip into some serious spiritual topics during this adventure, you will always be the star, so only take what is true for you. At the end, I'd love to hear how you felt about your adventure. Enjoy! Hi, so you chose Aries. Whether you identify as an Aries or not, this reading is going to talk a little bit about your energy. This is information to reflect on. And one thing that I'll note about Aries energy is that you're a pioneer. You're willing to go fearlessly into the unknown. You're willing to start and begin projects. You're willing to pioneer things. You're willing to say what others won't say, do what others won't do. You have an immense, powerful drive with nothing telling you can't do it. The amount of drive you have will always exceed the fear that you have telling you not to. Okay, let's see what the cards have to say. I'm using my oracle board today. That's what you see here. And it just lets me get a little bit more information about each card. All right. So, although you have that immense drive and willingness to go forward, at this time, you may feel like things are kind of in upheaval as far as your foundation goes. You may have driven forth on so many things in different directions that now the foundation that you used to rest in comfortably has begun to crumble, fall away, and you start to wonder, as it brings up fears and doubts, you wonder if everything is okay. This card is actually coming in reverse, but I'm showing it to you upright. And I'm actually going to keep it upright for you because we're just going to reassure you that everything is okay. You know, that you may be traversing difficult things at this time. However, it will be all right. Okay. And the next card shows that there are commitments that you're having to let go of right now. And these may have been things like jobs, marriages, family relationships, religion, beliefs, support systems, higher power, kind of like angels and knowledge, ancient knowledge that you used to live by. You're being faced with questioning a lot of things in your life. There's a total kind of overhaul of the foundations, which always means that there's an opportunity to rebuild on something more stable. Because, as you know, it's much easier to take these steps that you're taking when there is a foundation that is stable. So that's an important part of what you do. There's a butterfly flying outside as I say this to you. And butterflies signify transformation. Okay? So you can look at all the upheaval and chaos going on as part of the transformation that you're going through. Maybe it's been going on for such a long time now that you really wish that you could have a break from it, but you don't see an end in sight. It feels to you like outside forces are working against you and keeping you from being able to rest and being able to have fun and enjoy life. And perhaps going to the beach is something that you would enjoy very much, and actually going to the beach, even for a day, might be an important part of allowing yourself some of the fun and relaxation that you need and enjoy. Okay. Let's look at this next column. It may feel like no matter what you do, no matter what you're trying to put your efforts into, no matter how much strength you use, and how willing you are to go forward, it feels like nothing's growing there. You're not getting the fruits of your labor at this time. So I want to say that even though things on the outside can look like they're not bearing fruit, it doesn't mean that there's not a great transformation and a lot happening towards your growth and betterment and ease in life on the inside. So don't let the look of winter fool you. There's still a lot of beauty to be admired and gleaned in the situation, in the experience of putting forth all your efforts even when you don't see the results yet. It's a lot of efforts that you're putting forth are going towards purifying yourself, your will, your drive, your motives. You're having to look at your intentions on each thing. So for instance, if you're putting a lot of effort into trying to make something happen, maybe get a project off the ground or something like that, and nothing seems to be working out, you're finding out what doesn't work. Those are valuable things as well. And perhaps you're having to question, what is it that I'm trying to achieve, so that you can look at different ways to go about it when you have clarified your intention. And maybe in looking at your intentions, you find out that your intentions weren't pure. Perhaps in some cases it could be, as an example, that your intention was to outshine somebody else, when in fact the most purest intention would be to allow yourself to shine in a way that would benefit yourself and everyone else. So even though that's just a subtle difference in energy, it's one that will make a big difference in the outcome. So you're being able to slow down and look at a lot of little details about the way that you apply your will and your drive at this time. think you're finding a lot of comfort and courage and confidence through your spiritual teachings. You may be teaching others through what you're learning in the realm of spirituality. You may be using cards yourself to help and guide you. Obviously, you're using them through others. And you are having a rebirth in the way that you express yourself. So because of all of this humbling and effort and refining your motives and things like that, you will come to want to express yourself maybe more exuberantly, maybe more uniquely, but definitely a rebirth. So it'll be something that feels more fresh and more true to who you are at this time in your life. I think that this is talking about time in nature, and it's in reverse, and it's on the throat chakra and the third eye. So definitely at this time you would benefit from a lot more time spent in nature. So you want to take a look at what is keeping you from doing that for yourself. Also, you may be forgiving people, giving forgiveness, applying unconditional love, which means honoring how you feel in situations that have come to pass, and then honoring how the other may feel or the other's behavior in a situation. Not taking things personal, allowing things to be as they are with full acceptance for all parties, understanding that everyone is always doing their best. So basically neutralizing any grudges or burdens that you had been bearing and replacing them with unconditional love for self and other. And there's an appreciation for a daughter, and if you don't have a daughter, it would be for the daughter within you, you as a daughter, or the inner feminine, the inner child feminine part of you. But this is appreciation for that daughter as perfectly imperfect, meaning whatever challenges are being faced, whatever obstacles there are, whatever suffering you may perceive in a daughter figure or self, is all there for the highest good of this person's growth and learning. And so you're able to hold space for this daughter. That's shown here. And I think be also a very good example for this daughter through your self-expression. Perhaps even expressing your authentic feelings and accepting them as an inspiration to your daughter to do the same for her own struggles. Like your feelings about your struggles can be shared authentically. I think that your connection to spirit is in need of healing. Like there's some more clarity and purity that can be gained through to your own connection to spirit. And that is shown here as this emotional healing card coming up in reverse on the crown chakra. And how I see that as, however, think about how you felt about your parents, about your parental figures. Did you trust them? Did you feel safe? Did you think they were guiding you well? Did you know they had your back? Did you feel like they were honoring you? Things like that. Wow, that just flew away. Did you feel like they were absent? Did you feel like there was someplace they'd rather be? Did you feel like their priority wasn't to be there for you? Wow, that is so wow. Okay, so I'm actually going to take the next card and see what the next card is. We're going to flip that emotional healing to upright so that we can open that for you. But oftentimes the way we felt about our parental figure and the care that we received from them will also be how we feel about our higher power. So that's why I talked about that. So it also may be reflected in how you feed yourself. There may be some sort of guidance that you're getting about different ways to eat or to add vegetables or vegetation or raw foods or fruits. And maybe you're the same way, you're treating it the same way you might have treated information from your parents, like, you know, like not really listening to it or feeling like it's not that important or not even hearing it, you know. those could all be outcomes that you're experiencing. And I think that there's a real need to recognize your own self and honor your own self with your own journey. So where you may have had parental figures that didn't honor your journey, that you didn't feel like they cared or were inspired by you, or were happy with what you were doing and what you were achieving in life, I believe that you're learning to forgive them for that, but also forgive yourself for continuing to look for and need that from anyone outside of yourself. That actually the reason that you're achieving things is because you're here to do them, and it's only you that needs to reassure yourself and honor yourself. That the acceptance and love that you wish to get from outside of yourself can actually be done by yourself. So I think a lot of the things in your experience at this time are lending toward that. And that is the way to become self-sovereign and heal self. And then we have travel falling on the place on the board that tells me that there's some sort of inner subconscious link towards a impediment in traveling. So maybe it's a lack of transportation, maybe it's an inability to ask for help or a ride, or maybe you lost your passport or your license, or it's suspended, or you don't have money for travel or gas money or something like that. But it's tied to a belief about how you will experience life. So if the parental figures had similar issues, then those are being highlighted for you now so that you can heal the core belief that you had imprinted in you, so that you could experience that perspective before you did heal it. Because having had that perspective and going to a higher perspective will actually help to balance out that energy, so that this energy doesn't impede others, that you are a living example of overcoming any of the challenges that you are living now. And this is also, of course, going to be an example that you are for your daughter, or the inner feminine in you, so that this carries through your family line as something that's been healed. Okay, so Aries, this was the read on your energy. So make sure you trust yourself and just take what was relevant to you, and this is information for you to reflect on in this adventure. So from here in the adventure, you are faced with another choice. So let's look into it some more. Let's ask to look at another experience, or an experience more closely, as you go along to make a new choice. And I will see you there. Taurus, we're going to take a look at the energy of Taurus in this reading. Whether you identify as a sun sign Taurus or not, you are welcome here. Taurus is a steadfast and grounded energy, full of love, kindness, sensitivity, often very practical, can be sort of stubborn and I would call it steadfast, and that can be very valuable to us all. Let's see what the cards reveal here for information for you to reflect on. I think there's something that you've wanted for a very long time, as far as like your foundation. Something that you want to bring into your home or have a home. It's maybe that you want to have a home or something like that, or share a home with somebody specific, or there's something about your foundation that you've been asking for, and I feel like it's something that you've been asking for a long time. Perhaps you have a birthday that you're celebrating, or a birth. or an anniversary of something that you've committed to. Perhaps you're a person that's very committed to recognizing people's birthdays in general. Perhaps you are committed to your own rebirth, spending time on really working towards what it is keeping you from achieving what it is you want to have. You may be surrounded by a lot of people that you found may not accept you in your most authentic state. Perhaps you feel like there's only room for you in showing part of yourself, or wearing a mask, or fitting in the box of what others are expecting of you. But there's something here that shows that it has been difficult to be yourself, and it's as a result of outside influences is what you feel it is. Like, say you work for a certain job and there are requirements, like you can't wear certain clothes, or but that's your style. It could just be something like that. And I think things have been really working out. Like, you're seeing synchronicity as you go through the day. Maybe you're thinking about something and then you see it on a license plate or the back of a truck or a sign, or somebody else starts talking about it. I feel like you're at the right place at the right time lately. You feel like things are working out for you, that you will be getting what you want when the time is right. You're telling yourself all the wonderful things that you want to hear. You're doing, perhaps even using spell work to speak into existence what it is you want. And also to affirm that celebration of others as you go. I think that you really do know the importance of celebrating others as you go. I believe that you have picked up a new exercise routine lately, or revamped the one that you have had, stepped it up. There's a rebirth in your exercise regimen. So maybe you've become more or less active lately as a result of some changes that you're making that are allowing you to feel more in tune with who you really are, and helping you feel more confident. I think you are looking to spiritual advice. Perhaps you're giving spiritual advice to others as well. Perhaps it's what you learn you're passing along to others. But spirituality is something that's playing into an important in your life. Perhaps that's what's cluing you in to notice the perfect timing of things and notice a lot of synchronicities. So your awareness is expanding greatly. And I think that you are expressing yourself very easily in a loving way. Like this Taurus loving energy that you have, you're easily able to share it with others. And you're doing this in a lot of ways. I think that it is really who you are. And so that's why there's such a contrast to where you're not allowed to be who you are. It's so noticeable to you now, and probably about unbearable. And I believe that children are very important. It could be your own inner child where you're looking at the places where you thought things weren't perfect, or thought things weren't good enough, or thought there were mistakes or wrongs, and you're actually appreciating those things. Um, you are appreciating children very much, but also your own inner child. Really going back in time, perhaps, and really recognizing where you may have thought that something wasn't acceptable about yourself, and you may have not have recognized your own worth, and you're actually perhaps rescuing those little hurt parts of you and your inner child that didn't know that they were worthy and loved and acceptable. So that's a lot of deep healing that you're doing at this time. I think there is some sort of spirituality that's being practiced by you, and it's something where you are trying to actively increase your ability to hear and be clear and purify and be in touch with the highest version of yourself. And you're understanding that this is something that happens over time, that it's something that you keep directing yourself to, so that it becomes more and more easy to be who you really are in all moments. We have daughter here. So if you have a daughter, this would pertain to that. If not, it could be your inner feminine, the inner child feminine part of you. But you are recognizing the accomplishments of. And so say there were parts of your inner child where when you were parented, maybe you were not recognized for some of the things that you felt that were difficult to achieve, and that you didn't feel noticed and valued in the ways that you thought that you should be or wanted to be. And you're making an effort to make sure that your daughter, or the inner feminine part of you, is able to express freely and knows that all parts are acceptable, all parts are valuable, that she is inherently valuable, that her presence is a gift to the world. She doesn't have to do anything to earn love, that she is love. There may be some impediment to you spending as much time in nature as you have wanted to, and I believe it's something more within yourself. Like maybe if you have a fear of ticks or something, like maybe you're not going outside much, or if there's a fear of skin cancer, you're not going into the sun as much, or maybe if you fear you're going to get lost in the woods, you're not going for the walks, or but there's some sort of subconscious, something that's not in your awareness. Like maybe you're telling yourself it's one thing, like maybe you would think that it's like, I don't have time because I'm working and have all these demands, but in actuality it's something that would benefit you very much. So there may be some sort of subconscious belief on why you're not actually following through with spending the time in nature. And so that may be one of the shadow kind of aspects, shadow works that you look into, and it looks like it would be tied to childhood here. So it may have to do with something that you learned or were told as a child, or something you actually experienced as a child that needs to be revisited so that it can be more fully understood and integrated and accepted as an experience that you were to learn from, and not one that will inhibit you going forward. Okay, Taurus. So that is a look at your current energy. That's information to reflect on. And from here, you are given the option to take a look at some more experiences that you've been having. You'll be provided with information to reflect on. So you'll want to use your own intuition to decide where to go from here. And I will see you there. Hi, this is your Gemini reading. Whether you identify as a sun sign Gemini or not, you are welcome here. So Gemini considers all aspects, all sides of a thing. And Gemini is very curious and perhaps even much more open to communication than other signs and energies, and really likes to get to the bottom of things and understand fully, and understands that there's a lot, many ways to look at something. Okay, so let's take a look at what the reading for the Gemini energy is today. Your desire is within reach. Have faith. So, whether you were born that way into a family that taught you this, or you had to adopt this view for your own, I think that you have learned that you can achieve what you want to achieve. That it's up to you, but you really just have to line up with it, and that's your job. It's like you can line up with what it is you want, whatever it is. I think that you may be Making sure not to overextend yourself with others at this time, or with commitments, maybe even to jobs or projects that you're doing yourself. Could be even children, family, loved ones. You're taking it easy as far as like making sure that you give yourself what you need first and then give from your overflow. That you've understood that this is the way that makes sense to do it, that this is a higher way of operating, um, that this will keep you with enough energy and enough understanding and um, enough of what it takes to keep going forward on your trajectory. You're well guided. I think you're feeling really empowered to live this life on your own terms, and you understand that you're creating this life as you go. And I think you've understood that the obligations and expectations of others don't suit you, and that you are not bound by them. Yes. The one place that you may feel inhibited is in the inner feminine energy. So the inner child part of you, that is the feminine energy, which would be the emotional body, the receptive, the nurturing, the creative. And this may even be exhibited through a daughter if you have a daughter. So if you don't have a daughter, then it's more through your internal inner child. And if you have a daughter, this could be exhibited in your daughter feeling inhibited in her creativity and her nurturing and emotional sense. Okay? So this inhibition comes from outside sources, meaning it's because of the expectation of others. So even though you have adopted a freedom for yourself in many areas, the expectation of others still influences you, or still feels like a restriction on you when it comes to expressing the inner child feminine. So it may be that you're not someone who really uses creativity a lot, or if you do, you do it in private, things like that. I think you're noticing a lot of synchronicities and signs as you go through life. You're understanding that all you have to do is line up with something that you want, put the appropriate effort in, take action where you're inspired to. I think you're feeling very confident about things working out for you. And I think especially when you are in nature, that you feel completely competent and safe and free when you're spending some time in nature. Like, you might be a hunter, you might be a hiker, you might be just someone who enjoys doing things outdoors. You might be adept at helping others do things outdoors as well. There may be some certain ways of operating that you are holding on to, that you don't want to let go of, because there's an opportunity for rebirth for you. And it seems like a lot of the ways that you're operating are already on a very high level of awareness. And so from your level of awareness, it looks like it makes sense to keep operating in the way you have been. But I would invite you to look at the fact that there may be that inhibition on the emotional body or the creativity, and allowing a certain level of chaos for that creativity to birth something. And that therefore a lot of your decisions are based on a more logical mental plane. Not all of them. You do have a good intuition. You do understand that there's a bigger thing at play here. But there's some level of control that is still being held onto, that you could potentially, if you so choose, let go of in order to experience a rebirth. And whenever we have a rebirth, we're born on a higher plane. We're with a bigger understanding and more potential open to us. So this rebirth would be based on opening yourself to that bigger vastness. The feminine energy can be intimidating and scary, especially for a logical, grounded, or thinker, practical thinker, because it's limitless. There's no limit on the possibilities that exist in the feminine energy of creation. Okay, there's more to know. And I think you know that. I think you are eager to learn, a very curious person, and you may be in the process of learning more. Like you may be already on the study of what it is to open up to the feminine energy, or what could be inhibiting you from it. You may already be looking at things like that, but you are in the process of learning some new things. Perhaps you're not a big fan of eating vegetables, or eating raw foods, or certain fruits and vegetables that would be more beneficial to you, like that would be more loving to your body. The raw foods have certain codes, so our bodies can learn to create the codes and maintain the codes, but sometimes we need to teach our body. So it's important to pay attention to your body and ask it what the most loving thing is for it at that time. So it's like, maybe your body needs something like fruit, and you're not a fan of fruit, or every time you buy it, it goes rotten in the refrigerator, so you've stopped, and it's just a pattern you've gotten into. But there's just some way that you can love your body more by changing your diet a little bit. And I want to also say it's like everything in moderation, and maybe it's something like eliminating something certain in your body that you've been ingesting that would be more self-loving. And I want to point out that the healing process that you're going through is something that it's yours. It's something you're creating, it's something you're doing. It's perfect for you. It's not going to follow the regimen of somebody else. It's not going to be what works for somebody else. What works for somebody else is meant for them. What works for you is meant for you, and you are the best navigator of what it works for you. So if you're making progress, or if it feels like you're not making progress, it's important to remember that there is a transformation going on. There's a butterfly just swooping back and forth. He just came right over to my window as I'm talking to you about this right now, and butterflies signify transformation. So, and this card, Healing, Healed, Healer, is falling on the perfectly imperfect in the board. And so the point is that your healing journey may not look perfect, right? But it is perfect for you. And we got more about the dietary change here, and here on the board it's falling under divine information, like information from the spiritual world, your highest self, and also accomplishments. So it feels like it would be quite an accomplishment for you to change this. So maybe it's something you're really addicted to, or like alcohol is coming to mind, but it could be like just anything you're ingesting, right? Chocolate or cookies or potato chips, any of those things, or cheese. Cheese is something that I read once is very addictive to the human chemistry, so that's very interesting. And it doesn't actually mean that you can never have those things. I would say everything in moderation, but there is some sort of change that you're maybe looking into now that would be beneficial. So you've already maybe even got the idea about this, and you've been looking into some changes, and maybe you've been even experimenting with changes that you can do to improve, and you maybe even have already achieved some results in the changes that you've made. I think that you are being very patient with yourself as you go, and maybe that is part of the way you're doing it. You're just experimenting it. You're doing it with without a lot of expectations or disapproval for yourself in the process. You're being very gentle and really allowing for the process to unfold in the most beneficial and comfortable way for you. That's wonderful. And that might be actually quite an accomplishment for you, because in the past, I think that perhaps even from childhood, you were told and you were expected to achieve. Achievement was very important. And so the process of experimentation and trying different things and it not looking perfect and all of that is probably somewhat uncomfortable for you because of some of the subconscious beliefs that you picked up in childhood, where certain expectations were sold to you as more important, like the success, like the results. And so I think it's a matter of changing that programming as you allow this process for yourself to unfold in the most comfortable way, but also in a way that is actually allowing you to learn from all the different perspectives that you experience along the way through the changes that you make at the pace that is right for you. Wow, Gemini, that's really cool. So that completes this portion of the reading. And now it's time to make a decision about where you want to go next. You're going to use your own intuition to decide what experience will be explored further on this adventure. And I will see you there. Hi, Cancer. Welcome to the first part of your adventure. Whether you identify as a Cancer sun sign or not, let's take a look at the current energy for you. It looks like there's sort of a freshness about your home life or the foundation, how you feel about yourself, how you're conducting yourself in the world, the way you're looking at life. You've been able to let go of commitments that no longer served you. Perhaps it was in the form of a specific relationship commitment. It could have even been a marriage, but it could have just been friendships or jobs, or things that you agreed to do with family members, going to a function or outing or party, or whatever commitments you had that were not serving you or that you no longer lined up with. You've been able to let those go. And I think that was very empowering for you and just went along with this fresh new way of being that you've been experiencing. Perhaps you've had some challenges around changing your diet. It could be financial challenges. It could be that you're surrounded by people who eat differently than you. Perhaps in your household you've changed the way that you eat, but a lot of people in the household have not. It could be that it's hard to get the food that you like to eat, that it's just not available where you're able to shop. Perhaps you don't have transportation to go to a shop to get fresh fruits and vegetables like you want. There's some sort of influence that is keeping you from being able to implement dietary changes the way that you want to. It could be a block from even knowing or hearing that that would be a good option for you in some cases. I think that you have been spending a lot of time in nature. You understand the importance of it. I think you feel very adept and happy to be in nature. Perhaps you've been hiking a lot. Perhaps you're really feeling in tune with the earth and with all of the beauty there is to enjoy. Maybe even just enjoying things like mowing the lawn. Maybe what you're doing for work, you're able to be outside while you're doing it. I also think that you're taking the time to really nurture yourself, be good to yourself, taking it easy, um, really taking the time to encourage and reassure your own self that this is the right thing for you to do. You're having confidence in the time it's taking for you to take care of yourself and put yourself into the equation of what your daily tasks entail. more energy that has to do with letting go of things that no longer served you, and anything that was unhealthy you've been able to walk away from. And this has caused you to experience this rebirth, this reason that you're feeling fresh like a baby, because it's a rebirth. There's just new perspectives, there's new potentials, you see a bigger amount of opportunities, and you're seeing things from a perspective that is new for you. You're also open to finding out more about a lot of situations, especially having to do with nature and maybe the newness of the territory you're in and what those potentials and opportunities are for you now. Because you just have this bigger awareness, you're realizing that there's a lot that you want to learn about, and so you're taking the initiative to learn those things. Perhaps you're traveling towards family that you do want to see, that you are spending time with loved ones, such as mother, children. You are really traveling as a part of loving yourself. So you could be going on vacation or just going to a tropical destination, or it could even be a work trip, but you're taking the time to really love yourself through that process, like not pushing too hard, not taking on too much, not filling your schedule jam-packed, really honoring your own needs and loving yourself through whatever it is you're going through. And I think where you're not seeing results right away, you are able to understand that sometimes what you're doing is actually just changing what's on the inside, that you are actually spending time purifying in you the places where you felt like things should have been better, and you're instead realizing that they're just the way they should be. That you're really appreciating all that you've been through, the experiences you've had, you're understanding yourself, why you are the way you are, how you got the perspectives you have, you're accepting all things as they are, and you're understanding that it's okay to be kind of at a slower pace where things don't look like they're giving fruit yet, that you are able to enjoy the process of things at a easygoing pace. Maybe you're having jolts and sort of like being tapped on the shoulder, so to speak, by spirit. Like you're getting indications from spirit, or learning about how to get your wishes to come true. Maybe learning about manifestation. You're getting into the vibration to understand and know that you are worthy of what it is that you wish for. And maybe you're getting a lot of reassurance from spirit that you will have it. And as far as like accomplishments go, you are admitting your true feelings to yourself. So maybe you haven't given yourself credit in some of the places where you've made accomplishments. Maybe you haven't given yourself enough credit for the level of care that you've been willing to give yourself. Maybe you haven't given yourself enough credit where it was like you're worthy of the thing you want. And so you're spending time to do all of that for yourself. And you're also taking the time to do some emotional healing, knowing that there are still some things from the past that you haven't yet fully understood, and you're taking the time to be with those parts of yourself. And it's like that's not where you're focused on success, you're focused on being with the parts of yourself that you haven't yet understood and accepting them fully, and helping create the space for this transformation to be completed. Well, that's really beautiful, Cancer. And that will complete this portion of the adventure. So thank you for letting me take a look at this energy with you. You're now faced with a decision, and you're going to use your own intuition to decide what to look into further. So I will see you there. Welcome to your Leo reading, whether you identify as a Leo sun sign or not. We're going to take a look at your current energy. Perhaps even a past life, or earlier on in this life, you had a lot of influence from spiritual teachers. You may have been a spiritual teacher or are a spiritual teacher. Spirituality has been a part of your life since the start. So perhaps you had parental figures or a grandparent that recognized this perspective of spirituality and really let it be a part of your upbringing, or you adopted it at a later time in life so fully that it really is part of the basis for your foundation and where you are inspired from toward your creativity. I think that you have a commitment in your life, which is something that you wanted and strived for and wished for very much, and that you were able to line up with due to understanding the spiritual nature of things and understanding the perhaps like the laws of the universe and what it was to line up with what it is you wish for. I think that at times in your life, perhaps even now, you've been surrounded by people who did not accept fully who you really are to the core, where you were inhibited on expressing your individuality. Perhaps you do this just so that you won't be estranged from the majority of people who you are surrounded with that do not have spirituality as their lens to look at life through, or do not operate with it on the foundational basis that you do, or to the degree that you do. Perhaps it's something where you understand that you may be judged or you may be excluded or things like that. Or it could be a job that you're having to kind of conform to outside constraints when it comes to being authentic fully and fully showing your individuality and who you really are fully to the extent that all of you would be revealed. Typically, this is something that all humans have been known to do in order to cope with societal expectations and things like that. However, for a Leo energy where self-expression is so important, this would be something that was very bothersome at this point. That's very much something that is going to cause stress and anxiety and possibly depression. Because the need for self-expression for you, whether you're a Leo or not, is very great at this time. I think that you are very strong and able to cope with this situation, and you do that by telling yourself the appropriate story or the appropriate narrative that you need to operate by. So maybe you tell yourself that they just wouldn't understand, so you have to hide that portion of yourself. Or maybe, there's something that you tell yourself to get yourself through to be able to deal with this. But also, I think you also understand the importance of what it is you say. So maybe you're looking at the stories and the reasons that you're feeding yourself more closely these days, potentially even changing the story that you tell yourself to be more heart-based, to actually integrate the parts of you that have kept people or kept yourself in situations where you couldn't be fully expressing your authenticity and individuality. You are confident that it is all working out for you, that things are happening as they're meant to, that the thing in front of you is the thing that you have to deal with. And perhaps you've understood that because you were contained in this bit of a restriction, which would be to varying degrees for different people, that you weren't able to realize the fullest extent of your capability, that there was a time when it became apparent that because you were in that box, you weren't able to kind of bring the fruits of your labor forth, that you were more on an inner level of transformation and living out the reality that you wish to have on the inside, whereas you may be coming to a time where you're going to be more focused on integrating, so that you can live it in the outer reality. And this might have to do with coming to a time where you're expressing yourself in a new way. Like your self-expression and your way of thinking about things is actually kind of coming out into this rebirth time where it's like, okay, I'm going to start saying things that I wouldn't normally have said. I'm going to start sharing some of the insights that I have more freely and in a more beautiful, free way. Perhaps some of those insights that you have to share are about dietary change and ways to love yourself through the diet. And perhaps you are being faced with a time where you're needing to show your body even more love through the diet that you feed it. I think that at times maybe you expected your emotional healing to look like something and it actually looks like something else, and you're coming to this place where you understand that that's perfect, because what somebody else does isn't necessarily the thing that's going to work for you or the right thing for you, that this is more of an individual process, and that no matter what it looks like outside or to somebody else, that this process of healing is perfect for you, no matter how imperfect others might perceive it being, or no matter how imperfect you may have previously perceived it to be. Perhaps there was certain beliefs about your higher power, about spirituality that you had, and that you were able to let go of. So that was what made it easier to start expressing yourself more freely. Maybe it was something like you felt like you were getting outside guidance, but then you came to an awareness that that outside guidance was actually just a higher aspect of yourself. And then you felt more in tune with it and more able to freely express it. That's just an example that some of you may have experienced. I think that your business ventures are becoming more fruitful for you. You're feeling very accomplished. Your business may center around dietary needs and change for some of you. And no matter what you're facing, I think that one by one, emotions come up for you to notice and admit to yourself. And as they come to your awareness, you're able to be present with the previously unacknowledged emotions that were in your subconscious up until the time they came to your awareness for the integration. And this is causing your awareness to expand bigger and bigger, and for you to understand this correlation between you and others and the universe and what it all really is. Okay. Well, Leo, that concludes this portion of the reading. So thank you for joining me on this adventure. You are now faced with a choice. You'll use your own intuition to decide what to look into further. So, and I will see you there. Hi, you chose Virgo. Welcome to your adventure. Whether you identify as a Virgo sun sign or not, we're going to take a look at your current energy. Virgos are detail-oriented and purists, really. Sometimes even can lean towards perfectionism, so you may have some of those traits. It looks like you may be drawn to gardening, planting flowers. You may be someone who either receives or buys yourself flowers often. You may be inclined to use essential oils, or maybe these are all traits of somebody who you grew up with, an influence that was on you from a very young age, and also something that influences your creativity. Flowers, beauty, things like that. You may paint flowers and really feel inspired by the blooms and the beauty of nature in those ways. And you may be experiencing a birthday, or either your own or that of someone you love, someone that you're committed to. You may be committed to rebirthing yourself, or you may be actually amidst a pregnancy at the time of this reading, at the time you are watching this reading, or being on this adventure. Let's see. I think that birthdays are something that you've committed yourself to celebrating a lot. Maybe you celebrate your birthday for more than just the day. Maybe you designate a week or the whole month to celebrate your birthday. Maybe you make it a point to remember other people's birthdays and celebrate and acknowledge them at the time. You may have something where your ability to intake vegetables, could be even fruits, is limited or inhibited. Perhaps where you are located, it's hard to get fruits and vegetables to you. Maybe you don't have transportation to go to get fresh produce. Maybe you're having to eat a lot of processed foods. Maybe in the household that you live in, or the way that you get to serve your meals, things are not as fresh or raw as you wish. It's some sort of outside influence that it's inhibiting your vegetable intake. And it could be a bias, or just like an unwillingness to believe that that would be an appropriate way to eat for you. It could be something like that. It could be that it's just not available to you, or it would be inappropriate somehow for you to eat something different than the rest of the people surrounding you. Maybe you have to eat what's given to you or what is provided. It's some sort of limitation, though, on the way that you eat, that you may feel is affecting you in some way. As far as that limitation goes, I want to say that you can, instead of resisting that situation, acknowledge it, understand your frustrations about it, but also accept it as it is. And once you accept it as it is and are not fighting against it anymore, you're much closer to having that situation shift for you, okay? And I think that you are using affirmations, maybe even spell work, to speak into existence the things that you want, or to encourage yourself or reassure yourself. I think that you are quick to share your love verbally with others. You may tell people that you love them a lot, things like that. I think that you're confident in what's happening around you and in yourself enough that you are willing to take your time and have a lot of patience. Perhaps you have a lot of tolerance for uncomfortable situations. Perhaps you're very patient with other people, especially when it comes to them recognizing you and celebrating you. You're definitely shifting something now, and so perhaps you've already found the acceptance that you needed for the dietary situation that you're in, because we've got goodbye to the old, hello to the new, right on the rebirth part of the board. And so it would indicate that you are amidst a rebirth at this time. You're letting go of things that no longer serve you. You're welcoming in new ways, new understandings, new beliefs, new opportunities for yourself at this time. So that would include and affect the dietary restrictions. Perhaps you're moving or getting a vehicle or getting a delivery service, something. Anywhere that you were not able to express yourself and not able to express your love, not welcomed in being understood by others, I believe that you're leaving those situations behind. You are moving on to situations where you can express yourself freely, where your intellect is appreciated, where you can share your thoughts freely. And it's something that you've had to have patience with. And I think that you are maybe even doing some research on unconditional love, how to love yourself, how to love others, how to heal, how to walk away, how to have difficult conversations, things like this. The things that don't feel perfect or up to par, or where there are expectations, you're maybe questioning that whether or not you should have that expectation. You're being really easy about things. You're understanding that where there are restrictions, that you can surrender, and instead of resisting these situations, you kind of learn from them in order to be really easy about these things, in order to allow them to shift. Perhaps you've been doing some astral travel, out of body experiences, going to spiritual locations, places where there may be like a lot of spiritual energy, or portals, or spiritual communities. You may be going on spiritual retreats, or having gatherings at your home, or traveling for some sort of spiritual influence or outcome, or like teachings or gatherings. What you're learning, and what you're and where you're joining with others in the spiritual kind of I guess I'm going to say realms, it's really making you feel empowered. You are gathering back disempowered places, disempowered parts of yourself, in order to feel and understand all that you have accomplished. You're kind of looking back at the things you've been through and comparing them to what you know already, and realizing how accomplished you really are and how adept you really are. You're really celebrating how far you've come. And maybe realizing that you have these spiritual gifts, these spiritual understandings, these spiritual knowledge, knowing, ability to teach and share information, the curiosities. And they maybe have been inhibited by other people's beliefs, or the people around you, or something that you learned, or perhaps you purposely traveled away from having a spiritual connection, or connection with your spirituality for a time in your life, and now you are rejoining with it. You are kind of unburying the parts of you that are really in tune with it and focused on it. Okay, Virgo. So that concludes this portion of your reading and adventure. And that's very interesting. So now you're going to be faced with a decision on what you'd like to look at next. So you'll need to use your own intuition to decide. And I will see you there. Hi, Libra. This is the first part of your adventure. Whether you identify as a sun sign Libra or not, let's take a look at your current energy. And it looks like you're a very patient person. And it could be an effort to avoid conflict. It could be that you've learned that there's two sides to everything. It could be that you just don't want to disappoint one of those sides. But it could also be out of an utter respect for yourself. Perhaps you had parents that were very patient. Perhaps you understand that it takes time to ground something, to grow something. And perhaps while you've had some sort of block on your creativity, you've been very patient with yourself. I think you're very patient with children, with your children in particular, or any child you encounter, even if you don't have children. I think before you commit to something, you are inclined to look into it very deeply. Maybe you're a person who waits 3 days before you make any major decisions. Maybe you understand that sometimes agreements come with strings attached, and you like to make sure that you understand exactly what you're getting into. Maybe you've been researching angels and the angelic realm. Maybe you understand that the angels are teaching you. There may be some sort of outside block to your fertility or to your giving birth to something new, or perhaps with pregnancy. Now, we did talk about being very patient with yourself while your creativity has a block or something. This could be the same type energy here, but this one shows that it seems to be some sort of outside influence that is prohibiting this from happening, whether it's some sort of stress caused from outside of you or just the circumstances you're in due to responsibilities outside of you. Maybe that's why you're very cautious when it comes to commitments, because you've overcommitted yourself or committed yourself to something that inhibits you in some way in the realm of creativity, giving birth to something new, or raising children as you want to, something like that. Maybe you entered into a union that doesn't allow you to have children. That could be true for some of you. I think you remain positive, though. I think you understand that the challenges that you're facing can be overcome. I think you reassure yourself a lot. I think that this goes a long way to helping your heart stay open. But you haven't given up by any means. That whatever outside influences may be inhibiting you, they have not overcome you. They have not won. You're a very patient, kind, gentle soul who understands that challenges just pose experiences for you to learn from. You are an experienced and confident healer, and perhaps this comes through the challenges that you've faced already, that you understand that every challenge you've faced and overcome, you've learned something valuable from it, that just taking the time to understand something allows you to gain knowledge from it, accept it, move through it, and use the wisdom gained for future endeavors. And so you become very confident in your ability to do this. Perhaps there's a rebirth in a commitment. So maybe you're looking at ways you can improve the commitments that you've already made or been in or are in. And there seems to be a rebirth in a commitment, perhaps even a marriage, or in your ability to line up with a happy marriage or marriage in general. So something shifting where you're ending a cycle of a certain way of being or seeing things to enter something new where there are new opportunities and new beginnings available to you. I feel like you are communicating with children. I got the picture of someone telling children stories, maybe reading to children at the library. Maybe you're a teacher. Maybe you're reading to your child in bednight stories, night stories, bedtime stories. Or you're also letting your inner child express, like this curious, natured part of you that goes into situations without expectation and attachment to the outcome, that is willing to let situations impress upon you for you to learn from. I think you are leading with this part of you. And this is as a result of all the healing you've done, that you are able to be discerning before you decide whether or not to stay committed to doing something. And one of the things that you use to discern is whether or not this situation is something that you enjoy. I think you love exercising, you love being fit, you love being in your body. Whatever your capacity to exercise is, you're doing it for the love of it. You're doing it for the love of your body. You're doing it because you love. It is out of love that you are doing the exercise regimen that you are doing. And it may be part of healing your body. There may be some sort of limitation that you're overcoming through exercising your body. You're letting go of places where you felt things weren't up to par, where you felt like there was like a level of perfectionism that could have been achieved, or that you needed to be perfect in something, or that you weren't accepting of the weaknesses that existed in a situation. You are actually overcoming that. So becoming accepting of strengths and weaknesses, and understanding that both things are present in each being, and that is how it's meant to be. So finding a more loving way to address yourself and therefore others naturally. Looks like there was some level of relationship with the parents that perhaps there was something in the parenting methods, whether you fully blame your parents or not. This is an evolution, and so there was something that may have seemed out of balance or unfair or was hurtful in the relationship between you and a parental figure or a caretaker. And this would be correlating to how you then feel about your higher power, or the spiritual aspects, or connecting to the divine. So if there was some place where you felt let down, or like there was something too harsh, or a lesson was just too painful, there is a level of forgiveness in this situation, because you're kind of coming to a more accepting place of all the challenges. There's a major transformation going on where you are reestablishing your connection to spirit, based on forgiving or understanding, and then honoring how you feel, so that there can be forgiveness, first of all, for yourself and how you handled the situation, meaning full acceptance for you, even if you got angry or mad or disappointed after an experience. And also an acceptance and honoring of the other party, whether that been a parental figure or your higher power, and understanding that there was a reason for it, even if you don't understand it fully. You're coming into balance, and forgiveness is part of that. Perhaps you wanted to travel for a long time. It was something that you wanted to accomplish, and you're able to do that. Maybe it's just repairs on your car, or maybe it's actually taking a trip that you wanted to do. And maybe there's been some sort of fear about going to a new home, or introducing this new part of you into the home life, or there's just that patience that you're taking in the home front is because you are taking things step by step, and kind of rebirthing each process of what it takes to be in a home, and to build a foundation on things that are more balanced and fair, and don't avoid conflict, and don't avoid uncomfortable feelings, and don't hold grudges, and don't have expectations and attachments. So you're really kind of carrying through this way of being right into your foundation, and revitalizing anything that wasn't fully stable that you were standing on, and bringing it up to a higher view, a higher way of being, which stems which would be grounded in a place that allows for the flexibility that you recognized is appropriate for living a life that you enjoy. Yes, okay, Libra. That completes your reading. So, Libra energy is sometimes reluctant to make a decision, but now you'll be faced with one. So you'll want to use your own intuition. You can't get this wrong. So decide which direction you want to go in. And we'll take a look at something else in the next part of this adventure. And I will see you there. Scorpio, this is your reading. Whether you identify as a Scorpio sun sign or not, we're going to take a look at current energy for you. At the time of this reading, you are feeling very grounded and able to create your reality. Meaning, if you want something, you understand that ask and you shall receive. Maybe in childhood even, you had the experience of getting everything you asked for. And this could have created a reality for you that affords you that manifestation ability. However, not everybody started out in that manner. Some of you would have achieved this level of confidence and self-worth in order to start manifesting life to respond to you in this way. I think that you are able to assert your own desires into the world at this time. You may be someone who is married, or you may be manifesting a marriage. Marriage is something that you respect, honor, and value in your life, either as something you are in or something that you would like to be in. There is some level of inhibition for being yourself around certain groups of people. Maybe there are people around that you don't feel know the real you, that there's a lot more under the surface that those around you have not maybe bothered to look into or asked to or expressed a desire to or any curiosity about. There's some level of surface level interactions between you and the world around you, and it's something where outside influences seem to be either disapproving, not making room for, not welcoming you to be who you really are. Maybe you feel really judged or feeling the stigma against certain aspects or perspectives that you hold. It could be in a workplace or some other area of life that involves other people, a group that you belong to or something like that. Perhaps you're working towards a goal and you're understanding that certain things and maybe even habits need to be shed as a part of achieving this goal. That you are, I heard like sloughing off the layers of blockages that may have protected your heart from certain hurts or harbored old hurts. You are letting things die away, not putting effort towards things that you know are not going to be fruitful or that need to be left to, like when the fields are left fallow for a season, something like that, where it's like, you know, some things need to be left, the seed's been planted, and there's some sort of rebirth in having to do with what you put your efforts to. I think you're feeling very confident in yourself. You're able to assert yourself where needed. So just like you're able to ask for what you want, you're also doing this in your marriage. You're also doing this with people. You're also doing this wherever you assert your will. It's like you're standing up for the truth of what you believe. And perhaps this is why it's becoming very apparent to you where the trueness of who you are isn't welcome, where there's no room for you, where there's certain people that don't appreciate those parts of you because you are asserting those parts of you. You're doing so confidently. And so you're feeling it when people are not necessarily welcoming of that. And it doesn't mean that you're taking it personally either. It's very possible that a lot of you are not taking that personal at all. You understand that people have a certain level of projection and inability to deal with their own feelings in response to us sometimes. The places in life where you would like to have a rebirth, like in that situation, if you'd like to line up with people who are more inclined to be accepting of who you really are, you are allowing for that, you are asking for that, and you are seeing results of that. Seeing the results of asking for it. I think that you are spelling things out into existence for yourself. You are affirming yourself, you're reassuring yourself. You're comforting yourself with your own words in your own mind. You are finding your way through telling the story and speaking the beliefs that you know to be true for yourself and for the highest good of yourself and all. I believe in all. Because you're doing this from a place of love. It's very loving what you're doing when you are reassuring and comforting yourself. It's not just bypassing, it's a very grounded way. It's very grounded. Anything in your operating system or anyone in your sphere who is not unconditionally loving to you, you're letting go of any expectation or attachment to how they are. You're not taking it personal anymore. You're not hanging on to any beliefs that allowed you to think that you were not worthy or that you were lesser. Anywhere that you didn't hold self-love as your main vibration and priority, you're letting go. You're no longer going to assert yourself from the level of being less than or lacking self-worth or self-esteem or value. I think that even when things look imperfect, you are understanding that it's perfectly imperfect, that everything is okay. That even when it looks like your wish wasn't granted, that you understand that it's possibly just another perspective that you're getting to experience, another puzzle that you're getting to look into. You understand that in the bigger picture view, that everything is falling into place. There may be more that you're learning about your spiritual gifts, about your connection to spirit, about who you are in the spiritual realm. You may be being taught directly through spirit, through your highest self. You may be getting downloads. You may have a spiritual teacher that is teaching you. I do think that there's a lot to do with what you're prioritizing and looking into and directed to. And I think that what you're learning is making it very practical and easy to affirm yourself. And I think that's why it's so grounded. Because even though it's through spiritual knowledge that you've tested and understood and believe in and know works for you. I think you've implemented an exercise regimen or routine or habit. Maybe it's just daily walks. But whatever it is, it works for you. And it's something that you've established, so you feel accomplished in it. And any habits of procrastinating or beating yourself up over saying you aren't doing enough or trying to be more perfect or expect more of yourself, any of that you're letting go. You're really celebrating how far you've come and appreciating the efforts that you have put in to achieve what you've put in. And even though you know everything's okay, there may be some parts of you through the marriage or through the want for marriage that you're having to face, and realize that, say if you had trouble in your marriage, you may have thought that that meant that there was something lacking in you, and so you're coming to terms with those and parts of yourself and applying the unconditional love to those perspectives and those, and accepting that you've had those feelings and perspectives. And if it's that you wanted a marriage and that you haven't had one, maybe there are places where you felt like you were lacking in some way, and so you're really like getting to the root cause of any interference in having a successful love life and commitment that ends in or maintains a marriage. Okay, Scorpio, that completes your reading and this part of your adventure. So you're now faced with a decision. You're going to use your own intuition to decide which direction you want to look in next. And I will see you there. Hi, you chose Sagittarius. Whether you identify as a sun sign Sagittarius or not, we're going to take a look at the energy for you. Okay. I think you are, the first thing that came is perhaps you could be a bit of a hoarder, or you plan ahead. You are someone who looks at the big picture of things and makes sure that you have everything you need for times when it may be harder to come by. You naturally want to kind of prepare ahead of time for times when things aren't as easy to come by or things aren't readily available. There may have been times in your upbringing that this actually happened, or you were just modeled this behavior as the way to operate in life, where you just have in mind that there may be times when things are more difficult. And for some of you, this is strictly from a higher perspective, which is from an intention that is to be prepared. And for others of you, this is from a perspective of lack and fear, where you do fear that you won't be taken care of or that you won't have enough. So you'll recognize in yourself where it's coming from by how you feel when I say that. Okay? So there may have been times, though, in your upbringing or in your home where there wasn't enough. Maybe there wasn't a lot of food on the shelf and there wasn't a big stock up of things, and you couldn't get fresh fruits and vegetables easily, or something like that. Or maybe there was a lot of time where you spent a lot of time alone without interacting with outside. Like maybe you spent a lot of time in your bedroom, in your home or something like that, or just a lot of time in the home instead of outside. When it comes to what you're committed to, I think that there may have been times where you feared committing to things. Perhaps you did commit to things in the past that didn't work out as well as you had expected, and there are still some painful burdens that you carry due to that situation, having not fully extracted the wisdom and lesson from or understanding from the experience yet. But also you may be working on doing that yourself. You may be realizing that through different commitments that you've had, you've learned different things about committing. It may not be that you harbor a fear, but it may be more that you have been experiencing all these things that gave you your very unique perspective on what commitment is and all the things it entails. You may be very committed to purifying yourself and being the best version of yourself that you can be. An earth angel type, perhaps. Able to withstand long periods of time without a lot of interaction with the outside world, or what others may strive to achieve in the form of success or attention, things like that. Yeah, I think you're very hardy. You can sustain yourself very long on very little sustenance. And you can go very long periods of time without the need for outside influences to kind of refresh you. You're easy to self-regenerate. It may also feel like outside influences inhibit you from self-generating sometimes. But I do think that you're taking it very easy, that, if you haven't yet extracted the understandings that you are meant to from the experiences that you've had in the realm of commitment, that you are doing that. That is something that you're doing at a pace that makes sense for you, that you're putting your efforts towards it when it makes sense for you and when your heart is ready and open enough to see the perspective that will be most beneficial for you to learn from. You're being very patient and loving and kind with yourself through this process of understanding and sifting through perspectives and experiences that you've had. And perhaps you are actually here to master certain aspects of the idea of commitment. We have marriage card coming up on rebirth. And so I think that because of all this look at commitment and what it is and what it isn't, and your experiences of it and through it with different things, not just relationships, but other things as well, that you actually may be bringing a template to Earth for a different kind of way to commit, or a different template for marriage and the premise of it and what it means and what it is built on. I think that there may be an actual marriage that you're in, that you're actually utilizing to experiment with and to learn from and to utilize this concept that you have come to through the learning process that you're in. Or you may be entering a marriage in the future that will do so. But it's certainly with the intention or the understanding or the knowing that you are bringing something new in the realm of commitment and marriage. Something that is built on foundations, perhaps, that make a lot more sense given what you've learned. Wow. Perhaps even when it doesn't look like you're getting a lot of the fruits from the labors of what you're going through on an internal level in your intellect and your knowing, and even coming out in the way that you communicate, there are a lot of the benefits showing through. So I think that you, more than anyone else, are the one experiencing this perspective that you have. You may not even feel the need to express it or share it with other people, but you may. You're certainly, when you are sharing it, you're doing it from the highest, most loving place. It's like if somebody is having a rough time and not succeeding, or in a bad relationship, something's dysfunctional about what they're doing or what they're experiencing, if it's not the loving thing to do to share it, you won't. I think that you are really unconditionally loving. So whereas you've had experiences that you needed to learn from, you understand that that's true for everyone else too. So you don't necessarily think it's wrong for them to have a struggle in their experience, because you understand the gift that was in your own struggle. So when asked, I do think that you do readily offer that to others. I think that you're very patient with others and very understanding and discerning. And maybe in your younger years, you would have blurred out things that you understood from a higher perspective. But now I think that you're more inclined to be very patient with others and understand that their process is their process. But and you understand that to be the most loving thing that you can do. Things that you know that when somebody wants to reach for something else, for something higher, for something more for themselves, that is possible because you know that's been possible for you. You know when things look a little bit imperfect that it's actually perfect, and it's actually something that's putting you in a position to reach for something, which when we achieve something that we've had to put action or reach into, but we've had to put a bit of effort into something, that is when we feel the most accomplished. That is when we feel celebratory. That is when we feel like we've actually worked towards something that is worth celebrating and is worthwhile. So I believe that you are really embracing the challenges that you face as beautiful places for you to grow and live life to its fullest. I think that when you want something, you go to your highest self and you ask for it, and you confer with that highest version of yourself who can see the biggest picture view. Perhaps spirit, perhaps guides, perhaps angels, perhaps you understand that it's all aspects of you, but you are consulting that bigger picture view in order to achieve the things that you want. Maybe you are even letting go of the need to accomplish. Maybe you understand the feeling of accomplishment, but you might not even call it that. You might just call it living, right? Because it's the process and the act of living life, and that's what it is. And it's not suffering or struggle necessarily, but that could be part of the process. And it's not accomplishing and succeeding necessarily, but that could be part of the process. And to you, it's just life. I think that anytime you have a doubt or fear, that it's easy for you to identify it as such because you have understood that those doubts and fears were more like little puzzle pieces, that were more like assignments and things for you to explore and understand more, and things that led to your freedom even more. Wow, isn't that beautiful? Well, Sagittarius, that completes your reading. And now you will be faced with a decision. So, in order to proceed in this adventure, I want you to use your own intuition to decide where to go to next. And I will see you there. Hi, you chose Capricorn. Whether you identify as a Capricorn sun sign or not, we're going to take a look at your energy. Looks like you are just starting out with a business venture. Maybe you're an entrepreneur. I feel like it could be a very well established business as well. It could be something where you're already established, but you are just letting yourself be creative within the established business that you have. So both things apply. And I believe that this is something that you pioneered, or it's something where in the business that you work for, you are pioneering something new or presenting a new idea or asking for a promotion in some cases. Perhaps you're looking to purchase a new home, or there's someone coming in or out of your home. There's a new addition to your home. Um, let's see. You perhaps have just committed to buying a new home or selling a new home, or selling a home rather. You could be selling homes as part of your business. Maybe in order to find a place to live, you asked the angels for help, and there was help provided to you. Maybe when you got this advancement in your business or your job, it came with the need to relocate your home. Maybe there's a lot of research that has to come into this, and maybe it's hard to get the information you need from outside sources where Maybe there are files and paperwork that's just really disorganized or doesn't make a lot of sense to you. Maybe these requirements are asking that you deal with things that you haven't dealt with yet, or difficult proceedings like legal documents, or it's hard to find the documentation you need, perhaps. Maybe all the information that you wanted to have, it was difficult to get, like people weren't being forthcoming with information. It could have been regarding your new home situation. You may have a son who's really asserting himself. If it's not you that has a son, then it could be your inner child masculine, the masculine part of your inner child. And this part of you has been, or it could be manifesting in your son outside of you, but this part of you has been very assertive and wanting to assert his own will. And this goes for even if you identify as a woman or a female. We all have a masculine and feminine energy that we have within us. And so this would be the part of us, or the part of you that is protective, is assertive, is looking to go out and take action and make things happen. And so I think that you're allowing this part of yourself to be indulging in certain things and to take action on certain things. And it could be how you're proceeding in the business. It's like you got some inspiration and now you're learning to take action, maybe even in places that you hadn't. Or perhaps you are also, or instead, witnessing your son venturing out in these ways. You're seeing that this is helping build confidence, whether it is in yourself or your son or both. You're building confidence as you witness, and also like make it okay that mistakes are made. Understand mistakes as ways of learning. Understand that failures are part of success. You're really taking it easy on in the home front as well, where you're not resisting the changes that are happening or the challenges that you're facing. It's something where you know it'll get done, you know you're in the right direction, you know you can handle whatever it is, and that you're just taking the steps to do so as they are presented to you. We got new career that fell on the rebirth. So we already talked about the business venture being something that was being pioneered by you, and here it's just reaffirming that there's a new way of being in the career front. Either you've started a new career or you've got a new role in the career you're in, something more creative, something that is new and fresh, and it's been inspired. Maybe you're going to a therapist or doing talk therapy, or really expressing some of the emotions that you hadn't expressed yet to the people who need to know about them, particularly in having to do with the more inhibited parts of your inner masculine, or the maybe former difficulties that you had with a son, or parenting. Any emotional inhibitions that were in place or inhibiting you in the past are now being expressed or dealt with or recognized or understood or even analyzed by you. I think you're really learning or actively doing the unconditional love for your own children or your own inner child or both. This emotional healing that you're going through is really like a domino effect spreading, and you see the effects of this healing. You see how people are able to show up differently for you, and you're able to show up differently for others, especially children in your life, especially your own inner child. Applying unconditional love to every aspect of yourself as an inner child and your actual children. Perhaps there's a place where you wanted to take a holiday or a break, and it didn't seem like it was perfectly working out, but you understood that it actually did work out perfectly for you. So maybe plans got changed, or because you had to start this new career, you had to delay or cut short the vacation or take a staycation or something like that. But you're actually realizing that that was actually perfect for you, that it was just what you needed and worked out maybe even better in some ways. As far as establishing your connection to spirit and spirit guides, and maybe utilizing your own cards, doing readings, trusting your highest self, trusting your intuition. You may be practicing a lot with those type things, and especially with strengthening your intuition. You may be doing like online tests, or really starting to listen to your intuition, or looking at whether it's your intuition or your fear, or more easily being able to tell the difference now that you have been clearing up a lot of the emotional issues that may have filtered your view of such things in the past. It looks like there may be either a plan for traveling in the future. It could be traveling with children, to children, um, or maybe the vacation that you took or the holiday that you took recently, um, like we said, was something that was successful, that you were able to travel to where you wanted, and maybe it was someplace where other people wouldn't have gone, but you went. Perhaps you've been experiencing astral travel. It's something you might have been practicing. Perhaps a new vehicle has been part of the whole lot of changes that you've been experiencing, and the new career as well. So there may be even more that you want to bring forth and give birth to, and it may be another child, maybe a child in the first place, and it may be a new project. And there's something that um, it's something that you may not even have acknowledged in yourself yet, that there's even more that you want to do. And as you do more and more of this emotional healing and more practice with your intuition, your inner masculine that is practicing taking action is it going to fall in line with taking action towards the inspiration that you have, which will eventually birth you towards, or provide the foundation for you to birth something else new into life, something that is right now in your subconscious, either in the form of something inhibited in your subconscious or something that you have not yet realized in your subconscious. The way will be cleared for that to come forth. Okay, so this completes your reading, Capricorn, and you will now be faced with a decision. So I'm going to ask that you use your own intuition to decide what direction you wish to go in order to continue this adventure. And I will see you there. Hello, you chose Aquarius. And whether you identify as a sun sign Aquarius or not, we're going to take a look at your energy. Probably coming in from a past life, you had experience with being a healer. Or earlier on in this life, you pursued being a healer. Perhaps in a spiritual sense, perhaps actually being a doctor. Perhaps your parents, one or both, were doctors. Healing profession has been part of your life since early on. It's very rooted in the foundations of who you are. You may identify as a healer. You may use very creative means of healing. It may be like art therapy or something like that. but you have likely had the need to heal yourself, maybe even from a very young age. You might be someone like someone that travels around doing this type work, maybe someone who goes to like Greenpeace, like goes to faraway places to help people who are in need or something like that. Perhaps you have had a need to travel far for care, for being healed. You may have visited a shaman at some point in your life. You may consider yourself a shaman. And you may have committed yourself to being a healer, and you may have committed yourself to going where you're guided to, going where you're divinely guided to go. You may be someone who's reluctant to settle down into one place. You may be very curious about other places. You may be living a life on the road, exploring. Maybe there's something about teaching others spirituality that you don't feel open to. You may feel like spirituality is something that's very personal and maybe even private. There's some sort of outside influence, and it could be in the form of a belief that you adopted, or something that you witnessed when you, perhaps like say you did something like miraculous healing, and then the result was that there were people judging you or being scared of you, or who didn't quite understand it and stood against it for some reason. But if there was an experience like that, it could have lodged in some sort of belief or fear about being so open with the spiritual teachings and the understandings of the laws of the universe and the way energy works that you utilize to heal. There's some sort of outside influence, and perhaps it's just being surrounded by people who don't believe as you do, but there's some sort of inhibition about being open with your spirituality or being open to learning spirituality. You may be reluctant to open yourself fully spiritually. You may be actually purposefully, on a soul level, restricting yourself to only one or certain perspectives at this time regarding spirituality. But you are open to manifesting and using what you know and understand about lining up with what you want and asking for what you want. You're able to do that. You're able to do that from a heart space. So you're doing this not just selfishly, but also with the highest good of all in mind. I think if you spent any time doubting yourself or being in low self-worth or suffering with low self-esteem, that you have actually overcome that. That's one of the things that you were able to heal, and you were able to build your self-confidence. You are confident in your ability to handle whatever is put in front of you, whatever challenges you face. Perhaps you understand that there's a time where it is important for you to withdraw in order to gain new perspective on things, in order to come out the other side in a fresh way. A time when you don't want to put a lot of your focus in creating or achieving, where it's more an inner focus. I think you're very in tune with nature, very inclined to spend a lot of time in nature. Maybe you talk to people about nature, like maybe your spiritual teachings would come through way of sharing what you understand about Mother Nature and things like that. Maybe you get a lot of great ideas when you're out in nature, away from your electronics and things like that. Even though you may be very technically inclined, you do value your time away from those things. and maybe you even like indulge in journal writing or things like that when you're out in nature. There's a recognition here for unconditional love with your son, and if you don't have a son, this is referring to the inner masculine part of your inner child. So this part of you that wants to protect, that wants to act, that wants to explore, that wants to create things, create things like make things happen, who wants to hunt. These parts of yourself are unconditionally loved by you. You have an understanding and respect and value yourself on those terms. This is part of what supports your self-confidence, and also you use these skills to explore the nature around you without fear. And if not, and it could also be reflected in a son that you have or a relationship with son. Perhaps you've recently had a holiday or vacation. You are taking a step back from outside things, as we said before. Just a time where you're more in like hermit mode or more keeping to yourself. Maybe it wouldn't be everybody's choice for a holiday, but it's your choice for the holiday. It's your choice where you can strengthen the time doing the things that you value, that make you feel valuable and make you feel confident. And on the level of your connection to spirit, there's a lot of emotional healing going on at this time. So where we had those restrictions about spiritual teachers, that was reflected in you taking advice from your highest self. So maybe you are more inclined to take cues from nature or from something that was more logically based. Even though you had this healing thing going on from a young age, you may not have connected it fully with the spiritual realm. So this is being cleared at this time where things are coming up, maybe in the form of strong emotions, emotions that you can't deny, emotions that you can't suppress, things that you hadn't made time for previously. As you're spending time in nature and as things are kind of more quiet while you're in this kind of place where I'm just trying to get the camera to come in focus here. You're in this place of taking time to yourself. This is so that you can go through this emotional healing at this time. So emotional healing is also going to be what clears the way for you to feel more connected to spirit, because the emotions that you are harboring, because they hadn't yet been fully understood, or you hadn't fully accepted them and been present with them, they were filtering your view of your highest version of yourself. So of the version of yourself that is outside space and time, that has the bigger picture view, that is a spiritual being, you are healing the connection with that part of yourself at this time. So the experiences that you're having that are causing emotions to come up, it could be through the act of getting like triggered or activated in certain feelings. It's for the purpose of you being present with them. And so as you do that, your vision and your clarity becomes more and more. And I think at this time you're having to really like reassure yourself and confirm for yourself that this is what you're doing. You're maybe even through the experiences that you're having where you're challenged with your son or challenged in the masculine parts of yourself, you may be realizing the things that you've been telling yourself, the parts of your story that may not be true or that may have been challenging or maybe limiting you, or maybe put there for the purpose of masking certain emotions or things that you don't want to feel. Bypassing emotions. Like when something happens, you may tell yourself something about why it's not important or why it shouldn't be taken personal. Yet it keeps happening because It's trying to get your attention and let you feel what emotion goes along with or is elicited by that experience at least once fully before you move on with the knowledge you have about not taking it personal. So there's still a little child part of you that is harboring a wound around that experience. And so the experience is coming up so that you can rescue the child part of you and bring that child part of you with you going forward. So then when you are able to use your knowledge to move through a situation, the whole of you is able to move through it. And because there's so much focus on the masculine side of you, there may also be parts of your feminine, parts of you that want to be more creative, and parts of you that really appreciate the beauty of nature and all that is around you. And these parts are also going to be coming up for acknowledgement and presence and healing through this whole process. So you really are on a healing journey at this time in your life, and what's in front of you is the thing that you're dealing with, and you're dealing with these one after another, and you're being given the space to do so, and your connection with nature is assisting you greatly, as well as your confidence in yourself and your ability to handle everything that you've been handed up to this point and going forward, as well as celebrating how far you've come. Okay, Aquarius, this was your reading. And now you will be faced with a decision. So I want you to use your own intuition to decide what you want to look at next. And I will see you there. Hi, you chose Pisces. So whether you identify as a Pisces sun sign or not, we're going to take a look at your energy. First of all, you are very connected and grounded to nature. So that's actually something that can be difficult for some Pisces energy. Pisces is very spiritual and open to kind of a bigger, more vast part of this experience on Earth. So connecting with nature is part of your foundation, and it's very important for you to do that. Maybe you did that as because you found the need to stay grounded in order to live life. But as far as having this as part of the place where you get inspired to create, and also the part where you feel safe and grounded and hear more clarity, and be more in line with who and what you are inspired to, it's a wonderful way to utilize this energy that you have access to. You may be in a marriage, or you may be looking to achieve marriage, a commitment. You may be, if you don't call it marriage, you could be in some sort of other commitment, a relationship. You could be married to your work. But this commitment that you're in is very important to you, or the commitment that you aim to achieve is very important to you. You may be someone that finds it difficult to say goodbye to people. Like, once you commit to somebody, you may hold on to them. You may try to keep people in your life for all the time. You may still be friends with people from high school and elementary school and younger, even if it's just that you have them on your Facebook page or something like that. You are sort of staying connected to all past versions of yourself through the people that you stay connected to. It's just significant, or showing this vastness that you're able to encompass. Whereas some people, when they outgrow a certain clique or part of their journey or workplace, they eventually let those people go as they don't find a resonance with them any longer, or they're no longer able to stay connected because there's less of an understanding between these people. But I think maybe because you are so vast in your perceiving of energy, that it may be easier for you to hold on to a lot of different types of people from your past. But this also may inhibit you in the way that you may be hesitant to let new people in. You may just be surrounding yourself with people from the past, and that could be something that inhibits you. Perhaps not those, because it looks like you are able to use your will, your drive towards things that are new. So you do have new experiences, even if it is with people from the past. You're able to breathe new life into the experiences that you're having. Some of you may prefer not to do that. Maybe you are able to have new people in your life, while in addition and alongside the people that have always been there. You're definitely able to start new things. There's definitely a confidence in this feminine aspect of you, a confidence in your daughter if you have one, or it could be the inner feminine child part of you. Is very confident. So it was nurtured in you, the ability to be in touch with nature, to be creative, to be open-hearted, to be a kind person, or it's maybe just something that you chose to do in response to the environment you grew up in as well. But being nurturing, caring, loving, and confident in your abilities to do such, to even start new relationships with people, and to hold on to older relationships, it's all something that comes really natural to you. Perhaps you're actually looking at things to change, and what you're finding you want to change is your dietary intake, or you maybe want to add something into your diet, or be more moderate with some of the things that you are ingesting, because there is a rebirth in your diet. So maybe you've been through different changes before in the past. You have tried different ways of eating. And I think that you follow what your gut tells you or what your intuition shows you. And I think that's really appropriate for you. So you may have different requirements for your diet at different times. And this is one of those times where you're looking into new ways, or you're changing things, and you may be doing it as an experiment. But you're finding that this is a powerful way you can increase your health and vitality at this time. I think there are some new things that you're learning, and it could be new ways to start fresh, new ways to get stagnancy out of your life, new ways to see things from a fresh perspective, new ways to interact with people, like new ways to eat. Things like that might be interesting you right now. You are actually, you may be pregnant with a daughter. You may be applying unconditional love to all aspects of you, and all, especially new aspects of you. You may be finding new ways to love yourself unconditionally, and that may be why you are looking into new ways to eat and new ways to communicate and new ways to really celebrate and honor the fact that you are a kind, giving, caring, self-confident being. You may be realizing that you would be the perfect person to bring another person into life. You may be realizing that there's a new project that you want to give birth to, and that might be why you're researching as well. Maybe you're improving your home in some way, or someone new is coming in or out of your home, and it could be through the pregnancy, and it could be a new chef. There is something new that doesn't seem so perfect, but you know that it's perfect for you. So, and it's on the home front. And that might mean that you do polygamy, or that might mean that you have foster children, or it might mean that you are putting on an addition, or it might mean that you're buying a new home. It might be that you're moving. It might be that you're like going to live tiny, and that's something that other people don't understand all the time. And so even though it may not be working for them, it's working for you. That might be what you're researching as well. I think that you may be receiving healing advice through downloads, maybe getting downloads of healing energy. You're getting spiritually healed. Your inner knowings and your kind of like the fact that you're in touch with your intuition, it's becoming more and more clear to you what you need to do to improve your situation. So maybe you get an idea to look something up, and that's where your guidance is coming in, and then you're looking into it deeper. There's something like that going on here, where you are being divinely guided on how to heal certain aspects, and maybe in yourself and others. So this is causing you to feel really empowered. And this is giving you the confidence you need to know that you can bring this new thing into life, that you can make the changes on your home front that you need to make, that you can trust yourself to follow what it is that you're guided to and feeling inspired to. And I think that you're recognizing the accomplishments that you've already made and celebrating them. So I feel like you know where you're unclear. Like, it's like it feels just a little bit like, oh, I know there's something more for me to know. And that's why you're being driven towards doing this research and towards making these changes and towards opening yourself to the new. You may not be able to take everybody with you, but you may. You know, that would be a personal choice, but it's the place where this card falls on the board means there's unwanted outside influences. So I just want to open you up to the idea that if there are some things that need to fall away, that might be an appropriate thing to do, is to allow it. Because it might be what needs to happen in order to make room for what it is that you desire to come to you. And I believe you know that it will come to you, and I think you know that this is just a process of learning and undoing and kind of clarifying your intentions and following the guidance that you receive. Okay, Pisces, this has been your reading. I want to thank you for joining me on this adventure. Now it's time to make a choice. So you'll want to use that keen intuition of yours to make a decision about which direction you want to go in next. And I will see you there. Hello, you chose Aries 22. Welcome to the next part of your adventure. So we're starting out this portion of the reading, with Themis, which is an asteroid that signifies balance and justice. So you've been balancing out some of the energies that you came to Earth in order to balance out. Because some things are not yet balanced, or because your highest self has an initiative to maintain some of the mystery about your experience, not all things are clear, not all things are known at this time. And that is part of how it's meant to be for you during this part of your journey. Okay, so things are still unfolding, and not everything is clear at this time. But you are being guided and protected on this journey. Like, protection I look at as you're only going to line up with the experiences that are meant for you, and you'll line up with them at the time that you are prepared to handle them. So that's what I mean by protected. The time period of 1 week is highlighted here, and so I believe that within this past week, or within the week that you're in moving forward, you'll you'll have an experience of some of the things that are being highlighted for you to bring into balance, or where balance is being created by the way or the means of you being able to see the other side of something. You'll also get the fruits of your labor, or you'll be shown where your efforts put you in a place of limitation, meaning where we have certain responsibilities in life, if you were taking those responsibilities on and fulfilling them, this is the time when you would reap the payment or reap the return on those investments. And if there were places where you did not invest your time and you maybe avoided or suppressed or denied some of the responsibilities, you may be experiencing restriction around those things, or maybe being required to address some of those things now. We also have the time period of 1 month, so on a bigger scale, this could be happening over time. We also got 8 weeks, so it's showing that this has been unfolding for you continuously. When we have our Saturn return, this happens sometime in our late 20s, early 30s, and again in around our age 50. And so you may actually be experiencing your Saturn return if you are one of those ages, in that age range, or it could just be the experience of some of these things that I described that can also happen during the Saturn return. Again, here's more emphasis on things are not always clear. Things are not what they seem. There could be some places where you have been self-sabotaging or self-undoing, or where people have been working against you, or you perceived that, or where you didn't have all the information there was to have. And those kind of things are becoming more clear to you at this time. Or if the thing isn't becoming clear, it's becoming clear that that is the case. Now, as part of your design, you're not being shown all the information, and the reason is because one of the spiritual lessons or tests or things that you want to learn while you're here on Earth is the idea that it's important to be able to step into the unknown. When we are in our comfort zone and we know what's going to happen, we feel safe and protected. However, we're also safe and protected to go out into the world and to experience new things. And the experiences that you're having are lending toward, and maybe even pushing you toward, a need to step into the unknown. And this would cause you to have to face the places in you where you feel fearful of the unknown, and maybe even fearful of a success that you could experience when you step into the place of limitless possibilities. It shows that if you were to look at your birth chart in the astrology, that this experience that you're having is built right into that chart, meaning this was something that was planned for you to experience all the time. You may want to look into having an astrology reading to find out more about this. There's something where you wanted to pioneer something into a space that is not well explored, but you will be the one to forge ahead into that space. The way forward comes with a slight tension, where it's not completely comfortable, so you're having to take steps towards places where you're not feeling completely comfortable. And specifically in this week surrounding the time when you're having this reading, this is one of those cases. One of the things that you might be facing is the need to find forgiveness, and this could be self-forgiveness. So perhaps you're being shown places where you didn't take up the responsibility the way you could have, and you may need to forgive yourself for that. You may be finding places where you were restricted from outside sources or other people, and you may be needing to find forgiveness for that. So there's a formula for forgiveness, and that involves honoring how you feel first, however that is. Okay. Everything that you're going through right now is offering you a different perspective. So You're getting a bigger picture view over the whole, everything that's been happening over the past month's time. If you step back and look at that period of time within your life, you will see something from a different view. And it doesn't mean the view that you are already in is invalid. It means that both views are valid. Both views are going to be helpful to you. So it's not to say that you were wrong to be looking at it the way that you had been. It just means that here's an opportunity to expand your awareness to a bigger picture view that will also be beneficial to you. Now, this balance is what's happening over the 8-week period. So you'll just start to see, as you look at things differently, as you honor and understand that there's other ways to look at things, you'll see things coming into balance. Like for every weakness, we have strengths that offset that, right? And vice versa. And you'll just kind of see the bigger picture, the puzzle. You may find out that there's actually friendship where you thought there were enemies, or that you are a bigger friend to the earth than you realized, or that the earth is supporting you more than you knew. You may realize the importance of friendships in your life. You may discover that there's a friend that wasn't as much of a friend as you thought. All of these experiences are giving you the opportunity to be in line with your integrity. Even the act, and especially the act of pioneering, of going out on your own, it may require you to work against the grain and not what everybody else is doing or what everyone expects you to do or what you expected yourself to do. But in realizing this bigger picture view, you're also realizing what your values are. And in order to stay in line with your values, you are having to make these moves in line with your integrity, which is staying in line with what's important to you. So it's a very personal thing. It's not something necessarily that others would find as important or valuable as you do. So this is your inner urge. This whole experience is lining you up to be in tune and in line with your inner urge, because that's what you came here to forge a way for, the energy that is you. So it's causing you to have to balance out some of the things that were in the way, that were clouding your view, that were there for the purpose of you to learn from, to actually take the time to look at the restriction of and take on the responsibility of learning from some of those things, balancing out the energy so that you can walk forward with the wisdom you gained from the experience, in order to act from what it is that's urging from within you. Okay, so that completes this portion of your adventure. From here, you will be asked to make another decision. So I want you to use your own inner urge to decide where you want to go from here. And I will see you there. Hello. You chose Aries 12. Let's take a look at a situation going on for you. There is victory to be had. There's celebration going on. And it may not feel as fulfilling as you thought it would. I think that you had high hopes for a situation, but when it comes to the reality of it, it doesn't quite, it maybe feels like a bigger burden than you thought it would. The having of this thing that you wanted and hoped for might feel like more of a burden than you thought it would. There's a new timeline available for you because of this, okay? So Saturn, I call him the timekeeper. And he's also responsible for kind of keeping us to the schedule of making sure we learn all that we meant to learn. And what we meant to learn is shown in our astrological birth chart. And so when we have a new timeline, it means that we've completed something certain that we wanted to understand. So when we have a full understanding of it, or sometimes even when we don't yet have a full understanding of it, but it's time to move on to something new, we will enter a new timeline where we'll have a new focus or something else that will be highlighted as in front of us to learn. But all along the way, this is stuff that's moving us towards our destiny. So in order to get to our final destination, there's certain things that we want to learn along the way, and so we're being shown those things. So there was something that had a bigger lesson in it. When you wanted to just spend the time celebrating it, it actually turned out to be not exactly all that you had hoped for it to be, but there was a lesson in that as well. So there was some sort of illusion going on around it where it seemed a lot more enticing than it was, but it actually caused you a lot of stress. And maybe it was like the stress was the trying to get to the point where you could have it. And you realized that all that stress was like, it was like something that you didn't really need to stress about because it wasn't really all that fruitful for you. And perhaps even you kept in the cycle of it, like maybe it wasn't meant for you, but you didn't catch on to that at first, so you stayed in the cycle of wanting it for a long time until the universe finally lined you up with it. And the reason that you were lined up with it was so that you would finally see that it wasn't actually meant for you. It was kind of off your path. The thing you hoped for wasn't actually the best thing for you. It was actually just more of a situation to learn from. So by giving it to you, you were able to then finally see. So then you would try to look at the things that you learned from the situation so you could leave it behind. And that's when you started to see the truth of the matter. And the truth of the matter was that you were able to tell yourself certain stories or stay in certain illusions or fantasy or fairy tale kind of things about things that you wanted to achieve or things that may or may not be good for you. You learned these things, and that was a really important truth that you meant to learn about in this lifetime. So on this new timeline, the way you got to it, or the way that you are getting to it, is through your inspiration. So through this truth, the truth that you've now realized, you are getting inspired to something else. But of course, you're doing it from a much more informed place of what's important to you and who you are, and what's actually worth staying hopeful for and staying devoted to. So you're now looking at something that's more in line with who you really are. And you are aware of the fact that there can be illusions in the situation. Like you're totally alerted to that fact now. And so maybe now is when, instead of using your mind to tell yourself the story of why you should keep working towards something, you may be really spending some time getting into the feeling of things to look for the harmonics of it, right? Like, does it feel right? Does it feel like the truth? When you are following your intuition, for instance, the way that I follow my intuition is if I use my mind to do it, it's more like just guessing. But if I sink into my body and I ask my body, show me the feeling. Like say it's a test about just trying to ask like which cup is the pebble under, like I can sink into my intuition and feel what's truth. And I think that's kind of what you're doing now. It's like you're sinking in to feel the truth of the matter so that you can't be fooled. And there may be a coming together with somebody through this process. The process that you were hoping for, the thing that you were hoping for, could have been a coming together with somebody. But that proved to be something that wasn't in line with the day-to-day life that supports where you're going now. but it actually gave you opportunity to feel into some very solidified feelings that actually you brought in from a past life. So this experience also kind of uprooted some long-standing ways of feeling, and so made you question, like, it's like, well, if things always feel this way and you're used to this way might be comfortable. But then when you learn that this thing that you've been using to comfort yourself actually isn't the truth of the matter, it's causing you to kind of uproot and look at those feelings on a deeper level and find the real truth and find what it is you've been placating yourself with, like, where you've been maybe deceiving yourself or not letting yourself see into the truth of things. Feeling in your body what stress you've been overlooking because your body was probably holding the stress of the untruth or the misunderstanding in it this whole time. So this is allowing you to look at a bigger picture view, have a more full view. You're also more able to see who is good for you, who is supporting you, who is loving, and be a better friend to yourself overall. Whenever you're stepping into a new timeline or closing out a cycle, or maybe even making a decision about a relationship, there's a 3-day period where the new information that you find is going to take to be integrated and show up in your reality. So even though you've kind of made these changes and realized this truth, you may still have noticed that there was still a period of time where it needed to kind of fully integrate in order to show up in your reality. And now that you are on this new timeline, whether you're in the amidst the 3 days or the 3 days have passed, or we're just talking about this in order for you to make sense of what actually happened, or you're about to enter into this kind of cycle. It's really showing you the difference between who is a friend, who is there to support you, who wants to understand you, who wants to take the time to understand you. And this is happening. You're lining up with people who do want to be a friend, who are willing to love you on that real brotherly love kind of level, because you're giving this to yourself. Because you're not beating yourself up over decisions and hopes that you made. You are actually loving yourself through that and actually being a friend to yourself, and giving yourself the opportunity to understand yourself better. So this is lining you up with friendships and new people that are actually more suited to the trajectory that you're now on. And this new trajectory will involve being in service, not only to yourself, so now you've been in service to yourself by helping yourself out of a difficult situation, and now this will also translate to your life and to others. So where you may have been going this alone for a long time, right? Just staying in this hopeful state, trying to achieve this thing. And now you will be, because you've helped yourself out of that state, you'll be lining up with people who are helpful. And you may be lining up with people who need help to move from that too. And they may just get help from you by seeing you operating in a new way, and you being the inspiration and the example of what it is to break out of stagnant old ways of being and to step into a new timeline with the truth that's been learned, in order to free yourself and go towards something that's much more loving, simply by taking the time to love yourself through whatever situation that was. Ooh, wonderful. So, at this point in the journey, this adventure takes us in another direction. It's time to make another decision. So, you'll want to use your own intuition, maybe feeling into what's correct for you, and feel where it is that you want to go next. And I will see you there. Hi, Taurus 68. So let's take a look at what's going on now. We have a fated time in your life for you to notice the pattern that's been repeating. So it's something that you have been through many times before. You've probably noticed that there's a pattern that's like, I always come to this point and this always happens. Okay? And it's like, this was the time for you to realize that pattern. So it's a pattern where there may be a looking outside of yourself and repeating something that's been taught to you, or repeating the narrative in favor of someone else that's been taught to you. Like you've been taught to support or love something certain, and you're starting to realize that it might not be as true for you anymore. Or there's something about it that doesn't resonate as much. There's something about it that feels like a broken record. And it was useful for you to have that view for the time you had it, but there's something pushing you to really question it now. And you're just getting this higher perspective, and not only that, but a lot of things. So there may be a lot of patterns that are becoming just too plain to ignore at this point. So this is because at this time in your incarnation on Earth, you agreed to have this higher perspective integrated within you. And in order to make room for it, you're needing to balance out a lot of energy. And the way we do that is to recognize the patterns of looping energy and to take each one at a time to integrate them by understanding them more fully. And that means accepting, acknowledging, validating, and accepting the view we have of something. And that allows us to look at another view of it as well, and also love the part of us that experienced it. So we're not making it wrong, we're not resisting it. We're actually fully accepting all aspects of something that we've experienced. And if that is in the case of supporting something that we no longer support, it's important to recognize that while we supported it, that was right for us. So instead of resisting or going in the direction opposite of what we were, first we're fully accepting where we have come from before we look at the other aspects and other perspectives too. If you look in your natal birth chart, your astrological birth chart, you would see that this experience is in there. So you may want to look into getting an astrology reading at this time, or you may want to look at the chart yourself. But there's a lot that you're opening up to. It's like this limitless, vast spiritual perspective, or even this experience of knowing there are limitless possibilities. But this may be a little bit uncomfortable for you at times, because I think that it's something where you tend to analyze a lot, and since it can never be fully known, you could get lost in a lot of analysis. But it's something that you're prepared to deal with. It's like, even though that is the truth, even though there is a limitless possibilities, you will find a way to situate yourself within that understanding in order to continue operating as a human being on Earth. So as you were in these perspectives, each one was important for you to learn from. Like, the information that you gain from having those perspectives is going to be useful for you going forward. You've had, new feelings about these situations, so that's caused you to start questioning things and seeing them from different ways. And you may even be looking at some of your more admirable traits, really valuing yourself and the traits that you have. That's interesting. The wind kind of just blew this natal marker here. And I feel like maybe you're even realizing the changeability of your life as you find different things to focus on. Like as you focus on the things that you like about yourself, the strengths that you have, maybe you're seeing things from different perspective and you're only seeing more and more things to like. Maybe you're even starting to find a like and an appreciation for the weaknesses that you have. You're just looking at things from a much higher perspective and really applying self-love to all the things that you're experiencing. So this is interesting because we have Echo and Narcissus. And the mythology of Echo and Narcissus is that Echo was in love with Narcissus, who was in love with himself. And while Narcissus was cursed to only look at his own reflection and repeat, that how much he loved himself, Echo took up the role of only repeating what Narcissus said, echoing what Narcissus said, which was that he loved himself. So she loved him too. And perhaps this is like a balancing out of that energy in particular, that loop. Like maybe you have had a lot of experience with going into relationships or growing up in situations where people were self-serving, self-loving, and without including the best interest of others. And so as a result, maybe some of the coping mechanisms that go along with those things, such as neglecting self or being people-pleasing or things like that, were experiences that you had. And so you've been able to look at that up close and personal and dissect and look at the details of what creates those kind of experiences in the human experience. I was going to say in the human psyche. So by doing that, by noticing the patterns that create these outcomes, you are able to balance out that energy and clear those timelines. This is something that your soul came to do, and that Virgo energy of being able to analyze and also look at the details of these things was part of the skill that your soul came in with. So you're creating justice, meaning once this balance has been created in these type situations, that you serve as an example for others to be able to find their way out, and the energy exists on earth in a more solidified manner for others to also find their way out of those patterns. And it doesn't mean that everyone needs to follow the same way you've done it. It just means that it's now a possibility, and it may inspire others to do it their own way even. We've got the Zeus energy, so perhaps you did experience relationships with energies such as Zeus, where Zeus, he could be a very nice guy and have a soft spot for some things, but there was a lot of places where he was more of a tyrant and more of a stubborn figure who ruled over others and, could let his anger get the best of him. So where sometimes he rescued people with odd means or transformed people, he was also somewhat of a trickster and, even tricked his own sister into marrying him out of guilt and shame by applying guilt and shame to her. So these are some of the things that you wanted to experience and that you've created balance in. Either being those things yourself or dealing with people who had those types of energies. You were able to look under the surface of those things. What creates it? Why is it there? You may even have made a career or will be making a career, or you may be known, your reputation might be known to others as someone who has overcome this type thing. Through overcoming this type thing, you understand that you're breaking out of comfort zones and there's no longer a predictable pattern to be followed. So this can create chaos, whereas the structures that were built on the foundation of those kind of premises will now crumble due to those premises being eliminated. So once the truth is realized on these premises, the foundations that are no longer supported cause chaos and will crumble things that are no longer supported. And so this is part of one of the things that you're having to work through. And this may cause you to have to go and clean up some of the things from the past that were built on foundations that no longer support them. Perhaps there's part of your soul that experienced these things in other lifetimes, but didn't quite get to fully clear it. And so you're experiencing it again in this lifetime so that it's fully validated. It's like maybe there was like another lifetime where you did it and you got out of it, but you never got to validate yourself on why you were in it. So when you came back to look at it in this lifetime with the analysis ability and the attention to detail, it was with the purpose specifically of validating why it happens. What are the components in a human life that could create such a thing? So you may have had a lot of experiences with it. You may have been fully immersed in a group of or a family of people who were not able to use empathy or consider your highest good because they were stuck in their own trauma loops. So you were understanding that. And it looks like that we've got the timeline of 1 day for justice. So perhaps, this is actually happening like now or highlighted for you right now. And it's just a matter of honoring what you've been through and not judging it as wrong or like you made mistakes or like you're lesser or you're not worthy. It's like literally something your soul came into experience and should be honored as such. You have 3 or 4 years, so it may feel like it's been a long time, and that might be part of the things that you have to honor in yourself, that this has been a process, that there has been a lot to look at, and that's what you've been doing. So whereas you might have perceived it as suffering because it was a suffering perspective that put you in to the energies of this, in actuality, as you clear the timelines of it and clear all the weaknesses and the emotions that have not yet been honored and accepted and validated, you'll eventually see from a different, wider perspective what good can come out of having experienced that. And you will perhaps even be a really good example to a lot of people on how to collect back parts of self, because you're so detail oriented and you can see how this gets rooted within people and really how it gets perpetuated. And I think you're going to be expressing about it, and there may be a lot of foundations that crumble due to you expressing about it, very publicly maybe, very passionately maybe. And there's a 3-week time period as well being referenced here. So this may be happening where you're looking at a lot of things from the past during Mercury retrograde or whenever you see this, just so that you can understand more fully and validate each and every perspective that you held and each and every story that you told yourself about why you were doing what you were doing. Okay. So this completes this part of your journey. And you have been on quite a journey, haven't you? Well, in order to continue on this journey, you are now faced with another decision. So, through this, I'm sure that you've learned a lot of discernment and you are able to pay attention to details. So I'd like to invite you to utilize those skills in order to make your next decision on where you'd like to take this next. And I will see you there. You chose Taurus 10. Here is your message. So you may have been doing some deep diving into your shadow or your subconscious or the reasons why you do things. You may have been asking yourself things about what you think, why you're doing it, and also doing some introspection and self-analysis. You're gaining awareness about your own self. and what motivates you. And I think that you're getting a lot of good results from doing so. Perhaps where you felt like things were limitations before, you're finding some victory around loosening those things up and making it easier to work with the energy that you have. Really appreciating those aspects of yourself. Maybe even first noticing in others some aspects that you admire and then realizing that you have them in yourself too. We have a time period of 5 weeks, so this may have been happening over a period of 5 weeks. And I think that for a while, when you were looking at things to admire in others, you weren't recognizing that you have those aspects in yourself as well. And you may have been focused on the things that you're lacking. And that was actually just to show you the difference between what it feels like when you're focused on path and what it feels like when you're focused off path. And really, there is no on or off path. So I feel like the reason both of these energies came in to this reading is so we could actually balance out the misunderstanding about that. Like, we can't get it wrong. That this is literally all just an evolution of learning and realizing and experiencing different perspectives. So, through what you've been learning, though, through this introspection and deep diving into self, you have started to see that things with fresh eyes. It feels like a new day, a new way. You may have even realized the secrets or the key to healing yourself. You may be getting amazing good results through this introspection and actually collecting hurt parts of yourself that had been previously misunderstood or may even have even felt like something went wrong. You're finding the acknowledgement and acceptance for those experiences that you've had as well. You may have visited a shaman. I think that you're getting more and more comfortable with where you're putting your efforts, what you want to invest in. This may have been unfolding for you over the course of 3 to 4 years. And really what it's been doing is, especially over the past 5 weeks, it's putting you in touch with your inner urge, that feral energy that is driven from inside of you. So not where you're trying to cope with something or cope with avoiding something or cope with expectations of someone or yourself or trying to achieve something or meet expectations, but actually just doing what you're inspired to do from within and eliminating anything that's in the way of that. And so even the places where you felt like things weren't working out for you or you might be off track, it's actually just a helpful experience that lends towards your healing and that you're healing that perspective. Because in actuality, you needed the contrast of feeling what it feels like to be going in that direction that doesn't feel good and what it feels like to be going in the direction of what does feel good. And by having that contrast, you know what you prefer, and you now have the perspective you need to be able to steer yourself when it comes to what you really want in your inner urge. So this opens up limitless possibilities for you. It really opens up the door to anything you want to experience. And one of the things that you might feel really in touch with is the animal spirit totems. So you may be coming in contact with an abundance of messages through the form of animals, insects, birds, any form of spirit totem messages or animals or symbols, because that is something that your soul is tuned to. That's something that you easily notice. And this is tied to the shamanism, especially. So these symbols that you are coming in contact with are really helping you feel reassured and are there to show you how in tune you are with the world that you're in and how much you can trust your own instincts to navigate this path that you're on. And whether you experience something that feels good or feels not as good, it's all going to be valuable perspective for you, because it all leads you to a reflection of what is going on within your own energy. Hey, so that completes this portion of your adventure. Now, following in line with what feels right to you, or perhaps you want to explore something that feels less in harmony, the decision will be yours. So, you're going to be able to make that decision now, and I will see you there. Hi, you chose Gemini 22. Welcome to this part of your adventure. Let's see, this message starts out by talking about a mask. Now, this means that there's some sort of way where you're maybe trying to fit in or not feeling as comfortable with being vulnerable in a certain area. And in order to be on Earth, you may have had to adopt this for the reason of exploration and understanding something about being on Earth, about the restrictions of being on Earth, about the groundedness, about the freedom, about the energy of love in particular, the higher octave of love. So perhaps by masking certain authentic aspects of yourself, you may have learned about conditional love. So because you may be not fully accepting of parts of yourself, you may be experiencing conditional love outside of yourself through the people that you're interacting with. And it's a reflection of you having conditions on the parts of yourself that you will accept and love. Over a 2 to 3 month period, though, you have been shedding these masks. You have been collecting parts of yourself that, by actually recognizing that those parts need your love, by being present with the uncomfortable feelings associated with being vulnerable or being seen in those ways. Perhaps you met a good counselor or a good friend that has been assisting you with this, where you're just kind of letting yourself be seen more, letting the truth of who you are be known. And this is allowing you to be much more graceful in your experience on Earth, where you're not as inclined to take things personal. You are not as inclined to expect of other people or attach to an outcome. You're really allowing experiences to unfold and reveal themselves to you. And this is because you are a healer. You have been learning to heal. And this has afforded you this beautiful feeling of truth and grace. And you could not have understood that without having the experience of the absence of that. Perhaps some of the things that you've been healing is self-worth issues or issues around hoarding property, possessions, perhaps issues around your role in the workplace and how you make a living and trying to live up to expectations of either yourself or family members or people in the workplace. Perhaps there was a certain level of pessimism that you kept on as a mask, maybe to keep your own expectations in check or to keep the expectations of others in check, meaning if they knew that you were grumpy or pessimistic or didn't believe in a cause, they might not ask you to join in. They might not ask you to do more. They might not ask you to go that extra mile. So it could have been a way to protect yourself. But I think that it actually also let you see the results of holding that type energy. Like you got to see underneath people's through people's reaction to that, and then that reaction to that they displayed was also a mirror of how you were treating yourself with regard to that. So this allowed you to accept these certain aspects of yourself, accept by first acknowledging and validating why you were operating under those pretenses. So maybe you came to understand like that it was a requirement to in order to survive certain things, or that you were taught this directly by having the example of it in the household you grew up in, or in the workplace that you entered. Maybe it's just the truth of the career that you entered into, or the truth of the expectations of the people around you. I think that you've been celebrating all the freedoms that you've gained and the grace that you've been able to experience through this whole process. You may have realized that you have certain specialties, things that interest you, things that you're really good at, such as healing. And that we all have specialties, but yours is in particular healing, or one of yours is healing. I think that you're able to look at real detailed analysis of what makes up someone's self-worth and what causes self-worth issues. You may have been able to also study what longing goes along with pessimism, or what longing causes pessimism. Because pessimism would be an indication of lack. And if we're in lack, we may be left longing for something. And pessimism could be a way to guard against feeling that longing if we just tell ourselves the story that it's not something we could have anyway. So by accepting that about ourselves, meaning loving the part of ourselves who felt pessimistic, that part of us can be with us. We don't have to resist it anymore. We don't have to act in ways that cause us to resist feeling the feelings that go along with it. And once we do that, the pessimism just sort of falls away, as does the longing. And this is where the clarity is gained in order to come into faith. When we understand that things are working out for our highest good, including the times when we feel pessimism or longing, including the times where we feel like we have to hide or that part of us is not acceptable, there is this understanding that since everything is working out, we can trust in that. And this is certainly something like the fruits of your labor. It's like that beautiful feeling of grace and faith. It just feels good. It just feels like a celebration of life. It is the celebration of life. And it's such a beautiful way to experience life. And the last energy that came through for you is this mystery. And so it's like with this perspective and with this understanding of life and with the operational system that you now have access to, collecting parts of yourself, alleviating any longing and pessimism through understanding it, through accepting and validating it and loving yourself through it, Now you are open to experience the mystery of life with a full understanding and trust for yourself, knowing you can handle what it is that you're going to face because you have shown yourself grace, you have shown yourself faith. And these are the things that you will experience going forward. And maybe these are things that you haven't fully experienced yet. And so it's limitless possibilities, and it's also unknown. So that's very exciting. And as far as your adventure, this is where this part ends, and you get to make a decision about what you would like to explore next. So the rest is still unwritten. So please use your own intuition to decide, and I will see you there. Hi, you chose Gemini 44. Here's the next portion of your adventure. We've got authentic. Let's see. Pattern. Conciliation. I'm just going to get a few of these out here to see what direction this is going into. Some sort of turning point with a pattern that you've recognized. And the pattern is revealing to you where you are separate from your authenticity. That's why there's a turning point in it, because you recognize in this pattern what is or isn't true about how you really feel. And somehow it has to do with grounding a reconciliation. Let's see more about this. It has to do with location and Cupid, being shot with Cupid's arrow. So maybe it's like you haven't been authentic with how you feel about somebody, or a breakup that you've had. And at the right time, just at the right time, you run into this person, right? And there is like this urge, this, like you get shot with Cupid's arrow, and you really feel like you need to assert this authenticity into the situation. Okay? And in fact, it comes to your awareness through stress, like the thought of not doing it is burdensome to you. There's some sort of way that you feel like you've already been in this pattern. You feel like maybe there have been many opportunities to assert this truth before, however, you have not taken that opportunity. So the pattern is to avert the opportunity and then feel stressed out about it. And it's a karmic loop. Okay? So the karma is trying to reconcile some people here. And it would indicate there's some really powerful deities looking over and trying to assist. And it could be through the way of emotional urges, an overflow of emotion. Like this stress could feel really strong. This is all stemming from a past life connection. And so there's karma in a situation that stemmed from a past life that is waiting to be more fully understood and balanced out in this lifetime. So the reason this urge keeps coming up is, and this opportunity keeps presenting itself, is so that this karma can be alleviated. The mythology of Ariadne is that she gave with an expectation of getting something in return. She risked herself to rescue and assist somebody to regain balance or get on their feet, so to speak. and then that person abandoned her. So perhaps in a past life, this was the type situation where in this lifetime, maybe you've parted ways with somebody who helped you out a lot, or somebody who you helped a lot has not been in touch with you and abandoned you at in your time of need. But you've entered into a new timeline here, so, or a new timeline is being offered. So this energy needs to be cleared up in order to move on to that new timeline. The new timeline allows a shining, like of the trueness of who you are. There may be some travel involved in the relationship, in when these two parties happen upon each other. Like it may be just like, wow, like what are the chances that we would both travel to this place at the same time? We've got human design here, so if you haven't looked into your human design, you may want to. There may be valuable information within that study, within that way of looking at energy and the way it works between people. Let's see. We'll see if there's any more to say about that as we go. But you are being presented with the opportunity to bring this to Earth in a way that will alleviate the karma. Selene is about clearing karma. And until this karma is cleared, this pattern from the past life will repeat. Sisyphus was the one cursed to push the boulder up the hill. And every time he got to the top, it went right back down. And that was his curse, to keep doing it over and over again. So this karma must be alleviated in this lifetime, and it's stemming from a past life and being presented here for clearing, specifically. There are some solidified feelings about it. So the reason why it's going to be brought up and brought up and brought up, and maybe all of these times where there were choices to be truthful and authentic and that wasn't possible, it scraped away a layer of the feeling or the block that's keeping the authenticity from being there. This old timeline must be cleaned up in order to enter the new timeline. So the stress that's caused by not taking the opportunity is going to get hotter and more, and like there's just going to be no way to avoid it. If you looked in your natal chart, you would see that this is built right in there. And some of the situation, like the worries, the fears, they're based on the past life. They're based on what happened in the past. They're not necessarily going to happen in this incarnation. This incarnation is for clearing the karma. But the fears need to come out. The doubts need to come out. So they are being poked or like triggered. And that's the stress that's being felt here. And the reason is because they need to be cleared. So each time it's poked or triggered in the parties, then they're able to clear the illusion and see through that portion, so that eventually when this opportunity comes around again, it can be balanced out in the karma. We've got the time frame of 5 weeks, so this could be going on in the 5-week period surrounding the time you get this reading, or really highlighted in a 5-week period. But it could also be going back to the times of Lemuria and things that were trying to be balanced out since ancient times. So there may be a lot of layers, a lot of stresses, a lot of illusions to clear in this particular situation. But this is a member of your soul family, and they are playing a part for you in particular that allows you to learn very specific and important things that lend towards you shining your light here on Earth in this incarnation. Balance must be made in this situation. Justice must be served. This is a specialty you have in this person as well. It's not a mistake that this is happening. This is something that both parties are specialized in, and wanting to learn in. And the patterns of emotional avoidance, suppression, denial are being broken apart by this passionate need to resolve this. And there may be helpful things to learn about it through divination. It may have even begun because of divination in the way back. But the illusions are being healed as they're presented. Both parties are completely capable and with what it takes to understand things on this deeper level and to apply their spiritual knowledge and wisdom to this situation. And as each thing is cleared from the past life, the realization of compatibility becomes more and more clear. Over a 9 to 10 month period, there may have been a lot of this going on, or that may have been the period of time where the lack was being experienced, where Ariadne was feeling resentful of being abandoned in the situation. There may have been a lot of pride to be cleared in this situation, but what it's revealing is love. There's love in this situation. And there's commitment in this situation. Like, both parties have committed on a soul level to do the healing work in this situation. And there's a biquintal here, meaning through doing this work, both parties are realizing something that their soul is gifted in doing. Meaning, through resolving the energies that come up and are activated in this experience, both parties get to realize something about themselves which will be useful in this incarnation going forward. These are, I want to say, like high-level souls, and high-level meaning there's a lot of experience that goes along with this soul's journey. Okay, this soul came to remember a lot that's gone on throughout ancient times. And in order to embody that, there likely has been a lot of, I want to say, like, challenge, maybe even perceived as suffering earlier on in the experience. But these are kindred souls. They do understand eventually here that they are compatible kindred souls working together to do something, and that both will realize the importance of following through on the things that they have committed to, following through on what they know to be true about themselves, their own integrity, and their own authenticity. They are ritualistically being exposed to the things that keep them from doing such. Wow. Isn't that beautiful? Well, it sounds like you are on quite an adventure, and I'm really curious to see what happens next for you. So it's your decision on what you want to explore next. So please use your own intuition to decide what it is, and I will see you there. Hello, you chose Cancer 25. And let's take a look at the energy in this experience for you. It looks like you have been cut off from a higher way of looking at something. And the thing that's doing it for you is pride. Now, sometimes pride can be, I'm proud, I need or want certain appreciations or admirations, or I will not sink to certain levels. But sometimes pride can also be, everything went wrong, it's my fault, just like taking it to the level of an inferior pride, which seems counterintuitive, but pride is basically based on an expectation of needing to perform in a certain way to get admiration or adulation. So pride is actually something that, although very common in our culture currently, it's actually something that can cap us and limit us in our lives. Because it can make us think that we are lacking until we achieve certain things, and it can make us have the experience of conditional love, meaning the love we receive is based on our accomplishments or doing something that is acceptable or wanted by our parental figures or people around us. When in actuality, our value is inherent, and that each person has a specialty, and not everyone in the current culture is willing to understand that and know that while one person has a specialty in this, another has it in that. Whereas the schooling systems and things don't support the different specialties for each person. There are some schools, such as charter schools and vocational schools, that do support this type thing. But generally speaking, some people have been limited by the structures in our culture in this way. So it could have been something as simple as that, is that our culture actually sets you up to be cut off from this higher way of looking at things. But you are now being presented with this opportunity, or you already have been able to see past that, and you're willing to look at things in a new way, something fresh here. And I think that came through taking certain responsibilities for the things that you are experiencing in life, the things that are put in front of you, and things like that. Okay, so I was interrupted, and that may have been kind of what the experience was for you. And when I say that, I mean like the energy of pride that you needed to experience in order to learn about it fully and have the wisdom gained from it going forward may have interrupted you from achieving some things that you wanted to achieve. But it didn't stop you from putting in the effort. So you learned a lot about what did work and what didn't work. And so you really gained a lot of perspective from this, and really essentially grew in the direction that allows you a lot of grace. Meaning you have the space within you to understand that there may be challenges along the way, and that it's not wrong, and there is a lot to achieve and learn from, and that there's kind of like gold nuggets in every challenge and things like that. So it kind of puts you in this state of really being in touch with the feeling of being on track. So you kind of know when you're in the flow state. And it actually doesn't mean that you're off path any other time. It's just that you know that you're kind of not having to alchemize an energy when you feel in the flow of things. So the sun was shown on any of the limiting patterns that you experienced. Maybe where you saw things to admire in others, you now understand that those things exist in you as well. You gained a bigger understanding of about what pride is and how it can limit you. This new perspective may have been dawning now for about 6 months, where things are just becoming easier and easier, and you can see where things that don't work are actually working for you in a way that you may not have realized prior to this shift. You're not letting yourself be led by blind desire, and you are not taking it personal when somebody else can't meet you in the place that you are, which is like a more limitless place of unconditional love. You're really letting your emotions flow. And that's funny because that kind of laid itself down in a reversed manner. So I want to say there are still some things that are unclear. And it's really put you in a position to have to follow the emotions and how they feel within your body in order to know whether you are going in a direction of a path of least resistance. So you've gained a lot of freedom, and you understand the value of your free will. And I believe that you really enjoy being in this flow state and having the freedom and understanding the truth of the matter. Got 12 days or 12 weeks, and that may be a significant time period for you in learning this. We also got 180 days, right next to 6 months. So you may be in the middle of this shift, like there may be more shifting as you go. And you may have even had to look at the real dark side of some things, right? The real extremes that some people can take it to. The real kind of revenge type things, and you've had to maybe face those type things and not take it personal. And you may have actually been inspired to get creative in the way that you deal with those situations. So maybe you found new ways to channel the emotion around unrequited love, around dark things like revenge and murder and very unpleasant things that are destructive. And so through experiencing things, either from as an onlooker or having to go through them, you were forced to have to deal with certain uncomfortable emotions, and this caused you to use your creative means and the grace that you had gained through not taking it personal to uncover creative means by which you can alchemize these difficult energies and situations. Okay. So, wow, right? Now it's time for you to make another decision about where this adventure will go. So, use your own intuition to decide, and I will see you there. Hi, you chose Cancer 74. Let's see what we have for this part of your adventure. We got trust, 2 to 3 months, a transit. So there's been a slight tension over the time period of 2 to 3 months. And the tension has drawn your awareness to a place where there was a violation of your boundaries, or perhaps some untruths, or perhaps an overpowering or manipulation or coerciveness that was happening, either through you or to you. This was the time for you to become aware of it. There was some sort of force being taken towards you, and it was a perspective. If you were doing that, then that was a perspective that you wanted to experience, to have, to gain, for what you will be doing next. And if that was being done to you, same thing. So the experience was for the purpose of having that perception. The perception that you had through this experience is going to be valuable and important. And because you've had it, you took the time to acknowledge it, you validate, not only that either that you've had that experience or that you've been doing that, you're validating why. Like maybe you're validating the weakness that allowed that to happen to you, or the weakness that allowed you to do that, and then accepting it either way. Like accepting that that is the truth of the thing, and then loving the part of you that was a party to that experience. And this is how you were able to clear this energy and apply, higher understanding, spiritual truths were applied to this situation in order to shift it and see a bigger picture view. And then by realizing your boundary in response to the situation, you are able to earn your own trust, or have trust in yourself as you handle the situation, and perhaps part ways with the other party involved. Okay. It may have been very difficult. There may have been a clash within the 2 days. It may have gone on for 2 days where it was just so highlighted and it was very uncomfortable. Like perhaps you were in a situation you can't get out of for a couple days, which caused you to have to look at this situation and create balance in it. And also communicate about it. I think that you had to share your truth about this situation, and you had to stand in your truth. And this may have affected your hopes and dreams or friendships that you had. This was a turning point for you. So you no longer will be lined up with experiences like that, or have to experience things like that. And the wisdom you gain from having experienced it comes with you. You have a fuller understanding of things. What happens, what creates that, what allows that, what can be gained from that, why you don't want that, what you prefer instead. And this lends toward understanding more fully the trickster energy. So perhaps you even had to use your intellect and wit in order to get out of the situation, because it was something where you felt stuck in it, right? So you had to be more clever. You had to be more open to a bigger picture view than the other party in order to understand it. And it also may be that you had to be more in tune with subtle energies, which may have been experienced through the feeling you had in your body of whatever was happening. So it may have been that your body alerted you to the discomfort, which allowed your mind to then take a look at the energy for what it actually was, and to have a clear perception, and to use your own will in order to balance it out and move through it. Okay? Now, this keen intellect and understanding will be very valuable for you as going forward. And at this point in this adventure, you will be faced with another decision. So please use your own intuition or intellect or understanding. Trust yourself to decide which direction you want to go in, and I will see you there. Hi, you chose Leo 56. Let's take a look at what energy came out for you. So it's very interesting because as I'm recording, this is my first set of readings that I'm recording of the day. And I've got an ant crawling outside along the edge of the laptop screen. And he's just one ant. And then we got this Aries energy, which is covers a lot of things, but especially covers the pioneer, the one who's forging away. So, like this ant is on the prowl for something interesting, investigating new territory, it shows that's what the energy that you have at this time is as well. Feeling very passionate and driven towards something, perhaps, and doing it from a very balanced place. Perhaps having the both masculine and feminine energies balanced within you. Really trusting yourself, trusting your inner urge, but also having fun along the way. You've taken care of anything in your life that needed to be taken care of, as far as um, preventative medicine, preventative measures that would be taken in order to care for yourself, make sure your needs are met, things like that. You may have been cleaning out closets and clutter and things like that. I think you're feeling very confident and shiny and self-expressive. Very much like that Leo energy. But also, I think that you're not afraid to look at shadow aspects of yourself as they become apparent to you as well. And when you do realize there's something that needs your attention in your subconscious, you're willing to reparent yourself through it. Meaning, say you were doing something in order to cope with something uncomfortable, and then that uncomfortableness arises within you. I think you would find the most healthy way in order to deal with that emotion. You wouldn't be suppressing, denying, projecting, or anything that would cause a perpetuation of the discomfort. You're just really finding a lot of ease in life as you go through. This is putting you in a position to be able to hear your intuition and to use your feminine energy to create, use your creativity. You may even be able to trust your intuition before it makes sense, before you have a chance to logic your way out of it. Recognizing that there is an opportunity to enjoy all parts of life, limitless possibilities exist, and you're in tune with that. You've cleaned up much of the past life karmic patterns that you came in to experience from a different perspective in this incarnation. You've cleared up the places where your ego may have kept you trapped in limitation or avoidance. You've recognized that it's your time to prosper and shine, so when you feel lack, you're able to free yourself of it so that you can continue on your path towards the limitless possibilities that exist for you at all times. You are aware of the need to create the win-win-win as you go, meaning you are humanitarian focused. You are looking out for not only yourself but others and the whole of all. Able to bring balance to any offense or defensive energies that you could come in contact with or that you find arise within you. And you've done this because it's the skills that you came in with in this incarnation. And it was a matter of taking on some energies to learn from and creating balance in those energies. And now moving forward with the wisdom gained from having experienced what you have in the way of perspective. Now you are prepared to be a limitless creator here on Earth with all of the wisdom you've gained and all of the skills you need to face anything, any challenge, any puzzle, any disagreement or conflict, any insecurity, any fear. You have had the experience of leading yourself through it, and you are ready to write a new story for yourself. And perhaps even not even write a story, but live in the moment and be like the divine child living with no expectation or attachment to outcome, being led by your curiosity. Though limitless possibilities exist, you may choose to weave a story for yourself. And that may be something that you keep to yourself for a while before you start implementing things. Okay, so that completes your reading here and this part of your adventure. Now you'll be faced with another decision. I will invite you to use your own keen intuition to decide which direction you'd like to go in, and I will see you there. You chose Leo 22. Let's take a look at this part of your journey through this adventure. You were able to recognize some patterns, validate yourself and why you were living them, and put an end to them. You felt like these were things that were limiting you, and it was just time for them to come to an end. So the time that you were able to put an end to them was the appropriate time for them to end. And this may have happened in the last week or so. You may be midweek of doing this, or will be happening within a week from now. So as you do this healing, perhaps you're recognizing places where you've been hopeful for certain things, and you may have even noticed where that was keeping you in a state of lacking those things that you were hoping for. So while hope was important for you while you were having it, you may be ready to move into a higher state of being from hope by accepting that, first of all, you were hoping for something, second of all, that you don't have it now. Maybe you've seen some clarity on something, and you started to get hope on a situation where there wasn't some before through the clarity you gained. However, even though you may feel like you understand fully and you want to make it happen because of that, the process that you're in requires step-by-step movement. So this isn't something that can happen all at once. You have to take steps toward it, and you may even have to wait to be invited. You may have to spend one-on-one time with somebody in order to see the truth of a matter to a more deeper level, or to actually to perhaps practice with or try out your own shaman abilities, or in order to sit with a shaman for healing. It could be either one of those things. You may be looking for the root cause of some sort of grief or melancholy or drama that you experienced. By looking for the root cause, you are looking to balance out some energy that you've been harboring around the darker side of women, or what you can expect of yourself in terms of what you can handle by yourself. It could have to do with being isolated from others. It could have to do with being a mistress, cheating and being cheated on, being vengeful. being strong and powerful and stating your desires, wants, or needs, laying down the law in some way, being sneaky and manipulative, coercive, being jealous, envious, being strategic in a warlike manner. There's an indigo bunting that just flew by outside. There may be a special relevance for you there. But the spiritual relevance of the indigo bunting is that your view is widening, and that you may feel the need to express that. So perhaps you even recognize places where you feel jaded, and maybe you even feel justified to feel jaded. And there may be parts of you that need your acknowledgement, validation, and acceptance of the feelings that you've had towards in that way. So where hope was held on to for something and it didn't come through, that may have been the cause of becoming jaded. But looking under the surface of what it was that you were holding on to, why you were holding on to it, how it made you feel, how you felt in response to it not coming about, those things will all be helpful in helping you move through and accept each way to feel about the situation. This will allow you to be present with each emotion, and this will allow you to make sure that you don't create a coping mechanism, or that you undo a coping mechanism. Sometimes coping mechanisms are put in place in order to avoid feeling a certain feeling. Sometimes these coping mechanisms that we have in place are designed to help us avoid the situation altogether or escape it. Sometimes that can be through drugs or alcohol or spiritual bypassing. So it's important to take some time, slow down, be with each aspect of yourself, and do like you have been doing. Heal each aspect, be present with each aspect. It's a process, and as you end each cycle, it'll take about 3 days for the outside world to shift in accordance to what you have healed. Life will change, your awareness will be bigger, and your intuition will be clearer. Okay? So it's quite a journey that you've been on here. And it's quite adventurous to venture into the dark places of ourselves to see what there is to see, and to be present with things that we have been previously afraid to be present with. But I'd like to invite you to continue on with this adventure by making a choice about where you would like to take, what direction you'd like to go in next. So, when you decide, I will see you there. Hello, you chose Virgo 34. Let's take a look. The energy for you. Looks like you're really in tune with the spiritual side of things, open to bigger perspectives, and able to bring things into balance or see that there are two sides, able to consider more than just yourself when making decisions. You've been transcending duality in many different categories. This has opened your awareness up bigger to the spiritual topics, including the topic around having a nemesis and reputation, and how to express yourself, and human family, even looking at the tensions that exist in each of these situations. Maybe these are things that weren't very pressing before in your life, and you dealt with so much of what was pressing that you came to a point where you could start dealing with things that were much more subtle in their imbalanced. And so, whereas these things weren't very important or pressing to look at, now you have the time to do so. And as you face each of these things one by one, you put an end to the cycles that you've been in regarding them. You've transcended what we call unrequited love, or acting on blind desire. So you must have realized then that when it comes to love, that love is a place that we go to give, not get. And if we go towards love with the intention of giving, not getting, then there can be no such thing as unrequited love, because we are always the love that we are. We always have the love that we are. Where there was a situation with a nemesis, maybe you realized that there was more or less a placeholder for your pain, or projection of either a judgment or something you were, or something that you didn't allow yourself to be. You found the truth of the matter when it comes to reputation, that it more so matters what we feel and think about our own selves than what other people think. That our reputation is not really something that can be taken from us, because it really doesn't have value. Our greatest value is in what we think of ourselves. And the manifestation of being fearful that we could lose our value is a damaged reputation. The damage to a reputation is really just the manifestation of a fear that could be something that someone could take from you. A lot of times fear is where we manifest from, and that's how we get to see it. So whatever is happening outside of us is correlating to an energy that we are harboring inside of us. And I think that's something that you have been learning about as you create balance in the things that you're dealing with. And you're able to analyze and look at the details of things and hold yourself to a discipline in the knowing. You have some spiritual truths that you understand. And you may have learned a lot about some of these concepts through dealing with your own family. And it may have seemed like you were taking on a lot, that there was quite a lot to clear, quite a lot to learn from and do, that there were numerous challenges and numerous things that were unfair. And when I said that there were a lot things that were a lot more pressing than these more subtle things, what I meant was there was trauma, and there was real challenge and difficulty with survival issues that needed to be dealt with first. And so when you look at all of the things that you've had to transcend, it's important to realize that these were things that you were learning from, and they were important for you to experience. And the wisdom gained from each of these situations has made the room for you to harbor the highest version of yourself. And you created a firm and stable foundation for that highest version of yourself to come in on. And you were able to end a lot of the cycles that you were meant to experience before that version of yourself came in. You even had to look at what was tantalizing you towards situations that weren't healthy. For instance, holding on to a situation where there was not a reciprocation of love when you wanted to experience a reciprocation of love, may have required you to look deeper into the reasons why you would have done such a thing and create balance in that. In order to transcend that, you may have realized that there were fears around being seen fully or being loved or commitment. And so being in relationship with someone who could not reciprocate that love may have felt safer for the time that you did participate in that dynamic. But you've freed yourself of that, and in doing so, you have earned your own trust back. Meaning any nemesis, anywhere you've been jaded, anywhere you've been hurt, things haven't been reciprocated, your reputation has been unappreciated or damaged, you have had your own back. And by showing yourself that you were willing to show up for yourself and be present with any of the uncomfortable emotions or feelings that coincided with these experiences, you earned your own trust back. You've got to know your own psyche very well. You know your own strengths, you know your own weaknesses, and you know your own love. You know how to nurture yourself. And you are able to put your masculine energy in a balanced way to work towards providing the momentum that you need to stay on track with what it is that you're trying to achieve, which is what is important to you. You've understood through this process what your values are, and you stay in line with your values as a result of knowing what they are. Your actions are aligned with what you find valuable, and you are inspired because you have activated and freed up any damaged parts of your feminine or intuition or creativity along the way as well. So you're able to act in a very balanced way towards life, having walked through the fire, so to speak, of many difficult situations that actually taught you a lot of wisdom and prepared you for what is next. But as far as this adventure, you now face a decision about where you would like to take this adventure next. So please use your own intuition to decide, and I will see you there. Hi, you chose Virgo 76. Let's take a look at the energy that came out of the astrology bucket for you. Food sensitivity. Walk-in. So, you've recently had an upgrade in your energy, meaning a lot of downloads, a lot of high-frequency energy has been coming to Earth, and your body has picked up on it. And because your body is trying to keep up with the changes in the energy surrounding it, there may be some parts of your body that are becoming more sensitive to foods, maybe craving certain foods, maybe trying to get your attention on certain foods that you may benefit from having more of or may want to limit for a time being. I heard or eliminate. With this kind of upgrade in the energy comes a lot of wisdom. Your body is trying to embody a lot of wisdom that you have access to now, and that you maybe have had access to in previous lifetimes. And in this lifetime, you were earning or learning a different set of skills and mastering a different understanding. And it requires you to expand your awareness on certain things that you believe already, and certain things that you believe already, when expanded upon, you'll find that you had a very limited view before. And so this requires you to sort of reprogram your operating system, allowing for the bigger awareness that you now have and the correlating changes that will inspire in you once you understand things from a bigger view. Some things may be let go of as you go forward in life. Things that no longer serve you. It may be habits that you had that no longer work for you, that you're no longer inspired to. It may be that you don't realize that this is what's happening until we're talking about it here. But the reason why it's important to look at it is because it does require your free will. In other words, if you are becoming more sensitive to certain foods or craving certain foods that your body needs, it's only your free will that can choose to fulfill those needs. So there are other ways that humans can cope, and that can be by suppressing, denying, ignoring, avoiding certain things, urges, feelings, knowings, or understandings that we have access to. And in order to fully embody this upgrade, it will be important that you really pay attention to what your body's needs are and respond to that body. You are the reprogrammer, and the reprogramming is not optional. There will be consequences to not paying attention to your own body's needs. Your body may have to get louder with its demands. It may have to slow you down, things like that. This was always the time that you would experience this, so you are prepared to do this, even if it seems very hard. The way that you'll recognize what to do is you'll be recognizing patterns, and you'll be like, oh, when I do this, this always happens. And then when you realize that's a pattern, it causes you to look at it more deeply. So first step would be to acknowledge that pattern. Validate why it's there by doing a little bit of self-inquiry, asking yourself some questions. Well, why do I do it that way? And then accepting that you do it that way. If there's a feeling that is associated with what you're doing, or that you're trying to avoid a certain feeling by doing what you're doing, it's important to accept the feeling that goes along with it and be present with that feeling. Love the part of you that feels it. This will allow you to integrate the energy, integrate the pattern, and take all your power back from that pattern that was repeating. So it's a way to empower yourself and restore some of the energy that was lost to the pattern. You're restoring balance in your body and in your operating system this way. This may be really intense over a 5-week period. More and more truth will be revealed to you. It will be hard to keep up with lies. It'll be sort of like, it just won't make sense anymore. It'll just be so obvious, or someone will say it, and then you'll read about it, and then there'll be an example of it. And this is all stuff that your soul wanted to experience. This was the plan for you when you came into Earth. One of the things that you're cutting out of the existence, or the operating system rather, by integrating it in a deeper understanding of why you are doing it, is pride. Pride will actually cap you out, because pride is something that's trying to protect something, and that means it's operating on fear. And if we can upgrade that to love, then the outcome will be much different. So instead of having pride in yourself, or having pride that is hurt, we honor ourselves and we honor others. And that means that we drop our judgments for ourselves and others, and we honor that we're each in a process, and we can't know what the process is meant to be for others. We can only look in front of us to see what our process is and tend to our own needs by honoring our process. You may have been feeling a lot more free over the last 9 to 10 months, and this will continue. You will feel more and more free. And you may have been in a service industry up to this point, and that was part of the experience that you were meant to have. Think of all of the strengths that you recognized in yourself through your time of being in that service industry. Some of the patterns won't be exactly clear to you right away. It'll be a mystery, perhaps, on why you're doing certain things. And it's important to also be patient with the process and patient with yourself as things unfold and become more clear to you. You may be inspired to be creative in the way that you create balance in your situation, in the way that you integrate the energy, in the way that you feed your body and honor the food sensitivities that arise. The version of you that is this upgraded version is a very powerful version of yourself who is not afraid to stand up for yourself and is not afraid to stand on your own and is not afraid of having anyone think whatever they want about your reputation, is not afraid of being excluded, is not afraid of owning all of your learning process and honoring the process that it took, mistakes and all, for you to learn what you wanted to learn. Mistake is really a misnomer, because in order to learn, we must know what doesn't work. And in order to find out what doesn't work, we'll have to try and try again, and some of those tries will not be successful. It's still part of being successful to keep trying and failing, because when we finally do succeed, part of mastering that process will be to understand what didn't work and why what worked. So anywhere you may have thought less of yourself or others for acting in ways that you disapproved of, you will be understanding that their process was theirs, your process was yours, and it was all very valuable. So you'll clear any judgments against yourself or others. Anywhere that you are reprogramming yourself to operate in a different manner, that's only done by honoring the manner in which you are operating already. So you're not treating it as if it was wrong or you were bad for doing it. You're honoring the fact that you did it, the reason why you did it that way, accepting that you did it that way, which opens the doorway and an opportunity for you to do it another way if you so choose, if that is the most appropriate way when the time comes to do it again. In places where you might have let pride lead the way, in order to create justice in these situations, you're replacing it with honor. In places where you may have admired others, you're realizing that those admirations, those things that you admired, you could not even have noticed them in the other unless it also existed in you. So you're understanding that admiration is really just another version of pride. Places where unrequited love or blind desire was used as part of the operating system are being replaced. So you're realizing that as you go into love situations, you go to give love, not get. Love is a place that we go to give, not get. And with that in mind, any love situation that we enter, we are the love that we give, and we are going there to give love. So there's no possible way for us to feel in deficit when love is not reciprocated. It doesn't mean that we'll want to stay there, but it doesn't mean that something has gone wrong, or that we've been wronged or betrayed, or something is lacking, or that we've been rejected. It just means that we may not choose that experience for ourselves going forward. And that is a valuable piece of information, just as any failure is. So the more and more patterns that you clear, the more and more easy it will be to be in the present moment, to be present with what arises. And instead of analyzing everything as it comes up and trying to figure things out all the time, you'll be more present with what is right now. So even though we talked about reputation not really mattering so much, it is something that you will be known for. I think that you will be an example to others when you utilize all that you've learned through this process. Some of the things that you may be clearing is the energies of Aphrodite. And Aphrodite was cursed to experience lustful situations, and also that she could only use love as her weapon in any battle, which is not a terrible thing, because love is the most powerful force. As far as the reason that we use it, that's where that would be want to be balanced out. So Aphrodite wouldn't want to be using love against somebody, like in an unrequited love situation. Like you wouldn't want to tempt somebody in to by advancing upon them just to see if they like you, with no intentions of following through. That's an example of a way that love can be used in battle. So anywhere things like that have been happening, that's going to be balanced out through your understanding of the situation. So anything that has happened with others, those people were your soulmates, and they were playing the part for you to be able to see this. So forgiveness of self and others will be part of this process as well. Basically, you'll be freeing yourself from a lot of the patterns that have been existing on Earth for quite some time. But the benefit of clearing these patterns for yourself is that they all contain a lot of energy. So this means that you will have a big, powerful energy, and it'll all be in the direction of balance and freedom from things that are limiting and sometimes cause suffering for the humans. And this is what makes you a good example for others. Okay? So that concludes this portion of the adventure, but there's more to see. So I'd like you to use your own intuition to decide where you'd like to take this next, and I will see you there. Hi, you chose Libra 84. See what this part of your adventure has to tell you about. Something has become apparent in such a way that it's like a slow burn of awareness. You saw something that you can't unsee. And as a result, your focus on it becomes unavoidable. Till you decide to use your free will at the perfect time to do something with this information, with this awareness that you've gained. Perhaps end a cycle. Could be something having to do with work, your own business, or a job that you have. Something that your soul wanted to experience and came to Earth specifically to experience. There's also some mystery around it, so if you are not aware of what this is referring to now, you will be. We've got 6 months as a time period that could be relevant to this, where a new cycle is beginning as a result of this awareness that's been gained. You may benefit from having an astrology reading. But as this happens, it's the divine time for it to happen. It's happening just when the energy's lined up for it to. It may have caused you to need to reevaluate how you were coping with certain things and allow yourself to learn the freedom from certain coping mechanisms by accepting all sides of a thing, thereby restoring yourself to a graceful state, a childlike state, a state where you are not holding on to judgments, not bound by expectations, and not bound by attachments to outcome. You've gained a different perspective that involves a much bigger picture view. It's perhaps caused you to continue on reparenting aspects of yourself where you feel limited, and learning to love all the aspects of yourself, even the ones that others may not have deemed lovable. You do this by acknowledging, validating why that part of you would exist, or that it does exist, accepting that it exists, and being present, giving it love, loving the part of you that is whatever that is. I was going to say that way, but it could be that feeling, or whatever. 14 days is another relevant time frame for this. Having the astrology reading or looking at your own astrology will help you understand and make sense of the perspective that you've now moved into. There will be sun shining on all of, I wanted to say all the angles of something, but also on the path ahead. It'll feel like you must go this way. You will commit yourself to going this way, and you'll commit yourself to being with the parts of yourself that feel scared or fearful or worried or doubtful as you go. You will learn to restore the connection to your inner urge and act from that feral kind of place within you, the innocence of who you are. So you're returning to that place without expectations and without attachment to outcome, and that is led by the curiosity that you have. This is not to say that what you've been through already isn't very useful and very important for your journey forward. You could not have gained the view that you now have without having experienced the perspective you had before. There may be times where you're asked to focus on some of the things from the past in order to gain a new perspective on what's already happened. You may discover that by looking around historically and maybe presently, that you are not in an environment that supports you in loving yourself as much as you feel you do or want to. By doing it anyway, that is the use of your free will to create a new possibility for yourself. So it's not the beaten path, so to speak. It's something that is prompted by that inner urge, unexpected in manner and timing to you. When the energies line up, that may not be in your ready awareness, just in your larger awareness. You'll know that even though you have a perspective that you are using to move forward, that perspective is useful to you while it's useful. That it doesn't mean that you are designating yourself to that truth for always. That you remain flexible, open-minded, willing to see other perspectives, and willing to connect with people by opening yourself to understand them. And with these bigger understandings you have, you're realizing that what you put your focus in and what you invest your time in, talking about talking to yourself about, is the story that you're weaving for you to live in. You may have even been told that certain foods weren't good for you when you were younger, or that they didn't agree with you, or that they would have a bad result on you, and maybe you're even retelling the story about those things. You've just opened to a bigger awareness, and you're recoding things so that you're allowing for your preferences. And you're doing it in such a way that you're enjoying the process of doing it as well. The last card that came out says happy-go-lucky. It sounds like you're on a beautiful journey here, and the adventure is just shifting gears, so to speak, into something that seems very pleasant and very much an enjoyable process of creating your own life, the one that you want to experience at this time. It's very beautiful. And now, to continue on this journey, you're going to be faced with another decision. So I'll ask you to use your own intuition to decide which direction you want to go in. And I will see you there. Hi, you chose Libra 26. Let's see what this part of your adventure has in store. A new timeline. So that means you've used your free will to balance out energy or understand something more fully so that you can step forward into something new. This may have happened for you within the last 48 hours or in the 48 hours to come. What caused it is that you couldn't ignore the imbalance that existed. It was very obvious that there was just something, two angles that energy were coming in at that did not go well together. So something had to be more fully understood in order to see how those energies could work together more balanced, in a more balanced way. This cleared the timeline you were on and entered you on to something new. Something where you feel more empowered as well, and you feel more devoted to yourself and this process that you were able to accomplish something. Big energy around commitment. Vesta and commit both refer to something you can commit yourself to. And I think it's just enjoying life more overall, or having more enjoyable experiences for yourself, making sure that you have them. I think that there was abusive patterns that needed to be overcome, and perhaps these will now be addressed in this timeline that you're in, but from a standpoint where you can enjoy the process of healing more layers that you identify as needing your presence, acceptance, and understanding through having experienced imbalanced, unfair, perhaps abusive, definitely full of power play, relating dynamics. You may have even had a situation where you held on to hope in a situation and you just held on too long because you realized that the pattern was that you were just always hoping. And by staying devoted to this thing, when it finally came to a point where that other party was prospering, as you supported them to do, they abandoned you. And so you may have felt like you gave, and got nothing in return. But this is meant to help you shift out of a dynamic of feeling victimized by your own choices of staying hopeful. Because you did get to experience yourself as a hopeful, loving being the whole entire time. But in order to adopt that understanding as a bigger awareness that is available for you, if you so choose, you would first need to honor and accept the part of you that feels resentful, that feels like there was a dishonor happening or an unfair thing. This may have happened more than a year ago or over the past year. One thing that you learned through the whole process is patience, devotion. You learned how important devotion is to you, and you may have learned it by knowing that how it felt to not have it. So this understanding that you've gained from the experiences you've had have allowed you to step into a place where you raise your standards on the experiences you're willing to engage in. Therefore, life is more enjoyable. You protect your own self, your own heart from your own tendencies to self-sabotage by staying in the hopeful energy far past the self-loving stage. You've gained much wisdom from this whole experience. And your whole life has really been opportunity after opportunity to heal yourself, which means understand your pain, and that has gained you the wisdom to dislodge stuck, stubborn, limiting feelings that were holding you back and making you feel burdened. Feelings like betrayal. You may have even felt these things in the caretaking role, and this may have been a reflection or reminiscent of times that you were parented in such ways. Maybe you felt like you didn't get what you wanted as far as nurturing in childhood. You maybe didn't get the understanding or the communication that you hoped for. So in recognizing all these patterns, there may be part of you that just wants to get it done and do it right, or how you feel you prefer now that you know what you know. However, this is pointing out that this is a step-by-step process, and that's why it's important to just enjoy the process. Enjoy the process of going where you're going, not just doing it to get there. Love each part of you that comes up along on the steps you take. It's a way to collect more and more parts of you through the methods that you've learned already. You might use divination in order to help you through this, such as something like this that you're doing now. You may use your own cards. You may book a session. This was the fated time to do it, so if there's parts of you that wish that it had happened sooner, you may need to collect and accept and love those parts too, and understand those parts too. There was a lot in your environment that wasn't conducive for you to understand everything at once. It needed to happen the way it did, and you were studying something from a lot of angles. There may have been a lot of betrayal in your environment. It may not have come from just one person. Like we said, it may have felt like you betrayed yourself by staying too long. It may have felt like you were betrayed by parental figures who couldn't be there in the way that you had hoped. So you may be faced with revisiting times from your past, caretaking times, looking at the patterns, where they came from, why they were there. You may be reminded through nostalgic moments, and shown different ways to think about things as you do revisit things. So by doing this, you'll be ending cycles, and you'll be using this, both your mind and your caring, and you'll be doing that within yourself in order to end these patterns. And the things that you were cut off from, like the things that you're trying to get to, those will be kept until you have mastered what you wanted to master. So it just makes a lot more sense to learn to enjoy the process. If you were to just go and use your mind and not do the nurturing, like if you just started remembering things and then changed your mind about how you think about it without honoring the feeling that was associated with it originally, because the feeling is what anchored it in your energy body in the first place. If it was just a memory in your mind, it wouldn't have been anchored. The anchor is in the emotional experience, so that is what needs to be accepted. So if you were to just go ahead with the mind version only, like say you get the answers from divination, like say I'm telling you what to do here, right? I'm actually just giving you information to reflect on, but say you took it that way and you just did what you learned from a divination tool and didn't bother to spend time with the emotional body. That would put you off path because you could never go to the place you're trying to get to until you honor all parts of yourself. You'll definitely be cutting yourself off if you don't go forward with the emotional content, with having accepted and spent time with and been present and integrated the parts of you that didn't understand emotionally. The emotional body is just as pertinent and important as the mental body in this process that you're going through. So eventually you will be able to use everything that you learn in being in service to others. So perhaps you'll just be an example to the people in your environment, or you may make a business out of it. It probably varies for different people, but it could just be that you're in a service industry and it just makes it so that you can be happy in that service industry, not feeling burdened by life in general and unable to focus on the task at hand. So it looks like you're really in a process of enjoying life even when there are puzzles to put together, even when there are challenges to face, even when there are happy memories that you could distract yourself with. You're learning to balance the process of that, this and that, this and that. It's very beautiful. And that concludes this portion of this adventure that we are taking together. And now you're faced with a decision. I want you to use your own intuition to decide where you would like to take your focus next. And I will see you there. Hi, you chose Scorpio 22. Let's see what this part of your adventure has in store for you. I think that you've been really in touch with who you are, honoring your strengths, your weaknesses. You know very well what your values are, what is important to you. And it is important to you to stay acting in line with your values. There may have been something revealed to you recently about the location you're in, where you realized that it wasn't exactly in line with your values. You may have put an end to a cycle that made it so it could be back in line with your values. You have great trust for yourself. You are able to trust others because of it. You take the time to understand yourself with whatever arises. You understand that the life you're having, the perspectives you have, that they're yours to have. You find yourself to be a really old soul, an ancient soul even, having spent time here during Atlantean times. You understand that for the time things are an illusion, for the times you don't understand, that the perspective you have during those times is just as important as the perspective you have when the light illuminates and a bigger understanding can be had. I don't think you indulge in things like pride, or I think you're very humble and able to be in touch with who you really are. You may have suffered times of people taking out their revenge on you. Um, this may have forced you to deal with certain uncomfortable feelings within yourself, perhaps judgments for those types of behaviors in others, but you were able to trust yourself to handle it. Use your free will to leave the situation. You understand that life is an ever unfolding mystery, so you embrace the things you don't know. And anything within that you would have tended to see outside of yourself instead, I think that you are able to embody and love all parts of yourself, whether they are the darker parts or the parts that are generally more acceptable to all. And it was an experience that you wanted to have, which was coming into being this most authentic version of yourself, where you can fully accept all parts of yourself. The experiences that you've had, you understand them to be the exact experiences you needed in order to get you to where you are. And therefore you don't try to know ahead of time everything that will happen. You understand that it's unfolding perfectly for you. Beautiful. So that concludes this portion of your adventure. And now you will be faced with a decision. Use your own intuition to decide where you'd like to go next. And I will see you there. Okay, you chose Scorpio 24. Let's see what this part of your adventure has in store. We start out with Aphrodite. So the goddess Aphrodite, of course, is representative of love, beauty, money. There were also some curses that she encountered through her time here. If your soul's intention was to come and experience some of the energy of Aphrodite and to use some of that to create here on Earth, you may find yourself being an artist with words or other modalities. You find inspiration through beautiful things. Like you may feel a real aversion to things that aren't aesthetically pleasing. You got Hermes as well. So poetry may be very important to you. Riddles, rhymes. You might feel like you are spreading and sharing a message through the beauty of your art. You are here to bring forth something from your soul on a bigger level than Earth. And this is something that you will be known for, that will be seen by the public. Like Aphrodite, there may be energies that are not supportive of you, in that they experience jealousy or envy in response to your beauty or your beauty creations. But even this is something that you wanted to experience for a short period of time, just to understand in the bigger picture view how things work and how things can remain balanced. Friendships are very important to you, and you may be working on creating friendships at this time. I think your inspiration, you feel it comes from a higher place, and you are always looking for the higher meaning, the bigger picture view. You may be doing a lot of long distance travel to get your inspiration. You may be inspired by the hopes of traveling. In places where you did encounter energies and people that were compatible with you, because of that want to be in the energy of beauty and love, you may have even stayed in situations that you weren't compatible with out of the want to find love in all things. So you gained wisdom from learning and being in situations where you did not resonate. We have 12 days or 12 weeks as a time period, which may be relevant to you in some way. There's something where you have got an idea or an inspiration, or you're going through some sort of transformation and you'd like it to be finished, but it is a step-by-step process, so you're being faced with having to take the steps instead of kind of going right to the finish line. It involves healing, and they involve letting other people see the process of healing. You're learning through the patterns that you've been experiencing what isn't working for you. But in having to deal with these discomforts and the stressful situations, you're learning new ways to deal, new ways to resolve and solve those issues, and new skills that you didn't know you had. They could be specifically healing skills, skills that you would not have been able to harness at an earlier time in life. You had to gain enough wisdom about life, how everything is working, your own capabilities, your own weaknesses and strengths, and before you could really become aware of this gift you have and use it safely. 3 weeks is a time period that may be relevant to you, especially in your friendships. So as much as you do look for the higher meaning of things, you are also able to look at the root cause of things. You're not afraid of, you don't shy away from difficulties and the darker side of things, maybe things like taboos and other things people don't talk about, like death, sex, other people's money, taxes, the subconscious. I think you may have spent all that time with places and people that weren't compatible with you because you could see the root cause of their incompatibility. You could see what it was they were holding on to cause them not to be free. And so perhaps you were holding space for them to become free, and now I think that you've decided to do that from a distance. Okay? I'll just get a couple more here. You are on a spiritual path. You recognize that. And you are unfolding things as you notice patterns. Your mind is very quick. You're very capable with your masculine and feminine energies, very balanced. And I think that you're very confident in where you're going, what you're doing, and how you'll get there. So enjoying the process, being with friends, connection, and enjoying the love and beauty that is here is a big part of what you're doing to balance out the action-oriented mission that you're on. Very beautiful. Well, thank you for letting us take a look at this adventure with you. And now it's time to make another decision about where you'd like to take this focus. Please use your own intuition to decide where you'd like to go next, and I'll see you there. Hello, you chose Sagittarius 56. This part of your adventure, we're going to talk about brotherly love, your destiny, deities of the ocean, the step-by-step process that you're in. It may feel like you are rushing towards getting something done, but it's requiring you to slow down, take slow and steady steps. I think it's part of a healing process. But you did get the idea in one flash and the bigger understanding, and perhaps you're aiming to make a business out of this idea that you've had. And I think it's an idea that encompasses the brotherly love that you have for humanity, and it is part of your destiny, and you feel guided towards it. And it has to do with using the wisdoms that you've gained from transcending all the difficulties that you have so far in life. You've been able to look for root causes with difficulties in friendships and love and where things may be going wrong with humanity. You've been able to harness the beauty in chaos. And you've been able to understand how to get certain energies that don't seem compatible to work together. You have a very kindred heart. You are a humanitarian at heart, and you have restored your sense of self-worth to a very healthy level. You've forgiven yourself and others where you needed to. You've found the higher meaning in the experiences you've had. You've looked at things from a bigger picture view. You've recognized the patterns that have been repeating here on Earth. You've looked at solidified ways that you feel and have felt about friendships and your fellow man. And you've applied the version of yourself from before you came to Earth in order to seed a new possibility on what to do with what you've now understood. You've applied grace. Anything that was pressing or stressful or fearful or doubtful or scary, you have healed. So now you are able to operate from a state of grace. We have 12 days or 12 weeks as a time period that may be relevant to you. Every pain that you used to suffer is now a wisdom gained. You've looked at things from the opposite point of view than you had originally. You've used your free will to do so. You noticed where you had an abundance of energy to work towards a certain issue. You have learned that you can definitely trust yourself to do the right thing at the right time. And using all of this and the truth you've gained from the process, you've created a new possibility where there wasn't one. And as you lay the pathway forward, solidifying it into this new way that you are living, you inspire others with its existence. Wow, that's very beautiful. Thank you for sharing that with us all. And that's going to complete this part of your adventure. It's time to move on. Time to make a decision about where you'd like to look next. So please use your own intuition to decide, and I will see you there. Hi, you chose Sagittarius 21. Let's see what we have. It's been a very spiritual ride for you with a lot of unexpected twists and turns. Maybe you feel like something has been throwing a stick in your spokes. It could have been stressing you out. You might not understand the bigger picture view, the bigger meaning in it yet. But it's causing you to look at the truth of some things. Maybe you've been coping in certain ways that are not working anymore. Things like that. Maybe certain people that you depended on or thought of a certain way aren't fitting that bill anymore. Illusion has been lifted around some situations. You are making it work. You are figuring things out as you go, and this is causing you to have fresh feelings about old situations. So in actuality, it's a very beneficial bunch of changes that you're going through. If you haven't looked into human design, you may be doing so at this time, or you may benefit from doing so, but your energy works in a very particular way, and that's maybe becoming more apparent to you now, or it is more so now than ever, where you're faced with a crossroads. This is a fortunate turn of events in a situation which had some chaos in it at first, but through the stress was basically because you were being pushed to make a decision, and one way was something where you thought you should, and the other way was something where you felt more like it was true for you. So basically, this was a situation that came forward from a past life, and you were given a new chance to experience this from a different side, and while seeing the bigger picture truth of it. So this was a spiritual lesson, and it may have involved another person. The truth set you free, so to speak. We've got a 3-day time period, may be relevant to you. You are now able to create balance in a situation, and I believe it's with a member of your soul family. So this is someone that you felt connected to and felt like this person should be in your life. So it may have been confusing when it didn't feel like they fit anymore. But it's important to know that is how it was meant to go. Instead of feeling jaded about it, it was there so that you could learn something about the way to heal, something about the impermanence of things, something about friendship, something about your hopes and dreams. And once you're willing to step in the direction of what's right for you, that continues. It's almost like you start questioning more and more. There's more to be known. You're in the unknown now, because now you realize that as you question things, more and more things fall away. But you're also able to collect the parts of you that didn't yet understand those things. You may have felt like you are faced with somebody who you would classify as an earth angel, or you may be realizing that is your own role. You may be realizing you've had many earth angels with you along the way. I think there has had to be a lot of communication through this process. You may have even had to tell somebody that you grew apart, that you were no longer compatible. It may have been very difficult. But in actuality, this was a situation where This person can also now raise their standards on their own self, and it is a way to perpetuate healing in the situation for all. So there may have been some sort of abusive pattern that was revealed through this. And so that may be why the feeling of jadedness comes out, to be understood more fully. There's a 9 to 10 months as a time period, and then 10 years. So it may have been a very long-term relationship with another person that started to get iffy around 9 to 10 months ago. Perhaps in the past, you had let passion drive you forward instead of whatever you used this time. So this time you've remained on the path that you hoped to be on, and you've done this through honoring yourself and honoring the other, no matter what the truth is. And this has allowed you to clean up certain patterns that were not healthy anymore. You've understood more fully what it means to be compatible, how important it is. And you've started to feel a new way about that in itself. Like maybe before you might have felt that was selfish, and now you understand that it's unfair not to do it. Because you could lead somebody else into thinking that it was okay to treat people that way. Your reputation may have been affected by this. People may have known what was going on and maybe didn't tell you. That could be part of what's causing the discomfort for you. But you have learned how powerful you are, how strong you are to be able to stand up and make the change that you need to make. And you may have done this really suddenly. Maybe people were even surprised at how it seemed like you just flipped a switch. But it really had been unfolding for you for quite some time. And maybe you just got to the point and the timing was right and it was done. Okay, so that completes this part of your adventure here. Now it's time to make another decision. So I want you to use your own intuition to decide where you'd like to take this next. And I will see you there. Hi, you chose Capricorn 87. I just noticed this hung around from the last adventure. So there may be a member of your soul family hidden from you in plain sight, like blending in. You may not even realize that you may have a stronger bond than you initially notice. So we've got the time period of 1 day where things are seemingly kind of chaotic. Things like, it feels like there's a stick thrown in the spokes. There's someone knocking things over and generally being klutzy. It's part of your soul's plan to experience whatever it is you are experiencing. We've got 1 month as a time period as well, where we're looking at Leo energy, self-expression, creativity, time with children, romance. You're grounding these type things, maybe spending a lot of time doing it. But you may also be feeling like you're doing a lot of serving other people, doing for others. Making sure other people feel loved, making sure other people feel heard, making sure other people feel or have all their needs met and their money and things like that and feel safe and secure. And you may be starting to see the other side of people or yourself, a certain situation where you're feeling an inner urge to do something different. Maybe you've been feeling it for a while. Something here about quality time. Perhaps that when you do spend time with people, they're not tending to your needs the way you have for them. That you can feel what they need, but they don't seem to be returning that for you. I'm going to suggest that there is a wounding pattern here that has caused you to be somewhat selfless, and you may even go so far as to identify as a people pleaser. But even if you don't identify that way, there may be some of those kind of behaviors that have been adopted by you in order to cope with this situation you're in, which is perhaps at the core feeling not as connected and not as seen by the people that you love and the people around you as you'd like to. And perhaps that's why this member of your soul family is going unnoticed, because you may still be learning about this energy that you have to be so selfless and to be tending to others and putting their needs above your own. But this is coming to an end for you. I believe that you're coming to a time in your relationships where you cannot keep it up this way anymore. And this was the timing that your soul had planned for that to end for you. So before it ends, you might have like this real amplification of it, like meaning like you just can't get away from it right now. Or before you end it, before you make the choice to end it, it may be like there's just so much of it going on. Now hold on, I have another ticket that kind of dropped, so I have to grab that and see what it is. One moment. Isn't that interesting? What it was parting ways. That one had fallen on the floor. Okay, so I believe you will be parting ways with some people that you find don't have room in their lives for you if you're not in that role of serving them. If you're not in that role of what they expected of you, maybe they're serving you in ways, and when you step up into your power, they don't really have as much time for you. Either way, you may find that you've outgrown certain situations, and this may lead you closer towards some soul family. This is the exact time for it to have happened. It's important to note that if you realize you've been in this pattern for years, that there may be part of you that thinks, oh, why didn't I get out of this sooner? I've been so miserable. Well, you couldn't get out of it sooner because there was certain timing, certain things had to happen. You had to learn certain things before you could. And this is from your soul's perspective. Your soul wanted to learn these things. And I think that a lot of what you have learned about is something that you can speak about. You may write about it. You may need to write some letters that you don't send to some of the people that you feel didn't reciprocate your love. So maybe express the anger or frustration or hurt that you have in a letter that you don't send. Simply write it and delete it, or write it and burn it. Whatever works for you that you can do safely. Just in order to get it out, you may actually start to change the workplace. Like this could have been happening in work even, and so you may change where you work. You may have even been driven to drink because of this, to avoid some of the uncomfortable feelings that were trying to arise in you, telling you that this wasn't right for you, telling you that you felt empty, or telling you that that this way of coping wasn't working for you. In actuality, what was arising was your own need for your own love, and you were coping by giving that love to others. So now you'll be able to just turn it around and on yourself. You've noticed the patterns. You've gone and done this over and over enough times that you see fully exactly how it works. You can count you know how it works. You may even move, or this may have happened a lot in your hometown. Like you may even hold a position where a lot of people do depend on you because of it. You may be considered people's earth angel. You are a very gifted, creative person. You've come in that way as a soul. So I think when it came to solving people's problems, you've been very good at it. You've been very inspired. I think you have faith. I think that's what carried you all this way. And you've been fair and kind, and you like to have things balanced. So this particular area of your life isn't as balanced as you like things. And you may have part of you that doesn't exactly trust you to handle this situation. And you will be earning back your own trust by making these changes that you make, that you know are right for you at this time. So this is going to be quite a process that you're going through. And it's stemming from a need to connect your heart and your mind, and to use that connection to operate from where you are involved in the equation of whatever you agree to do. Meaning, you're not giving selflessly. You're giving from your overflow of your filled up cup, from having given yourself what you need first. Okay, so this concludes this part of your adventure. And now I'm going to ask that you use your own intuition to decide where you would like to look next. I will see you there. Hello, you chose Capricorn 26. Let's see, maybe doing some traveling. This could be astral travel. You are embodying a growth mindset. And you're telling the story you'd like to live. You're very mindful of the story you tell, your inner story, the story you tell others, what you share with people, focused on what you'd like to live. You're not letting it hold you back from expressing, honoring yourself and others. 1 month is a time period that could be relevant to you at this time. And you're not ignoring what's under the surface. So if emotion arises, you are present with that. You found a way, a method, an understanding that you needed in order to traverse difficult terrain. You may have had very good examples of this in your human family. You may have felt like you got a good start in life, with good examples of how to handle certain things in life, knowing that no matter what was put in front of you, that you could handle it. When you traveled, maybe you encountered some people who were less of that mindset, maybe more jaded, maybe more uncomfortable with the mystery, maybe longing for things they didn't even know fully about. So this may have expanded your awareness around what it was to express and be so free to be who you are. And this new way of feeling and understanding, based on the contrast between you and others, has spurred something in you. Perhaps even healed something within you. maybe inspired you to have more fun in life. We've got the time period of 12 days or 12 weeks as being relevant. Maybe you've encouraged or looked for ways for people to express who were jaded, who were not feeling as happy about life. You've been honoring them as well, looking at both sides of a thing, and understanding how valuable it really is for people like who have had a good start with a growth mindset to understand that there's another way. And for people who have felt jaded and had an impediment in their start, feeling victimized and things by life, it's how important it is for them to understand there is another way to think about things. Really just honoring all sides, all understandings, all perspectives, all experiences. Becoming a kindred spirit for all walks of life, all people. Everyone that you encounter is your brother, is a kind soul, is someone that you will show kindness to. And this is because this is what your values are. This is what's important to you. It's important to you to be a kind human. And you have found that this often lines you up with having an enjoyable life, and that you do enjoy the mystery. Whereas some people who are jaded fear the mystery, I think that you will gladly go into a situation and know that there are ways to enjoy whatever it is. Knows there are ways to learn from whatever it is. Knows that it's somehow working out for you, whatever it is. Well, that is quite an adventure. And that concludes this part of the journey. Now you're faced with a decision. I will invite you to use your own intuition to decide where you'd like to take this journey, and I will see you there. Okay, you've chose Aquarius 10, and this is your reading. Hera is the goddess of war. Somehow ties into your life's purpose. So you may have really studied all aspects of war, what creates it. There's a spiritual teacher called Byron Katie, and she says defense is the first act of war. And it's so true, because just because someone offends you, it doesn't constitute a war until you defend yourself. Two parties have to be engaging in order for there to be a war. You may have looked at what kind of things exist in our society in order to perpetuate and even create the grounds for war to exist. You've seen the patterns, you understand what leads up to it, what is created by it. We have 3 weeks as a time period. Looks like you've recently cleared something pertaining to these patterns. Through seeing the patterns, through understanding what creates it, perhaps you understood that always responding to a certain situation in a certain way, as was taught to you in your family home, doesn't actually work well for you anymore. You may have understood that dealing with opposition can be done in another way. You may have come to this conclusion by analyzing things and looking to purify things. Because of the work you've done to eliminate certain patterns that perpetuate war, you've adopted the growth mindset, meaning you did enough of this that you understand that being in the victim mentality and dealing in power plays, thinking that there isn't enough, is what causes fighting. Instead, you understand that there is enough and there is always a solution. So you are healed from the lack. You may want to travel in order to share this information, or you may have traveled in order to be inspired to this new information and understand it more fully. Traveling has been part of your journey, as has been chaos. Understanding that when things get uprooted and unsure, that sometimes people react in fear, when actually chaos is the space of creation. You can create something new. Think that these patterns that you've uncovered, you've shined a light on them, you have transmuted them to the core, understood everything about them. And I think you did this because you remained hopeful, even though you were in this disempowered state, probably amidst a lot of conflict and war. There was something in you that knew that there was a way out. It came in with your soul energy. So in order to restore those limitless possibilities that you knew existed, you learned that you had to reparent yourself. So all the parts of you that didn't believe that, all the parts of you that were in fear, all the parts of you that liked to respond in the same old way, were reparented, and you actually gave yourself what you had needed in order to adopt that growth mindset in the face of all of these experiences. So these experiences that you've had have been very they have been very valuable for your future and your journey forward. You will take everything that you know in order to apply it in what you do next. So that concludes this part of your adventure. It's time to make a decision, and I invite you to use your own intuition to decide where you'd like to take this, and I will see you there. Hi, you chose Aquarius 33. Let's take a look. First we have reconciliation. So there may be a coming back together with somebody from your past or from another lifetime. You may have been getting clues or feelings or doing some divination to let you know about this as well. The situation is a protected one, meaning it's sort of being guided and is part of a soul plan. This could be for the purpose of a job. This could be the way that you come in contact with them, or this could be a co-worker. You may feel doubtful about this, and you may feel like your life's going very well. Why would you want that kind of stick in your spokes? But it is important to understand that chaos is the space of creation. We got the time period of 3 days, which may be very relevant to this. And also 8th house, meaning there's something in the subconscious that is being poked through this situation, and it's time to look at that thing, okay? So you may have felt like you already transcended this thing, like it's already over with, you already worked through what you needed. It is with a specific person that you know, and it's a past life connection for sure. But free will has been used in this situation, and there's still some justice that needs to come about, and maybe you decided to walk forward without that justice and just use your passionate drive to move ahead. But there is some victory to be had in this situation. You may feel that you're incompatible with this person. So feeling you don't know the full truth. There's something that has transformed. While you transformed and transcended the situation and applied self-love to the situation, the other person did as well. And now there's a different dynamic when you come back together. Where there was war, you can now see the root causes of these things. And it's simply that this was the time to do it. Any time before this, it wouldn't have worked out. Now you're both able to see the truth of the matter. It doesn't go into what this situation will lead to. It basically is saying that it is worth looking into. It is worth looking at. It is worth facing what you feel like could be a war and what you feel like you put to rest. It feels like creating the justice in the situation is the last step, and it's a very important step. And then I believe there would be freedom to decide where to go from there. Okay, so this completes this part of your journey. Now you'll be faced with a decision. Please use your own intuition to decide where you'd like to go from here. Before I let you go, though, I'm just gonna ask, what about the future of this reconciliation? Let's just ask before we let you go. Don't lie to yourself about what it could be. It could be a nice friendship, but it will require you to look at these slight tensions and reparent yourself through them. Okay, so what's left in this situation? You may just lie to yourself and say it's incompatibility, but actually the slight tensions are showing you something to honor in yourself and honor in the other. It looks like it could be a partnership, but before it got there, there's a bit more, and it's more subtle. It's much more subtle stuff that feels like you're being lied to, but it's actually within you. It's actually something where you've misunderstood what something means or what some feeling is. And it's meant to be honored, and this is the time for it to be done. And it has to do with self-love, and I believe that you are under the impression that this other person is a liar or narcissistic or something like that. But think about what that activates in you. Think about what that makes you feel. And think back to where that could be rooted in your own energy. 6 months and hope. Let's see. So we got hope and then faith. Okay, yeah. And then Zeus. All right. All right, so there's been some real transcendence in this situation, and it's calling for you to be in the vibration of faith. So the vibration of hope says that, well, let me just back it up. There is a story about Zeus putting the personified spirits in a box, and then giving that box to, somehow found its way to Pandora, who opened the box. And the personified spirits escaped, except for Elpis. Elpis was the personified spirit of hope. Hope stayed in the box and was there to help humanity. But if you think about hope, the lid was put back on the box. You can't get above hope. Hope is just something to hold on to when you have no reason to go on. Faith, on the other hand, is the knowing and the understanding that it's all working out in your highest good. So if you go into this situation with hope, you'll be left with a hope. You'll be left with the match to hope, some more to hope for. If you go into this situation with faith, you will find your way through to the other side. There's really something about walking in faith versus walking in hope that may be something to look into further for yourself. It really reaches beyond the scope of this adventure we're on, but it seems really deep and really important. So I would encourage you to look into that further. And there may be one of the decisions you face here in this reading that would let us discuss it further. But you please use your own intuition to decide. And whatever you decide, I will see you there. Hello, you chose Pisces 27. There is a different perspective to use when looking at a certain situation that has to do with yourself. Maybe your ego, maybe just your authenticity and your drive. There's some way that you are denying a certain part of yourself, and you may instead be seeing it in an enemy. There may be someone that you consider your nemesis, or just someone that you consider yourself unlike, that you are projecting on to a part of you. And it could be something to do with being a trickster, being wordy, being mouthy, being a poet, being a liar, being a messenger. So this is going to take loving the part of you that may be that thing too, or loving the part of you who may judge that thing. Finding beauty in the situation where you saw none. Finding the beauty within yourself. So it's time to balance out that energy. So taking your projection back into yourself. We have 8 weeks as a time period that may be significant to this. There's also some sort of mystery. So for some of you, it may be a different type of situation that we're referring to here. You'll fill in the blank. And for some of you, there's more to know about this. I think that you just wouldn't know how to feel about this certain thing. So it's time to start exploring your feelings, as if it's certainly okay to feel whatever it is you feel. Smooth things over for yourself to feel it. This nemesis there in your life, the experience of having somebody else to project onto was part of the plan for you. Okay, they agreed to have this experience with you. And in fact, maybe other people who know you actually see that you are this thing too. And there may be, like, knowing that all you have to do is love it. There may be, like, part of you that just wants to, okay, I love this, and then move along. But there's actually a step-by-step process. There may be different aspects of it that need your love and acceptance, each one. You may need to understand more fully why you projected it on, what feelings go along with it, why you were avoiding them, what you were doing to avoid it, and things like that. You may want to communicate about this, or you may have someone that you consider very beautiful that already tried to communicate this with you. Either way, I think that you feel a lot of gratitude for this situation and being set free from this particular energy. You may be getting a lot of messages through animal spirit totems. Enjoying a very grounded existence of sensual dance, earth, nature, steadfast, being able to endure a lot, but also nurturing, loving, caring, enjoying nostalgia. Really thinking a lot about what it means to be authentic and regaining your authenticity and your free spirit, and letting people see that about you as well. Letting people see that you actually do recognize that you are that thing too, and you do love that part of you too. You have 4 to 5 months as a time period that could be significant here. You're just learning more about who you are by communicating, and so there may be a part of you that wants to write things down in a journal or write letters that you don't send. And this is all for the purpose of getting to know yourself better. So make sure you're in the environment that will support you doing that, and maybe you are, and maybe you feel very thankful for that. You do have the ability to shapeshift, so now you understand that you could be authentic, but you could also project, and there's also this ability to kind of embody some of the energy of your animal spirit totems, or just look at things from a new perspective to try on other personifications. We have 180 days or 6 months as a time period, with this being the time for you to do it. And I think you may need to practice being this new version of yourself and letting yourself get more comfortable and try new things and see if that's you too, you know, kind of let things unfold, and then realize that your environment, your location, where you spend your time has a very and a very big influence on how comfortable you feel, how loved you feel, how safe you feel to be your authentic self. So perhaps it's also time to look at what you're surrounding yourself with, and whether or not that is conducive to the free spirit and authentic version of you. Okay, so that concludes this portion of your adventure. It's time to use your own intuition to decide where you want to take this, and I will see you there. Hello, you chose Pisces 30, and this is your reading. We're talking about a cycle. A mysterious cycle. So maybe you haven't yet seen the pattern of a cycle, but this might be prompting you to acknowledge it, or you've just started to acknowledge a pattern that you hadn't seen for a while. And this pattern would be something that just keeps repeating on a loop. And it happens so many times you can't avoid it anymore. 180 days may be a significant time period. This may have been a pattern that was taking place with another person that you admired. Perhaps you always feel this admiration. Maybe you go and express it, and then something certain happens. Or you don't express it, something certain happens. But I believe that what happens is there's some feeling of jadedness. Maybe you express it and it's not acknowledged, or you realize maybe this person is sort of more an enemy than a friend, or there's just so much unknown. The pattern turns you into this place of like insecurity. And so that insecurity, in order to break out of this pattern, you'd have to use your free will to acknowledge it and then be present with that insecurity. And so it makes sense then why you might have avoided acknowledging the pattern, because it would require you to be with an uncomfortable feeling. But it's your soul contract with this person for them to do this kind of activation or trigger of you into this pattern. And it has to do with you wanting to connect with other people, and specifically this person. Maybe there's something about this person that reminds you of a parental figure, or someone that you really look up to, or something that you really admire. So it may be important to realize that you have those skills or behaviors that you admire in the other. They actually do exist in you. And you may find yourself not giving yourself credit for that, and only seeing it in the other person when it exists in you. But this is just because you haven't been able to see the whole situation clearly. So it's time to allow a new story for yourself, which allows you to be the embodiment of these things that you admire. Everything that's true, the opposite is also true. This other person may have been a Gemini, you may be a Gemini, but there's another way to look at this altogether. It's fate for you to have done it. It's fate for you to have repeated it this many times, because it's part of what you wanted to learn when you came to Earth. So now you're discovering the truth of this pattern. And that avoidance of the pattern may have felt like a war inside of you. And that's why it was very uncomfortable to be activated in that energy each time. And you may have even wondered if this person was a friend or a foe. There is an experience, this experience is written in the stars. It's in your astrology chart if you were to look. You are a kindred spirit, and 6 months is a time period that could be significant to you. I think you like to get along, and it would have been easy for you to gloss over any discomfort or feelings like this person was against you or things like that. This new part of your story may involve travel. You may go to someplace else. You may not even know where you're going to go, or you may try to investigate some of the kind of more mysterious places on Earth, like the pyramids or things like that. It may be more of a 5-year time frame that you do that with. We have Hermes. So there's some sort of talent with storytelling, message delivering, poetry. There could be trickster energy here, but you've really kind of dug in and understood it. You've understood that maybe the vagueness that existed allowed for a kind of a story to be told that wasn't necessarily exactly true. So now you're able to see through that. You're able to see that the situation wasn't exactly what you thought it was. It was just the vagueness of it that allowed you to see what you saw within it. This was the time for you to see it. And that's because everything else, until you came to the acknowledgement of this pattern, there were other ways that you were trying to cope with it. There were other things you were discovering and questioning about yourself and the pattern and the people involved. And all of those needed to be explored first before you came to the understanding and awareness that you have now, before you came to the place where you could tell a new story. So it's happened at the time it was supposed to. The pattern did reveal a wounding that was within you and that you are very good at dealing with now and identifying now within yourself and others. There may be some lingering feelings about it that you're dealing with now, and it could be that they get louder and louder. You may need to write some letters you don't send to express some of the more difficult feelings that you still have lingering. And this could be not just in this situation, but in all your friendships. And it looks like you really do have hope for, in particular, possibly this situation, or situations in the future. Like, this perspective shift for you opens you up to other possibilities that exist, that you always existed, but you may not have been aware of because you were in this smaller mindset of telling this story about how it's not working for you. Because the patterns that you cleared, first you were seeing life through the filter of them, and life looks a lot different now without that filter. So, this concludes this part of your adventure. Now it's time to make a decision about where you'd like to take this. So please use your own intuition to decide, and I'll see you there. Hello. You chose to face a challenge. I see that there was an ant walking right here. I don't know if you saw that, but There was a flying ant. And ants make me think of work, like this has been a step-by-step work process, but the ant has wings, so that in some ways makes his challenge, his duty, easier. He has a wider range of places to gather his supplies from. He has an ability to travel further. He's kind of adapted in a way to something challenging. So I'm going to start out by saying this is a challenge that you have adapted to and that you have been coping with or learning from for quite some time. And here you are ready to face it, and let's take a look at what it is. The first cards are going to tell us about what don't you see. What don't you see about this challenge? We got the Tower. Practice, practice, practice. A playful approach and spiritual guidance. This particular challenge may be something that you've sort of been seeing as your weakness, seeing as something that you're not good at, or something that that you're just not handling very well, or something like that. You may not realize that in actuality, if you've experienced a lot of failures on this particular topic, it's actually you're either clearing karma, like meaning when you failed, you felt a certain way, and within this lifetime it was your duty to be present with whatever way you felt. That cleared the karma of that particular experience, and next time it happened, because it does indicate it keeps happening, you wouldn't have to feel that same way. Now there's a new way to feel about it. And that's for the purpose of clearing a lot of karma. I believe this is something you've been working on for many lifetimes. And in this lifetime, you're using your presence, your acceptance, your tools of what you've learned spiritually to clear the karmic patterns that have not been cleared from other lifetimes when you've attempted this goal. Meaning, in other lifetimes, you may not have reached the level of awareness or clarity that you have now, and so you weren't able to fully resolve the ways you felt. You may have been stuck or given up or felt defeated or victimized by the whole experience in past lives. And so now when this happens again, you experience that moment of everything falling apart, that moment of hopelessness or victimization. But then you're able to apply your spiritual guidance in order to clear the karma by being present with whatever it is you feel. And you can actually approach this from a playful place, meaning by just being aware that this is what's happening, that it's going to keep happening until you have cleared every resistant way of feeling about it. Every way that you feel resistant to feeling about the experience has to be cleared. So if that's the case and you know there are going to be more, perhaps you can approach it in a manner that allows for you to view it like a game, or like something like you're clearing levels, just something that makes it more fun, something that makes it more like traversing a difficult experience, or putting a puzzle together, or collecting your fragments. Something that doesn't feel so fatalistic every time you have to experience the effects of this. So it's just really upgrading your approach. And you can see this ant has really found his way back to the board, and he's exploring, and maybe even we could look at him as having a little bit more of a playful approach, where he's just like seeing what's here And whatever it is, there he is. Like, he's here for it. I mean, I'd rather him be outside, to be honest, but he's got a friend there too. He's willing to go where he's not welcome, even. Put him near the screen and see if that entices him away. Okay, so what the next thing we're going to look at is why don't you see it? Okay, why couldn't you see that this was what was going on? That you were just clearing karma and that you could do it more playfully? Ace of Swords in reverse. It didn't feel good. It was taking the life out of you. It felt deflating, and you'd rather just ignore it and celebrate a bit. You'd rather look at the things in life that are happy. You'd rather nurture your family and yourself. You'd rather, maybe you were even drinking it away, and you didn't feel like it was part of your destiny. You didn't know that this was like actually something lending toward your destiny. It was hard to care about it, really. That's why you don't see it, because you don't see your full destiny yet. And because you don't see your full destiny, you're probably trying to make life as enjoyable as it can be given these circumstances that you keep having to experience. So now your awareness can expand to include the fact that this is part of what you are doing here on Earth. That it doesn't have to be drunk away or ignored, because it's actually going to lead you to where you meant to go. What's the hidden benefit of not seeing it, of remaining in this challenge over and over again? Okay, each time you overcome this, you are gaining back a piece of your creativity. You're getting inspired towards creative means to solve things, or maybe even to avoid things. You're learning a lot more about yourself, your resilience, where your mind's willing to go after challenges. And if you don't approach this from as far as like believing in it as something that you meant to experience, then you don't have to place roots down. Then you can just kind of be a free-range person, exploring and taking things as they come. And you don't have to really like apply the knowledge. So the hidden benefit is that you avoid failure that you could otherwise encounter if you were to apply yourself towards the actual challenge. And the challenge involved you failing a lot, so it was a confusing thing. It's understandable, given human nature, why you would have coped the way you did, and it's not wrong for you to have done so while you did it. Okay, interesting. Interesting. I read the board wrong, in the wrong order. Well, I'm going to keep going with it, because I feel like that's part of it. Whenever that happens to me in a reading, whenever I do something which is like, could be thought of as a mistake, it usually ties into the reading and it usually activates someone. So maybe you have an issue with somebody doing it wrong, or yourself doing it wrong, and maybe that's why this is so difficult for you to go through. And maybe that's why it is so difficult, is because in other lifetimes you didn't give yourself the grace of being allowed to make mistakes and be playful in the process. So we're going to be playful in my process of going out of order in the cards and reading the spread wrong. I have notes on the spread. I just made it up before we started this reading. So this is my first time doing the spread. Why don't you see it? This is actually supposed to be why don't you see it? Same answer. Because you're living your bliss. Because you're just paying attention to the things that you like in your life that you do want. That's why you don't see it. And the hidden benefit of you continuing on in this cycle is that you can continue being attached to the outcome that you want. That it does perpetuate to use your creative means to look for ways around it. And I think you like that. You like being propelled towards new ways to look at things. And it keeps you longing for the past of the things that worked for you in the past. The nostalgia is big here. And it says, like, when you step out of this pattern, it may feel like you are onto bigger challenges, so you don't feel like you'd feel like you'd be like a beginner again. You're not in known territory anymore. You're not trying to achieve something that's unachievable anymore. You're actually stepping into the place where it is achievable. So there's a lot more fear that can come up during that situation. The actual challenge is that you are not recognizing that this is part of your destiny. The challenge is that you haven't understood that you do have a destiny. You are skeptical about that whole idea, and you are avoidant of it. When Spirit tries to give you advice, or when your highest self is pressing on you to see something in a pattern or pay attention to something certain, I think that you do tend to drink or turn to celebration in some way, and you don't let your mind adopt that as a possibility. So that's your challenge that you're facing right now. The challenge of actually looking at you yourself as a spiritual being who can traverse difficult things and have it still be spiritual and have it still be fun. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Your help to accept it. Your help to accept it is your creativity and your willingness to keep planting new seeds. So you have started new things. You have been successful in new things before. You do understand that that's a process that can be fruitful for you, even though it hasn't happened on every topic yet. You seem to just be focusing on the topics where it has worked, and that's a wonderful thing. It seems logical. And it's actually something you can utilize towards this is your skills of starting things new and your ability to plant new seeds and to start over again. You can do that. And let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is the challenge to accepting. So what's making it hard for you to accept this? Okay, trusting your intuition is a challenge for you. The idea that the universe or the spirits or your highest self is giving you nudges and knowings and feelings isn't something that you want to trust. You may be very logically based, and you may be drowning out some of those other things. So it is a challenge for you to trust your intuition. You may not know if it's a fear or an intuition at sometimes. And I think if it doesn't make logical sense, you're not willing to take steps towards it. And that is one of the challenges that you have, because if it doesn't make sense to you, you're not going to do it. And intuition doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. It's of the feminine energy. It's energy that comes to you when you're in the receptive mode. And if you logic it out of the way, then you will always stay in what's known. You'll always stay in the box. And you like doing that. That's the hidden benefit. But is there a part of you that also feels stagnant there, that also is sick of doing the same old thing, is ready to venture out and see what else? And perhaps both parts of you need to be honored. And the advice, okay, so your advice for this situation is to stop misusing your strength. You have a lot of strength, and you've been using it to endure this cycle of failure in a certain sense, and surviving on what you already know and the memories of what was enjoyable for you, instead of venturing out to make new memories that will also be enjoyable, that you can experience in the moment. You're kind of drowning out that possibility because you're inspired to something new by your intuition, and you're using your strength to endure the situation longer rather than using your strength to proceed forward into something new. Other advice is Persephone. So Persephone is the one who she's the daughter of Ceres, who was taken to the underworld by Pluto. And the underworld is representative of our subconscious, and we're not conscious of what is in our energy body, something in our shadow. And it's asking you to go look in your shadow, look for the reasons why. Ask yourself, what would be so bad about it? And keep asking yourself that question until you get to the bottom of it. What would be so bad about it? What would be so bad about it? 12th house, and this means it's asking you to get comfortable with the unknown. Get comfortable, because there's a whole lot of space, void space, spiritual space, potential, limitless possibility, stuff that you don't know. There's so much you don't know, and you're living very small right now. And it's an understandable way to live as a human. We have to take a chunk of it to live small in for a while. But you've prepared, you've been prepared, you've been repeating a cycle now of something crumbling every time because you're continuing it on. You've learned all that you can from it. Now you have to venture into the unknown, and you have to go into your subconscious and find out what's stopping you from doing so. Sometimes it's fear of success. Sometimes it's because we'll have to leave certain people behind that don't want to see us grow. Sometimes it's because we're just fearful of not having our safety, or that people will judge us, or that we won't have support, or anything like that. But it's up to you to go into your subconscious and see what yours is. And here, look, here you got Scorpio. So the Scorpio energy is something that is associated with the underworld, is associated with going down below into the subconscious. But also the key way to handle Scorpio energy, so when you're going into this subconscious, you can't go in there with a bunch of want to control, although Scorpio does want to control. Scorpio wants power, Scorpio wants to control. But what Scorpio learns, every Scorpio who evolves learns that you cannot control everything, especially the unknown and other people. And it's surrender that gets you through. Surrender to what is. Because any resistance causes this tower, and it will continue to cause this tower every time you resist or avoid. And then the last piece of advice here is follow through. So don't just take this information and go back to ignoring it. Take this seriously and follow through with your inner urge. Follow through with your intuition. Follow through even before it makes sense. Because let's face it, there is a part of you that has handled yourself in situations that you didn't know about, that were new, that were unknown, and you know you have your back. But there's a little scared part of you that also needs your love, that also needs to be welcomed in and accepted for having the fear, and brought along for the journey forward. Okay. This is an interesting challenge that you are facing here, and it's a beautiful one. And it's beautiful, and I feel honored to have looked at this part of your journey with you, because it does show here that you are on a journey towards your destiny, and it's something that is very important and close to your soul, and I honor you on that journey. Hello. Let's take a look at this challenge you're ready to face. Oh, brave one. Let's see. The first cards are going to tell us, what don't you see? It says, patience, please. What you're asking for is coming. Have patience. There are unseen factors that need to occur first. So you don't see that something that you want is coming. You don't see that you've done the work, that you have reached the place that you want to reach. You are fully equipped, capable, and funded towards your desire. Why don't you see this? Why don't you see that patience is needed? There's a part of you that doesn't feel good in the waiting. There's a part of you that's waiting to be rescued, that feels like things should come immediately, that feels like action, that feels ready to take action. Or maybe you don't feel ready to take action. It could be either way. The action that you take doesn't feel good. Oh. So there's something about your masculine energy that is in need of your attention here. That's why you don't see it. And this part of your masculine energy is the part that takes action into unknown factors. It takes action even when discomfort is present. So it's kind of like the soldier part of you, the Mars, the willingness to go towards something without all logical aspects of it in full understanding. So there's a reason why you're in this position. Let's go on and see the hidden benefit to being in this position. The hidden benefit to being in this position is that you get to heal something around being surprised, the unexpected. Wow. So you feel ready, you feel like you've done the work, or maybe you didn't know that until it was confirmed in this reading by the energy. The energy showing that you've done what you've had to do. And the waiting is like, it's because there's something in your energy about dealing with the unexpected. You like to know things. You like to know the outcome. You like to know when something's going to happen. You like the cause and effect law of the universe. And there is something, perhaps stemming from a past life, that needs to be healed around being surprised. Okay? So the hidden benefit of staying where you are is that you get to heal something about being surprised when this comes in, when you least expect it. Something is coming that when you least expect it. You're having to have patience. Maybe you've even given up on it. Maybe you've even thought, well, I'm just going to move along without that thing because it's not coming, and I can't focus on something that I can't take action on. I just need to focus on what's making me happy. And it doesn't make me happy to think about surprise things that catch me off guard. You really value being organized and structured in some way that is being challenged through this process. Okay? And what is this challenge? You got the Page of Wands. Yeah, the Page of Wands takes action that's passionately driven towards a beginning that is unknown. This page doesn't know if they will need to gain some skills as they go. They don't know what kind of challenges they're about to face. They've not done this before, but they feel passionately driven towards it, so they're going to take the steps. And this challenge we've got stuck in your ways, that you're busy being in, maybe you don't know that this is fated, or you're busy being in the known. You want the truth. You want to know what this is about. You want it to make sense before you proceed. And we've got life of the party. So it's a challenge for you to step into that unknown, wild, feral, urge-driven energy. It really is. You've maybe had something happen in a past life or earlier on in this life that made it seem like that was not the wisest way to proceed. It's not how you gained your riches, that's for sure, right? Okay. But this bigger picture is revealing that both things are important, right? It's important for you to do what you've already done to achieve what you have, but it's also important for you to be able to step out and venture into the new places. Okay, so we now are going to look at what's helpful for you to accept that this is the case. It's helpful for you to be grateful for all you are blessed with, okay? That's going to make it easier to start really focusing in on and noticing all the things that you have that are great, that are making you feel loved and happy. And Page of Cups. It's going to be helpful for you to accept this process when you look at the yet to be grounded new love, maybe new things that you love to do, or new love interest, or yeah, basically those things. New ways to experience your own heart and creativity. The challenge to accepting this. You haven't prioritized being creative. You haven't prioritized doing it from a heart-based place. You haven't prioritized doing it in a different way, or allowing yourself to be a little bit more lenient or creative in the way that you achieve. You know what works to achieve. You just do that. You like to understand everything and plan it out, maybe very strategic and logic-based. And even though I think that you'll definitely celebrate life and enjoy life, it's separate from how you enjoy success. So there's some sort of success waiting to come in that's going to surprise you, because you haven't healed a part of you that doesn't like being surprised. And the advice. Let yourself have a new idea. Let yourself know that there's a new idea, a new way to make money, a new way to be established on the earth. Born from within, meaning it's coming from an inner urge that you have. This is going to come from the feminine aspect of you, meaning it's an inner urge that comes through receiving the intuitive prompt from within you. And allow these hopes and dreams, allow new hopes and dreams to flourish. Know that whatever it is, it's going to grow exponentially for yourself and others, that it's very beneficial, that you are fully equipped and have everything you need, that it will be an enjoyable process, and that it will affect your career and your money and your social standing and your reputation greatly. That what this is going to be great for you. So your challenge is in allowing in something that you don't expect, and to be prepared to be healed through the process of doing so. Your challenge is that you don't expect this to come in for you, that it's taking a long time, and that you may have given up on it, not realizing that there's a whole bigger plan that your highest self and the universe has for you. That the part of you that takes part in this plan is the feminine part. You get to receive. Okay, so your challenge is to receive. All right, brave one. That concludes this look at this particular challenge for you. I'm honored to have taken a look, and I honor you in your process. Hello, brave one. You've decided to look at a challenge. Let's face this challenge together, shall we? Regarding this challenge, what don't you see? There's something that is needing to be emotionally healed on an emotional level, which means presence with a certain feeling you've been avoiding to feel will be required. This feeling is so difficult to feel that it feels like you would die to feel it. It feels very detrimental, very heavy, very much like something you wanted to avoid. It may be in your subconscious. You may not even be aware of the fact that you've developed a coping mechanism from an early age in order to avoid feeling this certain thing. Okay? Why don't you see it? You simply don't see it because your coping mechanism allows you to fit into expectations and the world around you and what other people told you to do. Authoritative figures, perhaps a teacher or parental figures, a coach, someone early on, directed you, guided you on how to go about life in a certain manner. And so far this is really broad, right? So we'll see if we can get some more details out of this on what this actually is. But for now, what we know is there's a feeling that has been avoided through a coping mechanism, and the reason it's being avoided is because of what someone else told you. Okay? And what is the hidden benefit? The hidden benefit of doing it this way, of the way that you were told to do it, is that it feels like this is the right way. You'll be fitting in. You'll be achieving what you were told to achieve. You will be able to traverse difficult things, and that you can be paired with someone else that involves a purpose, like there's order and structure, and that you won't be seen as the bad one, even when there are difficult things, even when there's a quarrel or a disagreement or a burden. You've been told to do it this way to win, and the hidden benefit of doing it this way is that you do feel like you've won, that you can be approved of by at least this other person, and that in any disagreement that you win. And that nobody sees you as the bad one, that you don't see yourself as the bad one. Okay? What is the actual challenge? What is this challenge that you're facing? The challenge is to stand up for what you believe is right, for your own beliefs, for the coping mechanism somehow involves doing something that is against who you really are. Meaning, yes, you're accepted for doing it. Yes, you feel like you won, but inside it doesn't feel like you won. Inside it feels like there's probably a higher road that you could take. It's not in line with your values and what you think is really right. The way that you're coping and behaving, it doesn't really let you win. It just lets you hope that you'll feel better, that hope that that's the right thing. You know there's a higher way of doing it. You know that there is a way to handle this that is more in line with your values. And you probably also know that this would cause you to be broken free from and away from another person that either taught you this or that is with you because you are like this. Yeah. The challenge is to take this pain that you're covering up by acting in this way and turn it into wisdom. So feel it, be present with it, accept it, understand why you've been doing it the way you were doing it, and avoiding feeling the thing that you were avoiding to feel. And this will allow you to operate from a much bigger picture view. So all of these challenges that you're facing, they won't even be challenges because you'll kind of ride above them in a way. You won't have to face them anymore because the whole reason that you're facing them over and over again is so that you have another chance to make a new decision about it. So that you have another chance to act in line with your integrity. And until you get in line with your integrity, you're going to keep having reasons to have to make that decision. So you're in a karmic loop, something that you wanted to learn from, and the challenge is recognizing it, and the challenge is actually taking a stand for what you believe is right, and joining your actions to your integrity, being in line with your values. And what will help you accept this? If you clear out the clutter of, what you're doing that is in line with other people's wants. Do what feels good to you. Do what makes you light up inside, not what makes you avoid feeling something bad. Allow yourself to be around people who would do it the way that is in line with your values. And purify, like anything that's not in line with your values, get rid of it. That will help you accept this challenge and traverse this challenge. What makes it hard for you to accept this challenge? Look, detoxification, because you're holding on to something that is toxic to you, and you're pretending it's not. Page of Swords in reverse. So you're not willing to venture out on your own with your own ideas yet. You're too burdened by what expectations are put on you from either yourself to fit in or others around you. the victory that you have focused on achieving is hollow. Because it's not what you really want. It's not who you really are. Maybe it was for a certain time, but now you've understand bigger than it. You've understand more than it. And you're ready to graduate beyond it. And what is the advice? Two of Pentacles. Look at things from both perspectives. And accept both perspectives, okay? Fully. Weigh all the factors, and see how it feels when you act this way, and see how it feels when you act in line with who you really are. And it will be very apparent which one feels heavy and which one feels lighter. Ask yourself, what would love do? Ask yourself what the highest version of you would do. Ask yourself which feels lighter. The advice is pay attention to the hidden benefit. Your advice is specifically to address the hidden benefit, because unless you address the hidden benefit, which is that you get to be around people that you love, that you like being around, that you like their approval, that you feel like a pair, a part of something, you feel like you're accepted, all of that needs to be looked at, because those are valid things that you want in your life, and you're not going to just give them up. So you have to try to let yourself understand that there's another way, that you'll always be compromising who you really are in order to be around the people that only accept you in that way. So can you allow yourself to be with the pain, be present with the uncomfortable feelings, even the ones that say, okay, this person doesn't accept me anymore if I'm not like them, but I still want to be true to myself enough that I'll go through that pain and that discomfort and that grief, the grieving process of losing someone that wasn't really true to who I truly am. You know, if you have to be something certain to someone, then they're only accepting you under an expectation and an attachment to a certain outcome, and that's not who you are. You're not. We are growing, evolving beings. So anyone that is trying to hold us in a box is not looking out for our best interest, and we have to look out for our best interest. So it's really rectifying that for yourself, and really asking yourself, what would be so bad about it if you lost this person? What would be so bad about it if they knew the truth of you? What would be so bad about it if you started acting different, you know? And keep asking that question until you get to the root, and you get to the thing that's really causing you to do it. Sirius, be unconditionally loving and present with whatever arises through this process. It looks like there's going to be a lot of fears and discomfort, uncomfortable feelings and truths that you will be facing along the way to deal with this challenge. So really be present with those things. Take responsibility. No one's going to do this for you. As a child, it was pertinent for you to look to someone else to tell you how to act, and they did. And now you've tried that out, and now you've come to a point where you realize, oh, there's something higher than this. I can grow from this. I know more now. So take responsibility for that. No one's going to do it for you, because now you're an adult. Now you're the one who gets to decide what's right for you. And also your body can guide you. When you have that gut feeling that something's not right with the way you've come to victory, your body can tell you what it's feeling. Your body can tell you what's right and wrong. Your body can tell you what it needs. So really pay attention to your body. Let your body guide you. It's a navigation tool that you have as a part of being on Earth. And getting in touch with your body and letting your body be what it is meant to be, which is your navigation tool, will help you traverse these difficult situations. And your body is really your biggest ally. Your body is housing your spirit and your soul and your energy and taking the action that you will it to. So being in good relationship with your body is going to benefit you. And also, your body is harboring the emotional pain. So if you have actual physical ailments, your body is trying to get your attention to them. If your body is telling you to start taking responsibility for its care, it's the equivalent of your body saying, look, it's our responsibility to be with all of us, the uncomfortable parts too. And that goes for the emotional body too. So anytime we ignore or suppress or deny emotions for long enough, the body will start to act up in that stagnant energy and get our attention. So it results in a physical ailment, which requires our response. And this may be the state that you're in. So you're facing a challenge of physical ailment due to an emotional healing that is awaiting your response. Your care and your love and your willingness to be true to who you are and be in your integrity. What a beautiful challenge that will grow you and help you know who you really are. And I know that it may be difficult, so I do honor you, your process, and I feel honored that you allowed me to bear witness and pass messages and information to reflect on regarding this. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter. Hello, brave one. Let's take a look at this challenge you are ready to face. What don't you see? Love life, that there's a change in your love life. Okay. Remember, this is a challenge. I understand that fear might arise as I say something like this, but bear with. We'll get all the way through all the information, which is information to reflect on. Why don't you see it? Why don't you see this change happening in your love life? So it's not what you want. It's there's something changing that is not in line with what you're intending. And I think it has to do with a burden that you've been willing to carry. You've been carrying a burden. Your intention was to keep carrying this burden. Okay, I have a feeling that the universe doesn't want you to carry this burden anymore, and so that's why something is changing. You know, it could be in a way that you've been selling yourself short or just taking too much of the brunt of the work in a relationship, but let's go on and see what else. What is the hidden benefit to you staying in this situation? You're emotionally invested. You get to be with somebody that you love. A soulmate, perhaps. You know, you're in a relationship that's valuable to you. And it's mysterious. You never know what's going to happen, really. It's full of drama. It's full of challenge. It's full of deep, deep emotion. It's full of something nostalgic, something that goes back for lifetimes, eons, something that can't be explained, something that you can barely grasp. You get to be involved in this beautiful, dramatic, kind of playful at times, but emotionally burdensome at other times, kind of partnership. Okay. What is the actual challenge that you're facing here? That there is something that you know, there's a truth that you've been alerted to, that you've had a difficult time expressing. It may have happened within the past week or happening. Something where you know that you could prevent something more from happening in a way. You're having faith for this situation, thinking that the difficulties can be cleaned up. You're really, really in love, looking at things through the eyes of love. It's what you know. It feels like home because it's how you grew up. It's what your own family was like. And perhaps you spend a lot of time focused on and celebrating what you do enjoy, you know, which is not a terrible thing. It's not a bad idea. It's just that there is something more that has to be done in order to prevent whatever it is you're trying to prevent. That the way you're doing it now isn't allowing you to express something that is becoming more and more important to express. What could help you accept the situation? Looking beyond the immediate appearances, knowing, you know, there's more than you see. There's more than just what you're focused on. Not being so adaptable, you know, just trying to stick with what it is that you want. Creating some space for yourself, maybe walking away from certain ways of being and ways of coping. Kind of getting some space from the situation so that you can see it more clearly could help you. And what is a challenge to accepting this? Well, because your intuition is informing you of the need for this, that there is something that's not right, that needs to be cleaned up. And you're fighting that. You're fighting your own intuition. You're actively trying not to see what is being shown to you by your own inner guidance, intuition. You're hiding the information from yourself so that you can stay in the partnership. You may be afraid to lose this relationship, and therefore only letting yourself see certain things, and only being willing to carry the burden yourself, and only being willing to look at certain things. What's the advice here for this challenge? Look at what would be your Ten of Pentacles. What would be everything for you? What would be, you know, what you deserve and what you want? And what's the difference between what you have and that? Ask yourself, what would love do? In this situation, what would love do if love were calling the shots? Be willing to look below the surface of the reasons why, and also be willing to surrender control where you don't have any. Go for it. You know, if it's like, I need to express this without knowing what the outcome will be, go for it. Decide, and like, if this is going to be an exit strategy, decide what it's going to be. If this is going to be a strategy for handling your emotions after you've kind of put it out there, make sure you do have an idea of what you're going to do and how you're going to handle yourself. Nothing's gone wrong here. I want to point out, nothing's gone wrong. You haven't done anything wrong by staying in the place where you don't notice this and don't pay attention to it. It is not wrong. You know, that was a experience that you were meant to have, and now you're going to have another experience. A different experience is wanting to be had by you. And love, it's all about love, and you have that down. Like, that's not the part of this that's going to change. It's not the love. It's something to do with expressing your values and what's important to you, and what you think could be improved upon, or what you think could be done to prevent a certain situation, based on your experience in your own family. And it's sort of saying, like, your challenge is to be willing to be who you really are based on who you're growing into, even within something that you feel, you know, is good for you, and you feel at risk of losing if you change something. What you're basically going to be doing is, it's balancing out this burden that you're carrying, you know? You know, there's something that could be done to prevent. Like, maybe, you know, eventually it's going to get too heavy. Eventually you're going to crack. Eventually you need your own cup filled up. Eventually you need some reciprocation. And maybe this is just like pushing on you to, first of all, celebrate how far you've come, because you've been carrying this, right? But also celebrate that you have the opportunity now to assert your own idea. It's an idea. You don't know how it will turn out, but be willing to, based on what you've already experienced, based on the fact that you know what's going to happen if you don't. And using love all the way through. You know, if you go forth with love as your intention, it's going to be okay. Change is not bad. You know, this relationship can grow too. And it can perhaps even grow to what fills and ticks all the boxes for you, and what feels right to you, and what it's meant to be. You know, allow it to be what it's meant to be. Okay? Beautiful. I honor you and the process you're in, and the experiences you're having, and I am honored that I was able to look at this challenge with you. Thank you. Hello, brave one. Let's take a look at the challenge you face. What don't you see about this challenge? What don't you see? Okay, so what you don't see is that there is a certain level of karma to transmute in a certain relationship, and the karma was around the feminine aspect of you. It could have been playing out in a relationship that your daughter has, or your relationship with your daughter, or your own inner feminine. the childlike feminine part of you, whether you are male or female or don't identify. We all have masculine and feminine energy. So this is in reference to the feminine energy needing to resolve certain karmas that took time and that involved perhaps this need to rest, this need to withdraw. Yeah, okay. It could have been a karma that actually inhibited the ability for you to play. Why don't you see it? You're being driven by lower desires and perhaps like a Prince Charming or your own ideas and fantasies around love. You're just dealing on a shallow level, and you have reasons to hold on to toxic ways of relating. Perhaps it's what you know. It's what feels comfortable and like home to you, and that you may be obsessed or even addicted to perhaps love bombs or feeling really attached, getting certain feedbacks from certain people. The hidden benefit to you having this situation continue, you're comfortable in it at this point. You know what to expect. You kind of have been following the rules, so to speak. You don't have to admit that you've been victimized if you stay in it. And you don't have to take responsibility for yourself because you're being told what to do, essentially. The hidden benefit is that you don't have to step out into the unknown and take responsibility for yourself and how you feel. So forgive that this is a blunt way of putting a very delicate topic and probably a very painful situation to be in. Seems that you are ready to face this challenge at this time, so it's very possible that for many of you, you've already had the feeling about this or know that this is the case for you. Could be that this is a situation you already faced in the past, and that we're just going to discuss one more aspect of it that needs to be more fully understood. Let's see. What is the challenge? The challenge is knowing what you want and being passionately driven towards that. The challenge is that you have to challenge authority. The challenge is that you may not know exactly who you are. You may know that you have some things to heal. The challenge is that there's a time of healing that needs to take place. The challenge is knowing when to do what you want to do. The challenge is how you support yourself and how will you be seen? How will this affect your reputation? The challenge is trusting yourself and being patient with yourself as you traverse very difficult circumstances. Because this would propel and perpetuate a lot of changes. So you may be facing this, you may be in the middle of facing this at this time, some of you. Now we're going to look at what can help you accept this. It's going to feel a lot better when you accept that this is the challenge you're facing. And what can help you is you recognize what you want, really, truly. If all things, if there were no feelings to be hurt, no challenges to face, what is it that you really want to experience? And if you know that you're meant for something greater, you know that you're meant to achieve all that it is you want, can you honor that for yourself? Honoring your soul's path, following that calling. What can be a challenge to accepting this? you may not have the tools to help you handle the heartbreak that goes along with this. And you may not know how you'll support yourself, because you feel like this will put you out of commission. You'll be very upset, and you may not have what it takes to financially support yourself and emotionally support yourself at the same time. Okay. So these are the challenges to facing this. Now we're going to look at the advice. Look at the ways that you are telling yourself that it won't work out. There may be ways that, yes, there are challenges, but there may be ways that you're unwilling to take on those challenges. And you may not realize it at this point, but it's asking you to realize that those constraints are within you. Nothing outside of you is really keeping you. Every challenge that you have to face, there is a solution for it if you're open to looking for it. If you're willing to open your eyes to it and untie your hands to it. Okay? And you can ask your body for advice. There is something about the way that you're taking care of your body which needs your attention. So it's asking you to do that. It's saying, like, you may not get it right away. You may not, you may have already tried to leave the situation and failed. It says failure is part of success. So its advice is to accept that. Accept that nothing's gone wrong. It says take responsibility. Like, your ability to respond, it's asking you to take that up. Be unconditionally loving to yourself as you go through this process. Like, if you fail, love that part of you. If you're scared to take responsibility, love that part of you. Skills assessment. There are things that that are your strengths, and there are things that are your weaknesses. Make sure you know them both, so you know what you're working with. Look for things to be grateful for. Like, maybe you have to start all over again somewhere else, but maybe this puts you in a position to actually have what you want someday. Maybe this puts you in a position where you're closer to people that you enjoy being around. Maybe this puts you in a position where you can actually start working where you were kept from working before. Embrace the new beginning. Again, look for your weaknesses. Where is it that you're feeling weak? Okay, so those parts of yourself need your love, need your acceptance. And look at your self-worth, your possessions, and how you make a living. And look at how those are tied together. Assess any beliefs that you have around that. Where are you making yourself feel weak due to the story you're telling about those things? Can you be in gratitude for some of the things that you own, or your ability to make a living, in whatever capacity that may be? Okay, this is a difficult challenge that you are facing. So I want to remind you to be really gentle with yourself, and remind you that for every weakness, you have a strength. You know, you're obviously a very strong person, and you have been using that strength to endure a difficult situation, and your soul has allowed you to do this so that you could learn from it. Nothing is lost. You will learn as you leave this situation, step by step. You will learn what you're made of. You will learn your strengths. You will learn your weaknesses. You will know who you are. You will know what's important to you. You will have established a better relationship with your body, and you will know what it is to be grateful for, and when you know what you're left with after all the loss that you will endure as you go through this process. So I honor you and your process, and And I hope you will do the same for yourself. Okay? We're going to end that part of the reading there. Hello, brave one. Let's look at this challenge you're ready to face together. What don't you see? There are legitimate constraints or restrictions in a situation which may have to do with traveling. There's a spiritual lesson. Why don't you see this? You're currently driven by a new idea, like you're focusing on the positive. So like say there's a challenge or like a restriction, you're focused in such a way that you're like determined to get past it or by it. But this is kind of saying like, wait a minute, there's something to learn here from it. What is the hidden benefit of you having this challenge or avoiding looking at this challenge? If you don't look at the restriction, then you can sort of be in the almost a fantasy level, a very shallow level of success, of feeling like you love life, about that life's great. You feel more in control if you don't look at this legitimate restriction. What is the challenge? There's something else for you to be focused on, something else that's more grounded. Maybe it's safer or feels better being in the realm of like fantasy or possibility. There's something to be healed here. It's a restriction on you right now. You feel content in it though, and has been going on for 10 plus years. And is generally something that you wouldn't expect everyone to know about you. You kind of show a different face to the outside world. They wouldn't know that you're in a sort of comfort zone when it comes to this certain thing. And it's more perhaps that served you for the time that it did, but now more depth is being asked of you, more insight, bigger awareness that grounds something new for you. What is a help to accept it? What will help you accept this? Withdrawing and taking some time for yourself and dig in to see it through to completion. So instead of glossing over and knowing that you can push through, withdraw to get a different perspective where you're not trying to live up to outside expectations or attachments to the outcome, but more willing to look in the direction of things that you haven't been willing to see yet. It may be a possibility that you glossed over. What is the challenge to accepting this? It would cause you to have to rebirth. It would cause something in your life to end. You'd have to have a bigger picture view and to allow a solution where there is a restriction currently and you just work with the restriction. You're content to work with the restriction when really that restriction, whether it be within yourself and your allowing of all possibilities, or something that has manifested outside of you, maybe you haven't been focused on love, you've just been focused on business and your reputation and accomplishment and things like that. This is asking you to open yourself up to something different. And there's some healing to be done. So instead of pushing forward towards what it is you want, it's first saying, stay where you are. Get comfortable there. And when you see that that's not comfortable, find out why. That's going to be your first clue. Because the pushing forward has been a coping mechanism. Okay? So the challenge you face is to be content. And when you're not content, there's something in the subconscious, maybe a belief, maybe something that you saw modeled to you in parental figures, that the need to go, or always accomplish, or be thought of well, or be a successful business owner, or push through any challenges, or never feel like you can't. Something like that. Let's see what the advice is. Page of Wands. The things that you've been sort of keeping in your mind's eye as important to you as possibilities, it's like take action towards some of those things afterwards that are not going to be in your comfort zone, by the way. You're going to have to push into places that are not your comfort zone. I think it has to do with love. I think it has to do with real love. Love, a depth. Some depth. It says, be strong. That strength that you have, is going to be important. To consider other people. It's not just you here. Consider yourself and then also consider others. And look at where you've victimized yourself or others. Because dealing in a shallow level, serving the parts of you that just care about glitter, shiny, and what is high-end or luxury, has surely attracted to you people who only value the same, and this means they have victimized some part of you, which likely is your emotions, which you may not have even allowed yourself to see. You may have started to be content in situations that weren't emotionally enriching. You may have told yourself that you had a level of emotional enrichment that does not exist. You may have not have been able to go forward with certain people, and you may have told yourself that you would just push through, or that you would do it anyway. You may have stayed in situations longer than was healthy because you refused to see the restriction as something that was working for you. Your coping mechanism said to just push through and achieve what you wanted. However, that may have put you into situations where you were victimized. just because you were trying to achieve this other ideal, which actually you had already achieved, and already, if you allowed yourself to see, you had already understood that that wasn't your full fulfillment. It will never be your full fulfillment. You can be content in it, but there's more. There's something more, and you know it. And you have been actively not letting yourself think about that part of the thing. That, grounding that thing. There's something else to be grounded here. So your challenge is to look in the direction that you haven't been letting yourself look, and allow yourself to be content with where you are, so that you stop pushing, and then allow yourself to go in the direction of the thing that you were avoiding all along. All along the way, you will need to honor your feelings of being victimized. Look where other people are victimizing you, or where you've victimized others through this way of coping. This is your challenge, because as you realize where you've been victimized or where you've victimized others, there'll be, changes in the way you behave. This is a spiritual teaching. You're learning. And the restrictions on where you were trying to go with your life will be lifted after this spiritual lesson has been learned. Okay? It was a long one. You did well. Everything that you've experienced up to now has been useful to where you're going in the future. I honor your process. Thank you for spending this time with me. And may you have much success in moving through this challenge. Hey there. So, you chose Find an Opportunity, Opportunity 1. I've laid out the cards ahead of time, and what we're going to look at is first the circumstance, and then the opportunity given that circumstance. We're also going to answer a question, so if you have a question in response to anything that comes up in this reading, we'll get an answer to that. And we'll also ask for things that will help you take advantage of the opportunity. So let's dive right in. What is the circumstance? You may be suffering in silence with a big loss. Something sudden or shocking may have really taken you off balance. This may have happened in your work, in your career, at your workplace. Something that happened through communication. You may have lost your inspiration. And you may not know that your soul has a different intention for what you're meant to be putting your energy into, and that the falling away, the crumbling apart of what was, is actually meant to provide you a way to get to where you're meant to be. Okay, what is the opportunity? Your great wave awaits. Yeah, if you just imagine things crumbling down in water and that creating a wave, this is the wave that's meant to help carry you to your next destination. I am gentle with myself. So it does look like there's quite a bit of pain that's been caused through this communication. There's going to be an adjustment period where it will be important to give yourself what you need, pay attention to your body, give yourself the comforts, spend time with friends if needed, and be very gentle with yourself through this process that you're going through. We've got Smoker and Midnight Toker in reverse, so it may be that there's an opportunity to not use cannabis through a difficult time, if it was your habit. There's an opportunity for recognition. So perhaps you were in a position where you just couldn't be all that you can be. It was useful for you because you learned many things while you were in that position. You got inspired toward something greater, and that something greater is something that you will be recognized for. You know, you're not leaving this behind empty-handed. You're not leaving empty-handed. You have all the memories of the things you enjoyed, the things you learned, the accomplishments, and the recognition that you already achieved. Perhaps the laid-back way of the stoner, or the smoker, the midnight toker, was to offset something of a hot temper. So you may find yourself being a very passionate person, and this passion can now be channeled into this new endeavor. The opportunity is for planning and preparation, because limitless possibilities exist, and if not for this change, if not for this need to make change, you may have stayed in a comfort zone longer than needed, And so your new opportunity is the opportunity to change your mindset about your current circumstances, if you recently or in the near future experience a crumbling away of something in the workplace, your position perhaps, or a cutting remark, or a cutting down of your ideas. That whatever is lost is sure to be replaced with something more suited to where you are going as a soul. There's a higher plane for you to exist on now. And the foundation will need to be built on that higher plane's energetics. So considering the win-win-win for all. And if there was a way that you weren't winning, or if others were losing out by you being in the position that you were in, then it always was going to crumble eventually, so that it could be rebuilt on something that is more sustainable in a higher plane. Okay, so if you have a question about any of this, you can ask that now. You can pause if you need more time. The answer is we have deception. So I don't know what you asked. You'll have to use that answer to make it fit for you. You know, it could be that you're deceiving yourself in thinking in that manner. It could be that someone told something that wasn't true about you that caused this to happen. It could be that would be the thing that's recognized. And wherever this carries you is where you're meant to be. For different people, it will be different circumstances. Let's see, what could help you take advantage of this new opportunity? Celebrate how far you've come. Like we said, you're not leaving with nothing. You have a lot of great memories. Embrace the limitless possibilities that exist. The rest is still unwritten. It's up to you to plan and prepare. And this will be through your inner urge for what your soul is urging you towards. Do you have a desire or a dream that is yet unlived? Ground it. Ground yourself. Spend time in nature. You can put your bare feet on the earth. That's a wonderful way to ground. Or you can look up grounding and see what that entails. But grounding yourself and grounding something new for yourself, like we talked about, building that foundation on the principles that are just higher, including the win-win-win for all. I win, you win, we all win. That's the opportunity, and doing so, grounding that type of foundation for yourself, will help you take advantage of this new opportunity. It's how we go forth with the intention that we have. So if our intention is good, if our intention is assuring that we all win, then the foundation will be secure. And if the intention is anything less than that, if the intention is rooted in fear, if the intention is built with doubt included, it's not going to get the same results as the foundation built, including the win-win-win. Okay? So it was a pleasure and an honor to look at this opportunity with you. Remember, it's just information to reflect on. So take what is helpful to you. And if you choose to continue on this journey, I'll see you there. Hi, you chose Find a New Opportunity, Opportunity 2. First we're going to look at the circumstances and then the opportunity. Then we're going to ask a question. We're going to answer any questions that come up. So if you have one, just keep it in mind when we reveal the answer. Later in the reading, we'll make sense of that. And we're also going to look at what you can do to help you utilize this opportunity. So far we have Seven of Cups, Hanged Man, and the Page of Swords in reverse. Okay. So far these circumstances are like contemplative, waiting to look at something from a different perspective, maybe feeling a bit uninspired or unclear on what steps to take forward or how to handle a situation or which choice to make. Perhaps all of the choices seem like you haven't chosen any of them yet. There's a lot of fantasy and intangibility involved in the choices. Let's see what else. This may have been going on for 2 to 3 months. You may be looking to manifest something specific, and you're looking at a lot of factors, trying to gain clarity where there is none. There's just limitless possibilities, and I think that you're committed to making one of them happen, and you're maybe looking at the places where you took action on options or ideas that didn't pan out very well. You know, like something seemed good, it seemed like you were drawn towards it, and then it turned out that it was painful, or something unexpected happened, or you got betrayed, or you got cheated on, or you got trampled on, or you got excluded. And this actually gave you the opportunity to be in this state of looking at things deeper and looking at things from a new perspective in order to heal. And so I think that's what's been going on with you right now. The circumstances are you've been needing to heal some things that you had committed yourself to previously that did not work well, or did not work as expected. But since everything is happening for us, not to us, in actuality, it did provide you with some much needed perspective for the consideration that you are doing now. What is the new opportunity? Your words create worlds. That's interesting, because one thing that I always say about a manifesting generator is that they can speak things into existence. So manifesting generator is one of the energy types in human design. So you may be curious about human design, or you may know about it already. But a manifesting generator can speak things into existence, so what they say matters. And this is saying that you have an opportunity to speak something into existence, that what you say matters. A new friendship or romance. So if this is one of the things you've been considering, you know, maybe you do feel wildly drawn towards somebody, and you've been hesitant, or you don't know how to approach them, or, you know, if it is in your best interest, it is showing an opportunity for a new friendship or romance, and an opportunity for travel as well. It says, I am worthy of more prosperity, and I open my heart and hands to receive it now. So once you speak this into existence, you'll also need to line up with it in your energy. And to be in the receiving mode is your best chance of letting it come in. Okay? So know that it will be, and then open yourself to receive it. So you have to know you're worthy of that as well. So that's why you needed to spend the time cleaning up anything that had happened in the past, and make sure that where it poked you in your self-worth, or, you know, doubting yourself, or being unable to trust yourself, that you cleaned those things up in your energy. We got temporary boyfriend. So, you know, this experience that you're about to have, you maybe don't have to go into it thinking this is the one, this is the happily ever after, this was the one I'm going to marry. Instead, be unattached to the outcome and with no expectations. Just have a playful approach to this new experience that is on offer for you. And as you open yourself to receive, it seems like there's a windfall, an abundance, and being in the flow and very aligned is all on offer for you now. And this partnership is a real possibility for you to form. So if you're the feminine, or if you're utilizing feminine energy, it's important for you to be in the receptive mode. If you are a masculine, you may need to take action, but you also need to receive the reciprocation of what you put forth. Let's see if you have any questions about this. You can pause if you need more time. Let's see what the answer is. 3 is a crowd. So I don't know what your question was, but if you're looking at somebody who's already in a relationship, or if you have, you know, a few people that you're juggling, you know, if you're dating a few people, like this is kind of saying 3 is a crowd. Like it might be too many people involved, right? So maybe you just want to do one at a time if you're dating. You know, no one wants to be juggled. No one wants to be considered an option of many, although I understand that that is true, essentially, especially if we're not holding people as attached to the outcome or with expectation. But it makes most sense to choose and then give undivided attention and invest in the choice you make. Because dividing your attention, it just doesn't feel good to the other person, you know, if you can imagine. You know, even as growing up with siblings, it's kind of uncomfortable when you have to like wait your turn, or mom can't deal with you because they're dealing with everybody else in the family and things like that, you know. It feels nice when somebody can designate their full attention and investment toward you. And I think you have the best chance of making something good out of your experience when you do that. And it doesn't mean you have to stay invested for the future. It means for the experience you're having, invest, and then, you know, kind of bring your energy back in and see how you feel about the next experience. Abraham Hicks is a spiritual teacher you may have heard of, but one of the things they say that I really liked was, I like you pretty good, let's see how it goes. I like you pretty good, let's see how it goes, right? Because if we're a person who's growth oriented, we're going to want to match up with somebody who's also growth oriented. So another person who isn't growth oriented, you are going to outgrow them. And it doesn't mean that it wasn't a worthwhile experience to have while we had it. Okay. Things that you could do to help you utilize this new opportunity. Say yes. Be assertive also. This is another way of saying be assertive, but also be agreeable. Be open to the limitless possibilities that exist. Know that it's not all defined for you as of yet, that it's still unwritten. Guidance. Follow the signs and symbols or your inner promptings. Know that you are being guided, that you can trust yourself, that the inner urge can guide you. So if something feels off, you'll know that you can make the decision you need to make about the experience you're having. Because you've had those experiences before. You can trust yourself to guide yourself. Discomfort. Yes, pay attention to discomfort. So that's exactly what we just said. which is basically like your discomfort will be your guidance. When something feels off, if it's a red flag, now you know not to ignore it. Now you know what your standards are and where your values are at, and how to stay in integrity with them. Okay? So if it's discomfort because you're nervous, that's different than discomfort because somebody canceled on you 5 minutes before you were supposed to get together and you have an off feeling about them as a result. You know, you can then decide, if they want another try in the future, you have to decide, do I enjoy the experiences I'm having with this person? Like, did you have a lot of conversations that made up for that, or was it just kind of put off and your feelings were left unrecognized and uncared about in the meantime, and then, a new date was set? Like, how did it go for you, and was it up to your standards? Okay, so this opportunity appears to be in making a decision to go forward from a new perspective with an inspired idea through an inner urge, which is possibly to initiate a new friendship or a romance, which may involve travel, and which is an experience that you could be ready and should be ready to invest in while you're having it. That's very interesting. So remember, this is just information to reflect on, and I appreciate you spending your time with me here. This part of your adventure was very interesting, and if you continue on, I'll see you there. Hi. You chose to find a new opportunity, and you chose opportunity 3. We're going to look at the circumstances. We're going to answer a question if one arises, and we're going to look at the new opportunity, and we're also going to look at what you can do to help you utilize the new opportunity. The Ten of Wands and the Hierophant. You've been working towards perhaps a spiritual goal, but definitely a progression. This may have been 8 weeks' time. You may be bossing up or dealing with someone who's like that. There's a lot of mystery in what you're going through. Everything is not known about the path you take. And you have people trying to mess with you. The trickster energy. So illusion is being used to perpetuate you on this path. You've been dealing in karmic loops. So, looking at repeating patterns and sorting through them in order to be able to access things that seem unattainable. So you've been balancing the scales and bringing justice to yourself through a lot of hard work. You've been learning to trust yourself through this, and learning what you're made of, learning what's beneath the surface of you. You're learning that you have what it takes, and I think it's been a long journey. I think it has been a journey of having to stand up for yourself, having to be strong, having to work hard, having to navigate difficult situations that were unclear, confusing, and really disorienting. What is the opportunity? Soul Giraffe. You're gaining a bigger picture view. something that your soul wanted to experience here. Learning what you need to persevere, to create your dreams, and perhaps even lay a legacy for your ancestors. Your lighthouse guides you home to the stars. Exactly. So you're learning to trust yourself even in unclear, confusing, mysterious situations. These are wonderful skills to have. See through the perfectly purple lens of your galactic destiny. So ultimately, as things have been unclear, it's caused you to keep that bigger picture view, and the opportunity will be to see something that is unique to you, that only you can see, and that you are meant to see. That's something that you meant to experience here on Earth. I easily release clutter from my life for good, so there's an opportunity to make room for this new destiny by perhaps clearing some things out. Whether it be old karmic patterns or actual clutter in your room or house. Talk to a stranger, really learning to embrace this unknown and even go towards it in some cases, where you have this willingness to take the skills that you have to navigate anything and open up conversation with strangers. Illusion of being trapped, powerlessness. You're going to see how everything that you were in, that made you work so hard, that it really was an illusion. And I think you knew it all along, but you're going to see why it was that way and for what purpose. So there's an opportunity to gain clarity on why it's been so confusing and tricky. And then to celebrate how far you've come, and to celebrate your perseverance and your wealth of knowledge, wealth of wisdom gained through the process of actually taking the steps to implement the knowledge that you had about how to go forward. If you have a question, you might want to pause if you need to think of it. But the answer is, you decide. So there may be, it might be a win-win where whatever you decide is going to be the right choice for you or the right answer for you. Or it might be just urging you to make the choice because you have something to learn either way. Let's see what you can do to help you utilize this opportunity. Take action. So you are taking action. So keep taking action. Keep taking action that you're feeling like is the action to be taken. Know that there's a hidden benefit. Whenever something's hard or unclear, understand or look for the hidden benefit in it happening that way. Sometimes the hidden benefit is what anchors karma into our experience, and we need to first deal with what we are getting out of it that's beneficial to us before we're able to release it fully. So what is it about remaining in the mystery that is benefiting you? In order to see the bigger picture, you're going to want to look at that. Follow through. So you are very determined. You are already doing this, and it's just encouraging you that that is the right thing to do. You will come through this and to this opportunity. And contradiction. Notice the contradictions. This is going to tie into the hidden benefit. It's like, well, you don't like this, but it's also serving you in some way. So notice the contradictions. You may have compartmentalized some things, so you haven't yet noticed the contradictions in the way that you're operating or believing. But there is a reason why this confusion exists, and as you do these things, you'll have this opportunity to see it from a bigger view and make more sense out of it. Okay. So remember, this is just information to reflect on. and it's up to you whether or not you take this opportunity. This part of your adventure was very interesting to look at, so I thank you for spending this time with me. And if you'd like to continue on, I'll see you there. Hi. You chose to find a new opportunity. This is opportunity 4. We're going to look at the circumstances, the new opportunity. We're going to answer a question, and we're going to look at what you can do to help you utilize this opportunity. Got the 3 of Swords in reverse, the Knight of Wands, and Temperance in reverse. It's kind of like player energy. Like, you know, it's like a man who got his heart broken. I guess it could be a woman as well, who got their heart broken, who has now been only dating, not really interested in commitment and things like that. Let's see. Yeah, that's what Zeus represents, really. Zeus was very powerful, but the one thing Zeus didn't allow for himself is a monogamous, committed relationship. He didn't let himself be loved in that way. But you are honoring that this is what you want, but maybe you've been hopeful for something to change. Easily cutting people off. Anyone that doesn't suit you, I think you're easily just cutting them off. And maybe even people who are very compatible, you cut them off so that you don't risk feeling like you need to commit. So I think the circumstances it's showing us is just like relating on a very shallow level. Maybe even using hope in your relationships to allow people to think that there's a compatibility or a potential for long-term commitment when there isn't. And it's out of a need to protect your own broken heart. If this isn't you, then perhaps this is the circumstance that you're dealing with in someone else. The opportunity, say yes to your open door. So there's something here that could change. You could end this cycle. My career is bursting with opportunities to express my creativity and passion. So you may just even feel so much more inspired in life by making this change. I transform my life by transforming the space in which I live and work. So it's kind of like dealing with old stuff in the physical form so that it starts moving the energy around the broken heart issue, you know? Drawing might be a good outlet for you. There's an opportunity here to use your creativity in that manner. There's an opportunity to deal with your emotions, which I think is something that has been lacking for you or the other party. But you're ready to burst something new here. It will take your free will. It will take your choice to do it, but it is an option for you now. You'll become aware of who's not serving you, who's not there for you. Communicate emotion day to day. So you have an opportunity to start operating on a different level in life. And yes, it has to do with depth, and it improves all aspects of your life, including your work. This opportunity is
through a door, which means make a different choice about how to deal with something. Go through the uncomfortable emotion that you've been avoiding to feel in order to open yourself up to a wider array of experiences in life and feeling and experiencing on a much deeper level. Do what Zeus couldn't do. And if you're dealing with a character that's more like Zeus, then it's like, let yourself leave that situation so that you can do this. If you have a question, we're going to see what the answer is. Pause if you need more time. Deception is the answer. So, it does seem like there's deception in operating this way. It's like you may even be deceiving yourself, thinking that it's okay to operate this way because you feel like you're honoring yourself and you feel very justified, or thinking it's okay to put up with this if you're not the one operating in this way, but you're putting up with this, like letting yourself think that it's okay for some reason that you're using to justify it. Okay, let's see, what can you do to help utilize the new opportunity? And first, it's accept how things are. So I've said some things and I've said them very bluntly, and they may have been difficult to hear. So the first step is to acknowledge it, and validate if you feel uncomfortable when somebody's saying these things to you. Be willing to be present with those uncomfortable feelings and accept that those exist. Accept that this is the way you've been operating. It's okay. I'm not saying anyone's wrong here. Create balance. Make sure things are fair. Libra is all about balancing the scales and making sure things are fair. And so if you're deceiving someone in order to get them to give to you, that's not fair. If you're letting yourself be deceived in order to give, or you're giving and not receiving, that's not fair. You need to let things be balanced and utilize the energy of Jupiter, which is the energy that's it's a very beneficial influence, and it expands things. So Jupiter is the same energy as Zeus, but he's kind of like a nicer version in a way, in the mythology anyway. But I'm sure there are plenty of things in the mythology that Jupiter did that weren't very nice either. But you have this powerful Zeus energy, and if you're not the one who had been acting in that way like Zeus, you still attracted the Zeus figure. So chances are you have this Zeus energy, you have this Jupiter energy. Use it to your benefit. Use all that power to your benefit. And the way that you can utilize that energy in a way that benefits you is to make sure that you're creating the win-win-win. It has to be used in a balanced way. So I win, you win, we all win. And when you're doing that, things are going to really open up for you, right? All this prosperity, especially in your workplace. And it's not going to matter what people are saying. Give them something nice to talk about, right? And those that don't want to see you succeed or be in that space will fall away. And it will be okay. You will be able to accept it because you will have accepted yourself in all those dark places. So the only people that don't want to see us succeed are the people who are operating in those lower density energies of deception. And those are power struggles, and that's where our narcissism and codependency are born. So it makes sense that you might have people like that around you if you've been operating on those levels or letting yourself be treated in those ways. But as you raise your standards and make some changes, those things will fall away and you will vibrate above them. And so this doorway, this opportunity for you is really to upgrade your life. So what a wonderful thing. Remember, this is just information to reflect on. This has been a very interesting part of your adventure. And if you want to continue on, I'll see you there. Hi. You chose to look for a new opportunity, and this is opportunity 5. We're going to look at what the current circumstances are, the new opportunity. We're going to answer a question if one arises, and look at things you can do to help you utilize this new opportunity. So we've got the Star in reverse. Oh, 2 of Swords. And Queen of Pentacles. Okay, a difficult decision. Maybe it's like choosing between yourself and your work. Let's see what else. This is something you wanted to learn from a past life. This is definitely a stressful situation that we're addressing here. But it is fate. Like this is the time that you meant to be in this position from a soul level. So you may be seeing a lot of signs, kind of giving you clues that this is something in your path that you're meant to pay attention to. So you're in a stressful situation, and it has to do with healing something. It could be a belief about what you can achieve. Let's see what the opportunity is. Coming soon. Welcome to the next ascending age. Yeah, when you get through this obstacle, it's going to put you at another level. Be here, presence. Okay, so you are being given this opportunity to be present with uncomfortable feelings. Competition, disagreement, irritation. It did come in reverse. I think you try to get along. I think you're a kind person, and maybe that's what's making it so difficult. Make a skit or a vlog. Like there may be an opportunity to kind of make fun of this situation a little, or play it out in your head, or write about it, talk about it in a way that's more entertainment and light and free. Be curious about why you might have wanted to experience this again in this lifetime, and what you might be learning. I am transparent. What you see is what you get, and I love that about myself. So if there's a struggle to decide, maybe just say so. You know? There could be that. It could be like, well, I'm struggling to decide between taking care of myself and working that extra shift, and it's a difficult position because I understand that someone else will have to work, or it'll be inconvenient for you, and you'll have to take up my shift if I'm not able to work, but I really do need to do some self-care. You know, just being authentic, being unapologetically true to yourself, and true to who you really are, and true to the situation that is. There's an opportunity for you to boss up and sort of take control of the thing in that way. And you may have been not wanting to do it because you want to avoid conflict. But there is a lot more for you to know about yourself as a person, and about handling situations like this, and really how in tune you can be with what the right thing to do is by just being present. So as long as you are avoiding the uncomfortable feelings, or in the state of fearing a disagreement, then you can't be present, or there's a need to be present with those fears or doubts. so that you can move through them in order to be present in the now moment, to hear the possibilities and to hear the truth of who you are as a person and what the right thing is for you. Okay, if you have a question, you might need to pause if you need to think about the question for a moment longer, but let's see the answer. Reconsider. Okay, so I don't know what your question is. It would be different for different people, but we talked about there's a difficult decision here, and if it's that you're holding off making a difficult decision because you are trying to avoid conflict, maybe it's reconsider what are your skills in handling these things. What can you do to express yourself authentically in order to change the situation? Can you soften it by being authentically yourself? Let's see what the cards say you can do. Reflect. So see what the situation has to show you about yourself, right? Like if you're stressed out and unable to make a choice, perhaps the situation is showing you that you have a fear of conflict, things like that. Ninth house, look at it from a higher view, the higher meaning in this. There is a way to approach it that involves the win-win-win for all. Be willing to be agreeable. Like, yes, I agree that this is a difficult situation, or yes, I agree that this doesn't seem fair. And be willing to assert yourself as well. That yes can also mean be willing to assert yourself. And Taurus. Taurus is steadfast, grounded, loving, sensual energy. So maybe there's an opportunity here to mine the situation by feeling out all of the aspects of it. You know, does this feel good? Does this feel softer? Does this feel harder? You know, use your body to help you navigate the right choice for you. Okay, that's a very interesting part of your adventure. I want to thank you for spending your time with me. And remember, this is just information to reflect on. If you'd like to continue on in this adventure, I will see you there. Hi, you chose to find a new opportunity, and this is opportunity 6. First, we're going to look at the current circumstances, the new opportunity. We're going to answer a question if one arises, and we're going to see what would be helpful for you to implement this new opportunity. So, current circumstances, the World in reverse, and the King of Pentacles. Okay, it looks like you may be resistant to let a cycle end. Perhaps there's a lot of unknown factors. In knowing that something needs to end, you might be reluctant because you know that you don't know what else, what would be next. There are unknown factors. You might not know what will happen or what would be there instead. We got longing, celebrate, industria, which has to do with work or industry, earth, and full moon. So full moon represents the end of a cycle. Could have to do with work. And part of being on Earth, you may want to celebrate how far you've come before you end this cycle, because part of being on Earth is that we are going to go through cycles. There are going to be endings and beginnings. We are going to finish up, and we are going to sometimes be led by our longing. So if you are longing for more, because it does look like this King of Pentacles, you know, he's an established guy, he has a lot going for him, but he's staring off like there may be something more, you know. And when he lets the cycle end that needs to end, whether it be on the work front or in some other way, then the new part, the new chapter is going to open up. So current circumstances is a resistance to that. Let's see what the new opportunity is. Galactic Grandmother. Knowing that you're watched over by your ancestors. Enter one step forward, one step onward. So the opportunity is to leave that cycle behind and step into this maze where you don't know the outcome and you don't know when you'll get there. It's just a one step at a time kind of journey. You know, there are times in our journey when that's all it is. Wishes come true. If you build it, they will come. New opportunity, new plans. Okay? So there's definitely something new to be birthed here. Agreements, integrity, love, and trust. It has to do with, you know, being in line with your values. What's important to you? What is it that you're longing for? Can you make room for that? Can you work towards bringing that to creation one step at a time? Not knowing how it will happen, just knowing that you're drawn. I love being in organized beauty. So that's just in reference to taking that one step at a time. I am a respectful, loving person who cares deeply about how I treat others. People feel safe around me. Now I have to say that's something that is not always the case for a King of Pentacles. He seems like he's kind of a boss, you know. He seems like he's not really invested in feelings, and he's focused on making money and material things, and it may be to the detriment of other parts of life that he is actually longing to indulge in, and that others are longing to indulge him in. So the new opportunity involves opening yourself to that part of life. New clothes, you may want to even start dressing differently and pampering yourself. So this love, it goes toward yourself first, and then you give to others through the overflow. So there may be a part of your body longing to be cared for and pampered, and really given the attention that you weren't able to give it when you were so focused on the cycle that you were trying to bring to a close, which probably brought you a lot of prosperity and put you in a position of abundance. So the opportunity is to, so far you have sensual pleasures and spiritual growth and a certain level of satisfaction that is unmet. So in this opportunity you get to meet those things. And then this came in reverse, it's polyamory. And polyamory, it means many loves. And a King of Pentacles, because they might not be dealing on a very deep level and might not be dealing in emotions, I imagine could have had many loves. But there does seem to be a longing in the heart for a certain love or a certain fulfillment, and a love that you can trust here. And so you may want to think about being more monogamous, you know, if that suits you. It's an opportunity for you. Okay. Let's see what the answer is to your question. If you need a moment to think of your question, you might want to pause. Let's see what the answer is now. So if it was a timing-based question, you know, the answer is now. But if it was something else, I don't know what your question is, so you have to make it fit. But now just means being in the present moment. Be present with what is right now. So if it was about the future, it's like pay attention to right now. Be with what is right now first. And then it might be very clear on how and what you would need to do to end this cycle. But let's see what the cards say could help you take advantage of this opportunity. Expressing yourself, being romantic, focusing on family, children, doing the inner work. So you have a longing there, and some unfulfilled satisfactions and pleasures and spiritual growth. So you're spiritually being called, and that's why you feel uneasy. That's why you're looking off and feeling like this isn't it, you know? There's more. And you're not afraid to do the work. That's apparent, but the work that will help you get to where you actually want to go is inner work, meaning dealing with those emotions, going to the depths, finding out who you are without that goal and regimen of work. And go for it. Yeah, meaning whatever it is, whatever's in front of you, whatever seems appealing, will help you spiritually grow or feel more satisfied. Do some experimenting, you know. Let yourself be responsive to the call that you feel. And maybe let yourself stop prioritizing work or abundance or achievement over all things. Okay? So this was a very interesting part of your adventure. I thank you for spending your time with me, and I want to remind you that this is just information to reflect on, so only take what is helpful to you. And if you want to continue on this adventure, I'll see you there. Hello, we're here to revisit a memory, and this is memory 1. First we have the power of prayer. So I believe this is a time in your life when something came through by means of prayer. When you knew that because you prayed for it, that assisted the process. Okay, let's see what else. It was a spiritual experience, whether you recognized it as such or not. It was something fated for you to experience. You got to see things from a higher meaning. You got to see the higher meaning in things. Perhaps you saw why it was so valuable to go through a certain challenge, because when you saw the miraculous overcoming of it, it was that much sweeter or that much more appreciated. Definitely had a lot of love involved. Perhaps it was a loved one you were praying for. Maybe it was praying to help somebody get out of a situation that they kept going back to or something. The person that you were praying for perhaps did not have a spiritual belief, and maybe they were not acting in a self-loving way. And you used the power of prayer to help this situation. You may have never even told this person how much you love them, how much you cared, and what you were praying for. You saw something very unfair happening, and you prayed for it to be made right. Do you remember this time? Let's see some more details about it. I think whatever happened put you in awe of the universe, or an appreciation of the universe, knowing that you are a powerful being here on Earth with influence, as we all are. You used yours in this case. Perhaps what you were watching was sort of like watching a comedy. And comedy, if you look at some of the kind of like Shakespearean plays and things, even the dramatic, grief-ridden plays were considered comedies. And so I do believe this was a situation you had been watching from the outside. You had a bigger picture view than the other players, or the person that you loved that was going through this, or people that you loved. I think you felt powerless to do anything but pray in this particular situation. Perhaps the person you prayed for needed to meet someone new. And perhaps this prayer, this understanding that you gained, made it possible for new people to come into your lives. I think you saw the real effects of what prayer can do. And perhaps the person you were praying for did not have the belief that that would be an effective means to make any change. And so they weren't able to do it for themselves. But you expected this to work. You knew that things would only improve by your prayers. And that's why they did. This card says, both ease and dis-ease are symptoms of my balance of thought. And so for some of you, this could be a time you prayed for somebody who was suffering from a disease. And it could be that they weren't taking care of themselves, or they had given up altogether on the idea of them getting better. Maybe there were times where this person needed to distract themselves by watching comedies, and this may have even been a new friend that you were drawn to by your instincts. So there may be more than one scenario in this group of people looking at memories. Okay? So just take what resonates for you. There may have been a pet involved in this, siblings, a child, children. The first scenario we talked about, where you were praying for somebody who kept going back to a situation, there could have been someone who was juggling in a relationship where there was a third party. Oh gosh, I'm just flipping these and seeing them as I read them, so I didn't know this said juggling when I just said it myself. Juggling resources, waiting on results. So maybe things seemed really dire, like something really needed to give. That's why it was like all you could do was pray. And the prayer was to alleviate and ease the worry and the problems. And for some people, there may have been guilt. And the guilt may have stemmed from an earlier time where you had an opportunity to be with somebody who was sick and you didn't take that opportunity. And so this time you made a different decision. But whatever drove you towards this, it was an experience that you were meant to have from a spiritual level. And I think this memory is being revisited now for you, so you can remember the power that you have, the power of prayer, and knowing that there are experiences here that are laid out for each of us to have and to learn from and to grow from. And that sometimes those challenges really put in perspective the wins that we have and the successes. Can build character and help us know who we really are. And maybe this is already a memory that you revisit often. Maybe it helps you keep going. And maybe there is cause for looking for the lighter side and the humor in a situation once it's gone. So if this was a very difficult situation and it did come out okay through the power of prayer, if there are still some remnants in there about what happened, it's maybe time to collect those pieces of you that still remember the difficult part and just bring them into the full understanding of the bigger picture view that this actually did resolve and there was a lot of things that were valuable that came out of the experience for all the parties. You know, even if you had to watch somebody you love struggle, and even if they didn't come out of the situation exactly the way that you expected or wanted, this situation was something that they were here to experience and learn from and grow from. So prayer is essentially holding the space for somebody else to come out of the situation in the best way possible for all parties involved. And so it's a beautiful thing, and I think it's encouraged that you utilize that going forward in your life as much as possible, and you may already be doing that. So this is just kind of like a remember that time. How beautiful. Thank you for sharing this part of your adventure with me. Hello, you chose to visit a memory. This is memory 2. The first card we have is the Medium's Toolbox. So I believe that we'll be revisiting a time where you learned something that was very useful to you. Or perhaps that you learned that you were a being of many talents. Let's take a look into what else. This may have happened during travel. It could have been astral travel. You found a deep acceptance for something. Perhaps the tool was a tool for truth and acceptance. And dealing with what could be perceived as darkness, something that was haunting you or someone that you were helping. Yes, I believe this had to do with your self-worth and forgiveness of yourself and perhaps another. So you may be starting to get a remembrance of this memory now. Let's see what else. The moon in reverse. This might not be a memory that others would know that you hold close to your heart. Something more secretive and kept hidden for yourself. Maybe you think people wouldn't believe it. You may have even been working closely with people that didn't notice that it was happening for you or what you were doing. Let's see. Perhaps it involved making a wish come true for yourself. It resulted in an improvement in your love life. So we have this, this person is crafting, and then we got crafting. So you do feel like this is, you realized a skill you have, that you're really good at something. And I think it made you feel really protected and safe in life. I think it was something that you waited for the resolution to for a very long time. But it happened in divine time. It happened when you lined up with it needing to happen. Emotionally, there was something where the desire was strong enough or the resistance was let go of. You surrendered enough to let this in. And this allowed you to end a cycle for yourself that was repeating and uncomfortable, limiting, maybe making you feel unsafe. Perhaps you learned the truth of surrender and trust in life to a larger degree. You felt more equipped to handle what arises. Perhaps it even felt like a miracle. Meaning it was unexplainable. That's why you maybe didn't share it with others, or maybe you only shared it with a couple others. But when you did, maybe it was something that was just so appreciated by you and others couldn't even fathom it to that degree. The magic of nature. Yeah, this is a real miraculous, magical thing that you experience, which is not really magical. It's really just having to do with lining up with who you really are. And we have new location here as well as travel. So there's more confirmation that it could have been that you were at a certain spot, or the need arose because you were traveling and you were out of your comfort zone. You just saw things so clearly in that moment that you were solution oriented. You weren't willing to... The challenge just didn't look like a challenge anymore. It was miraculous. And if this had to do with judging yourself on the way you were aging or getting ill or just feeling out of sorts, then this shifted for you. It says illness is not about resistance. Illness is about resistance, not age. Yeah. says childhood, nostalgia, good memories, old friendship resumes. Maybe you did remember back to people who you could relate to on this front, and this may have happened in childhood. If it didn't happen in childhood, the memory that we're talking about, the issue that was resolved was rooted in childhood. It was like childhood was the time when you cut off your access to that tool, to that way of being, to that resolution, to that miracle, and it opened back up later. You realized the powerlessness that you were feeling was an illusion. And instead of the communication coming from outside of yourself, this happened internally. This was totally something where you knew you had the power. You knew you were the one who has your back. You knew you were the one who could trust in yourself. What you were alleviating was an attachment. It was an ache. And it was perhaps something that you felt out of control of, or you felt somebody was doing to you. I love this. Bloom where you are planeted. And this goes along with the travel. And so, like we said, you were out of your comfort zone in this travel. So you were, wherever you were, it was not the place where you normally were, and there were different circumstances, and that's what kind of pushed you into this place. Fulfill your destiny as a cosmic change maker. Yes, this view of course allowed you to adjust many things in your life, and your heart was opened in that moment. You saw things through the lens of your heart and no longer through the lens of limitation, fear, doubt. And I think you also realized that something that you thought had gone wrong was actually perfectly synchronized to what had happened. Meaning if you hadn't done that thing that you thought was wrong, you wouldn't have found yourself here at this moment when you could realize this miracle. So I think this was a very profound moment for you. I think it could be equated to an awakening. And whether you sustained that level of awareness now or not, this is a reminder of that, to always know that this is a possibility at all times, and that this existed even before you opened to it and lined up with it. So this is an awareness you have of what it is to be here on Earth. And the understanding that you can bloom within the most difficult circumstances. That you can trust yourself, that the challenges are there for a reason, and when they're meant to be traversed, they will be. How beautiful. It was great to revisit this memory with you. Thank you for sharing. Hi, you chose to visit a memory. This is memory number 3. We've got reaching out to spirit. So you may remember a time that you were reaching out to spirit. Let's see what could have been going on. It could have had to do with your reputation, your public standing, or your job. And and brotherly love, like how you were seen as a loving being, or how you, whether or not you could love the people that you were working with, perhaps. It regarded your passions for life, your ability to enjoy life, your ability to see things that were out of your control and surrender to them, accept them. You were trying to end a cycle, and you felt restricted. You felt backed against the wall, actually. You really needed to find a different point of view to be able to move out of the space you were in. You totally felt stuck, like you couldn't move forward, but like you needed to. Like you should have all of the things you need, but you couldn't access them. Like the people that you grew up with should be behind you and supporting you, but they weren't. And you were willing to work hard. You just didn't know what to do, basically. So you may have been really inundated with uncomfortable feelings at that time. And nightmares, worries, perhaps even guilt. And because of this, because you were in this no-win situation, really just stressed to the max and not understanding why you couldn't proceed, even though, you know, you had all the tools, you knew what you knew that you could do it if you knew what to do. You were put into this place of surrender, and you found yourself to be an alchemist, a healer. You were able to transmute the energy of what was holding you back, of what was haunting you, of what was causing you stress, and of what was making you feel restricted. And I think this caused you to rejoice and celebrate. And I think you started taking life a lot more lightly and allowed yourself to be free to enjoy the party, dance. You know, we've got party here twice. And I think you just saw things differently. You were just pushed into surrender, and then when the next time you started having thoughts about it, they were just more free. They were just bigger. They were just... You didn't feel so restricted by what you used to think. And everything responded in kind. Your body... and this says, my body is very responsive to an improved story. So you must have felt a lot better and just felt the tension leave your body. Then we have, I can be more particular about the thoughts I think. Yes, I do think that you learned that it matters what you think. It matters what you're telling yourself. It matters what you think is possible and what you don't think is possible. Because you realized that the only thing that had been holding you back was thoughts. That's all it was. And this freed you up to pursue your dreams. Perhaps even become a father, or become more like your father. Become more likable to your father. You understood there are limitless possibilities. You were no longer willing to limit yourself. Perhaps it was that you had needed to break away from following in your father's footsteps. You realized that it didn't make sense for you to restrict yourself to that. You found the will to just go ahead and do it from that new perspective, with those thoughts out of the way. You felt safe. You felt like you understood. You felt like you really do have all it takes, because you could even overcome the limiting thoughts and the worry about what people will think and the worry about fitting in with your brotherhood. You're able to let go, and this is what set you free. So we're revisiting the time in your life where you surrendered, and we're doing that so that you can remember how powerful that tool is and how accessible it is to you at all times, and how even now might be the perfect time to do something like that again for yourself, to allow yourself to expand into a new place, free of the limiting thoughts that might be restricting you now. You will only see the way by making the way. So remember that time that you made the way by seeing the way. The universe is your playground. And this memory is here to remind you of that. That whatever needs to be tackled, you take that on, but you have fun doing it. You celebrate along the way, and you surrender to the things you can't control. You can organize an area of your home or your life, or you can make yourself a snack. And as you do those things, the way becomes more clear. You stop telling that story of I can't, or I don't know what to do, or I'm afraid of what people will think. Wow. What a beautiful memory to revisit. Thank you so much for taking me along for this part of your adventure. Hello, you chose to visit a memory, and this is memory 4. We got Wheels of Light. Let's pull some more of these cards out to see what this is referring to. Do you remember a time? Maybe you saw some weird light in the forest or something. You may have been intoxicated, or there may have been, some indulgence going on around you. Let's see. Indulging in food and spirits, perhaps, and maybe not really shining your brightest. It wasn't maybe your brightest moment. But it caused an end to a cycle. Okay, so there was a time, maybe it was like you didn't like how you looked to other people, or something like this. You wanted to leave, or you couldn't leave, or maybe you did leave for some of you and that didn't end well, if there was like driving while intoxicated or something like that. There was something that caused you to end a cycle, though. Whatever happened, you felt out of alignment, and you decided not to do things that way anymore. You may have even had to go in front of a judge, and it may have not have ended well. We've got learn, explore, so it kind of does go in line with, you were learning a harsh lesson. Maybe you were exploring by moving around in a vehicle when you shouldn't have been. If this isn't exactly it, just listen some more and see if anything else that we come out with resonates here with you. You were expressing your individuality, though. Or maybe you felt like you needed the alcohol to do that. You decided to wake up, or else why did you draw me? So this incident was meant to kind of snap you awake. It was meant to jar you and perhaps make you realize that there was a level of self-care that you could increase to. You know, you really had to reflect on yourself after this incident. You cannot pour from an empty cup. So this is interesting in that we're talking about consuming beer, which could be consumed from a cup or a bottle or a can. But it's like you drank it all. But also, you know, when we want to give in life, we have to make sure we're giving from our own filled up cup. And sometimes the reason that we overindulge in alcoholic beverage is to escape an uncomfortable feeling, which means that we're avoiding a part of ourselves, because that uncomfortable feeling just needs our presence. So there must be a reason why we're revisiting this memory for you, though, okay? So bear with us. Perhaps it's to extract what you learned from it and to let you remember this with gratitude. Remember that this is when you changed course. This is when you decided to go in another direction. You know, this was a turning point for you, and it was important what you learned before this point. And I think that if there's any shame or guilt or regret involved with this, it's important to know that this experience does have value for you overall from the bigger picture view. The card says, "From my place of alignment, I'll be inspired to achieve wonderful results." So it's hard to make good decisions when we're not in alignment, and it's hard to be in alignment when we are avoiding certain feelings that are trying to bubble up and get our attention. We have union, lovers, partnership, celebration, happily ever after, a love story. So perhaps this turning point, maybe at the celebration, or maybe because of the changes that came about, you did meet somebody. You were able to realize a love story. And you also were forced to look at yourself, which caused you to spend that time with your inner child. Now maybe they're bringing this memory up for you so that you can remember how valuable it is to be with that inner part of you. So there may be something else that's being avoided now, and they're asking you to remember that you can just be present, you can just surrender, you can just reflect, you can just be with your own individuality. We've got motherhood here. This may have happened to your child. Joy and company, friendship, more celebration. So much celebration here. So I want to point out that even if something happened that caused you to think twice about the way you were being seen, maybe you missed an opportunity because you were worried about how you were being seen. Maybe nothing bad happened. Maybe there was no drunk driving or anything like that. But there was sort of a missed opportunity just because you were a bit worried about how you were being seen. So maybe you didn't dance, you know, something like that. I do think that you had a good time. I do think there was a lot of celebration, and I do think that some of you may have even abstained from alcohol because of your duty to motherhood. whatever the situation, maybe it brought you back to childhood, a time when amongst peers you couldn't be the odd one out. You instead suppressed or denied a part of yourself in order to fit in. One thing that you may have gained from this experience is that you realized that you can be in this celebratory state with other people, and it doesn't have to be you as the center of attention every time. You may have not been the center of attention at this particular time, but wanted to be, or thought you should be, or in the practice of being. And in this particular time, you were kind of just stepping back and seeing that whole role through the eyes of someone else being in it. And this was the perfect time for you to kind of shift through. It says, appreciate the beauty inside and all around you. And I think that for some of you, if there wasn't, like the topic that we talked about in the beginning, this actually was just a time where you were celebrating with friends, and that you just saw something from a different view by seeing it in someone else. Like, you saw a part of yourself in someone else, and you were able to appreciate it, and you were able to maybe even own part of it for yourself as well. And I think this time in your life was the time when you were able to make the decision, or start being, or realize that it was okay to be who you are regardless of what other people were going to think of you. That you didn't have to shine in such a way that was pleasing to all others. And that you could enjoy the company of others for who and what they were. They didn't have to be something else either. You maybe lost your taste for gossip even. There was just this acceptance that fell on you in time. Perhaps even time froze. You got to see a glimpse of something. I think for a lot of you, it was really important for you to get the reflection that you got. Maybe you saw somebody that was reflecting who you really are in ways that you hadn't allowed for yourself. Their being who they are inspired you to allow yourself to be who you really are as well. And this memory is about reminding you of that freedom you felt in realizing that you can be who you are, and that you're not living to please all others, to fit in, or to avoid having attention drawn to yourself, or to draw attention to yourself. You're just here to live your true heart. How beautiful. Thank you for taking me along this portion of your adventure. Hi, you chose to revisit a memory, and this is memory 5. Let's take a look at some more cards to see what this memory is about. It may have been a time when you felt your connection to spirit so clearly. You received communication from spirit. It reminded me of a time when I actually audibly heard spirit, but within my own head. I could hear a voice that I had never heard before and haven't heard since, and it simply asked me, "Do you want to see this?" And I said yes. And then I fell out of my body and saw myself from outside of myself, and it was wild and amazing. But that memory just came as just the remembrance of how surprising it was to have that interaction with something other than me, or something that felt like other than me. Let's see what else. The Ten of Swords. It may have been at a time that you were feeling really troubled, puzzled, couldn't decide. There was an inner conflict. You were looking at matters of sudden change with things that you were devoted to, seeking balance in situations, slight tension, perhaps lies or swindling, being taken advantage of. Again, something you're devoted to and completely committed to, where there's deception. So I think that you were perhaps sensing something wasn't right within your relationships, within a love relationship or family dynamic, or something that you loved and had devoted yourself to and committed to fully was basically looking elsewhere, was giving you the feeling that there was trouble, there was an ending perhaps, you felt stabbed in the back. There was a decision to be made. Alright, there must be a reason why we're revisiting this memory for you, so let's take a look deeper. So, do you remember that you maybe came to a point of surrender where it was kind of like you were in a no-win situation? You were going to lose if you left the situation, you were going to lose if you stayed in the situation, and you had to surrender. So it was just like you slowed down and paused, at that point of surrender. And maybe you even realized that even though this was happening, there were still things to smile about. There were still some good in your life. Everything wasn't awful. If the deception and swindling wasn't happening in your relationship, perhaps that was where you took respite. You may have even found it within yourself to forgive either yourself or another. If it was you, there was a need to forgive you for letting yourself be in that situation, and if someone else lied to you with a feminine energy, then it was time to forgive her. But the situation put you in a financial restraint. Despite that, you were in a position to keep your wits about you. And I think this is a really shocking thing. Caused you to reassess. You knew that there would be a turning point here. Something was about to change. But I think that you really took hold of the situation for yourself and didn't allow the worry to overcome you. Something came in to comfort you in this time of worry. And it may have come into your dreams. You got in touch with a higher consciousness at this time in your life. Everything was going wrong. Things were difficult. Backstabbed, betrayed, lied to. Totally, you were all in when this happened. And, you know, you may have felt like partners in crime. Like, you didn't expect this person to do this to you at all. So why are we remembering this, Spirit? I can be a healthy and joyful person. So, despite these setbacks, despite these life circumstances, despite what somebody else does, you took this as an opportunity to learn how to enjoy your life anyway. You did that. There is a reason to rejoice in remembering this. I am learning to catch any misalignment early. Yes. All of a sudden, all the red flags became clear. And you realized that all the things you had been ignoring were valuable pieces of information that you weren't going to ignore anymore. There might not be a someday. Yeah, you may have been ignoring them thinking someday it'll be better, someday this will balance out, someday it'll feel right. But in fact, this situation caused you to be forced into an emotional healing. It may have even manifested as a result of a childhood wounding pattern that was lodged in you waiting to be understood. Perhaps there was a time earlier on in your childhood when somebody betrayed you. You didn't have the skills to handle it or to understand it. You may have taken it personally. You may have taken it as a hit to your own worth, or you may have closed your heart down completely and not allowed yourself to have an open heart fully any longer. But this situation here in your adulthood caused you to remember to deal with that pain in a different way, in a more adult, mature way, and that allowed you to heal and move through that energy so that you would no longer be under that. You took it easy. I mean, you really had to be present with all the uncomfortable feelings. And you did that. I think you had to be very patient with the situation as well, because it wasn't just easy to get out of it. So I think that's part of the beauty of the situation. And maybe you hadn't realized that the part of the beauty of it taking so long and of it requiring your patience to get out of was that you learned how to be present with the uncomfortable feelings, and that's how you healed. And so the reason that we're remembering this is so that you understand that's the process of healing. What you did there, by virtue of having to do it that way, actually created the perfect recipe for healing. So I think the hope is that you can look back at this memory in fondness, knowing that you learned an important, valuable lesson that you'll never forget, and that you can never be in that position again because of this experience. Okay, that is quite a memory. I want to thank you for taking me along on your adventure to remember it. Remember, it's just information to reflect on, so only take what is helpful for you. Hi, you chose to revisit a memory. This is memory 6. We got be of service and blending with spirit. I think we're remembering a time where you were answering the call. You were called to be of service, and you were. Let's see what circumstances were surrounding it. Food sensitivity. Maybe someone was choking. It could have been something at home where you adapted a new meal plan for somebody. Maybe the cause of a food allergy wasn't known for someone in your household, and you took the time to figure it out with them or for them. This doesn't have to be the situation. That might just be pertinent to someone who's listening. Let's see what else. This did affect your day-to-day life and home life, and also a part of life that wasn't always clear. So that's that spirit. You were operating in a manner that you didn't always understand because it was driven by spirit and your devotion to spirit and your love of humanity. And I think you did this despite all odds, despite any disagreements or difficulty in the situation. You just were called, it didn't make sense, and you just did it anyway. And I think that through this situation, you realize the magic of being in that space of overflow, of giving, of being selfless. Let's see what else. It could have been you that was asking and your call was answered. You were able to free yourself of guilt and shame. There was a lot left to your imagination. You were perhaps donating time or energy or services or money. And when people weren't being fair, you were still being fair. You took this to a higher level. You didn't sink down to retaliate or reciprocate any negative feelings or behaviors that were being inflicted upon you or put into the situation. I think you really needed to rely on meditation at that time, being still and really getting in touch with your spirit. I think it may have been guilt or shame or like something that felt like an obligation that put you in the position of doing this service, but to get through it, you elicited and asked for the help of spirit, and they answered. And the answers may have come through your dreams. Put this way. We talked about how you alchemized the discord into fairness, and there may have even been unreliable people that you were dealing with. It reminds me of a situation where I've been assisting someone who this person's not capable of even thanking me. But I know this person needs the help, and I just make sure that I have my boundary and I give to the capacity that I can, and I don't take things personally, and I just treat this person as the soul that I know they are, the soul that can't see themselves as worthy of love at this time. And it may have been something like this, where it was sort of a thankless job that you were doing. But you may have ended up meeting other people who were doing the same type thing. You just kept taking the steps forward that you were prompted to take. I think that when there was medical care needed for somebody or yourself, you would utilize that. It wasn't a matter of being friends with the person that you're serving. You were there in an act of service for God, or for your higher power, or for source, or for spirit. I will never die, but I will withdraw consciousness from this body. Yeah, you really understood yourself as this being here who's just using the body for now, and knowing that others are that too. My strong, imagined, positive desires can outweigh negative belief patterns. Yeah, you just held the space of presence, knowing, just knowing, with your full trust. You had great courage during this time. It wasn't your duty, it wasn't your obligation, it was your answer to the call, because you could feel that frequency. Enter one step forward, one step onward. And this is twice. We got move forward fearlessly and one step at a time. And that's what it was, I think. At times you didn't know what it was going to be like. We talked about that with the 12th house being there. You didn't know how you were going to get through this. And it was just a step-by-step process of trusting. Your words create worlds. You may have found yourself praying or just looking for the positive attributes of the people that you were working with or working through or working for, donating to, assisting, being of service. Yeah, exactly what we were just saying. The affirmations, just talking yourself through as if you were your own cheerleader. And perhaps the reason that you're being brought back to this memory is so that you know and that you're reminded that you were not alone during this time, as you know, and that it was appreciated and it was seen, and it did add to your spiritual, we'll say, good karma. That you answered the call, you took the high road, you traversed very difficult situation, you were in service when it was difficult to be in service, you trusted spirit when you didn't know the way, you used your courage to keep going forward, you didn't quit. It's so beautiful. And the gift you got from that was knowing that you can do that. Knowing how strong and courageous and beautiful you are to have taken yourself into this dark place to be of service. Thank you. That is quite a memory that we've revisited. Thank you for taking me on this part of your adventure. Hi. Well, you've completed this journey. I want to thank you again for spending this time with me. I want to remind you that this is just information to reflect on, and you are only meant to use this as entertainment, and only take what is helpful to you. It's meant to be fun, although I know we hit on some very serious topics in some cases. I hope that you feel seen. I hope that you feel honored. I hope that you feel loved. I want to remind you that you can do this adventure as many times as you'd like. I'll encourage you to share it with somebody who you think would enjoy it. There is a lot of spiritual knowledge throughout this adventure. You are the star, and whoever takes this adventure becomes the star of their own spiritual adventure, full of information to reflect on, some memories, some advice, some recognition, perhaps some inspiration, and some possibility. I really enjoyed creating this. I welcome any feedback that you have in response to taking this adventure. It may help me if I decide to do another Choose Your Own Adventure. Pick a reflection starring you. Now don't forget that you are free. You're not limited by anything that was said in this adventure. That your decisions, your intentions, your words, they all matter. They all have power. And you can decide how you look at the challenges you traverse and how often you celebrate your everyday experiences. Let's celebrate coming to an end of this adventure and going forth on the adventure of your life. My name is Julie Mandy Teller, and I have a website if you'd like to book a session for reflection and talk about any of these issues further. I'm open to that. I also have a YouTube channel where I sometimes post shorter pick-a-cards, spiritual talks, insights that I have, or things I'm researching, things I'd like to have your feedback on. I share ideas that are not common, and sometimes I share common ideas. I welcome all souls who feel called to give me feedback or comments or interaction in any of the places that you may find me on social media. Take big care of yourself, and may your days be filled with the noticing of all of the things that make life worth living.